Здравствуйте, дорогие коллеги, наши зарубежные друзья,
I'd like to
спикеры.
welcome our international colleagues, my colleagues from Russia. I'm really happy to open today's session
Посвящено важнейшей тематике.
dedicated to a very important topic. Well, all of the topics covered by the Congress are incredibly important, but everything that has to do with the mental health of adolescents seems to me particularly relevant and pertinent. And I wanted to present my co-chair, my colleague, a very well-known psychiatrist, a professor, an expert in child and adolescent psychiatry, Professor Emeritus in Psychiatry and Child and Adolescent Psychiatry at the Tel Aviv University School of Medicine, Sam Tiano. Hello, my dear colleague. Sam is the honorary president of the Israeli Child of Adolescent Psychiatric Association, a visiting professor in Leland Strasberg School of Medicine, and a chairman of the WPA Standing Committee on Ethics. I'll present myself as well. My name is Vladimir Borodin. I'm an ID, vice president of the Union for Mental Health, professor of the Methodology Department of the Sersky Federal State Medical Research Center of Psychiatry and Narcology of the Ministry of Health of the Russian Federation. The Union for Mental Health is the main organizer of this Congress and our conference. Keynote speeches, the first speech will come from Sam Tiano, dear professor. He's going to talk about well, the name that I have here is slightly different. Sam Tiano will give us adolescence, attachment, and suicidality. Dear Professor Tiano, the floor is yours.
Do you want me to start?
Yes, please.
Вы можете начинать.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Проблемы с демонстрацией экрана?
Are you struggling with the screen share?
Hello, are you speaking to me?
No.
Really?
Владимир
Oh.
Иванович, возможно, не очень поняли. Еще раз предоставьте
Shall
слово.
I present now?
Я хочу предоставить слово.
Professor Tiano, the floor is yours. So please go ahead and make your presentation now. Sam Tiano,
прошу вас.
please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you.
Окей, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning. I am very pleased and honored to chair with Professor Borodin this session. And my presentation today deals with adolescent attachment and adolescent suicidality. Next slide. I declare hereby that I have no conflict of interest to disclose. Next slide. So adolescence is a period of profound transformations in specific physical, emotional, cognitive, and behavioral systems. When I speak about adolescence, I mean ages of 11 to 16, because I think after 16, we go to another group with a fourth group, which is young adults. The main psychological task of adolescence is the internalization of the sexualized body. Adolescence is a period I would call rebirth, as it is in fact going through the same stages of development as described from early childhood by a sexualized body. Next slide. With the recent societal changes that make homosexuality and transgender sexuality legitimate, a new major developmental task for the adolescent is to choose his or her sexual orientation and identity. Homosexuality and transgender identity are probably not new phenomena in human history. but its acceptance by the society and the medical technology that allows to change sex are new. We may then hypothesize that some of the adolescents who suffer from an unbearable intrapsychic conflict around sexual identity resolve it by attempting or committing suicide. Next slide, please. So let's start with attachment from infancy to adolescence. Next slide, please. So attachment security. Attachment security is what babies learn about their caregiver when they feel in distress, such as when they are alone, frightened, sick, or tired. Next slide, please. The security attachment. The securely attachment child develops an internal schema of self with attachment figure as described by Daniel Stern in Geneva. This is the precursor of the very important basic trust, one of the pivots of the quality of object relationships. Next slide, please. Adolescence and attachment. A paradoxical situation. The key psychological task of adolescence is to develop autonomy. At first glance, adolescents often appear to be engaged in an active, purposeful flight away from attachment relationship with parents and other parental attachment figures, together with an increased exploratory behavior, which is a very important characteristic of this age. In fact, autonomy-seeking behavior, which means activated exploratory system, is most easily established in the background of secure relationships with parents, as described by Elland in 1999 and O'Connor in 1994. Next slide, please. During adolescence, we pass from attachment to parents to attachment to peers. By mid-adolescence, interactions with peers begin to provide sources of intimacy, feedback about social behaviors, social influence, and information, and ultimately attachment relationships and lifelong partnerships as romantic partner or as very close friends. Next slide, please. A secure attachment organization in adolescence is characterized by the adolescent's capacity to develop an accurate and coherent processing of his interpersonal experiences with peers. Next slide, please. In contrast, the insecurely attachment adolescent will express distorted communications and negative expectations from others, both of which have been linked to problems in social functioning along life. For example, adolescents with dismissing attachment strategies tend to push away peers, especially those who could become close friends. Next slide, please. To sum up, the attachment. During adolescence, secure attachment relationship with parent is a protective factor, a very important protective factor for the adolescent's challenging task of making intimate bonds. In contrast, insecure attachment relationship with parents co-occurs with problematic ongoing relationship with parents. This in itself making it difficult to move away and establish relationship with peer. Next slide, please. Now we come to suicidality in adolescence. And my main point is how to understand the wish to die in its execution in the light of the attachment theory. Next slide, please. Spitz defined 3 intrapsychic organizers, as you all know, along the first 2 years of life. The social smile, which is the first organizer between the ages of 2 to 3 months. The stranger anxiety as the second organizer between the 8 and 9 months, and the no as the third organizer around the age of 18 months. In previous works, I have defined the fourth one and the second separation individuation share, which I called choosing to live. Next slide, please. This is what I called the fourth organizer. It is a subconscious process in which the adolescent accepts the fact that life will end. His life will end. Because the difference between life and death is around the age of 8. But thinking about his own life started in adolescence. This end is called death. The adolescent takes responsibility on his own life, accepts his libidinal drives, and puts aside his aggressive, destructive drive. Next slide, please. Normal course of the fourth organizer. During the course of normal development, this process has no clinical expression at all, and its main manifestation is the typical adolescence, philosophical meditation, poetry, and endless discussions about the meaning of life with her or her peers. Next slide, please. Pathological course of the fourth organizer, the development does not go smoothly. There is a conscious preoccupation with death, which may lead to suicidal acts. Next slide, please. The wish to die versus the wish to commit suicide. We always confuse it. We think that suicide is death. No, we have the wish to die, which is one thing, and the wish to commit suicide, which is another dynamic understanding. The wish to die is not specific to adolescence, because it can start early in life, as we know that children can, of course, execute themselves. Is more of repressive, nihilistic stance than an actual act. The main features is emptiness. The adolescent who commits suicide, which is a different dynamic state, does it as an active attempt to take what I call a time out from an unbearable reality. It is reversible as long as there is a chance to find a solution to the conflict. Next slide, please. Conclusions are: the death wish exists in all clinical age groups, which is in fact a kind of depression, of course. We can exist from infants and children, adolescents, adults, the same dynamics. The suicidal wish is typical for adolescents. Hence, the suicidal wish is so frequent in this age group. It is pathological and not part of normal development. Adolescent, in the light now of attachment organization I have described before. Suicidality in adolescence has been related to the combination of a preoccupied attachment and an unresolved disorganized attachment status, as described by Adam at 96. Depression is linked only to preoccupied attachment. Therefore, the step one while committing suicide necessitates something more than just being depressed. Next slide, please. Disorganized attachment in adolescence has been indeed linked to borderline features, especially dissociation, self-injury, and attempted suicide, as described by Lion Root in 2008. The significance of disorganized, unresolved attachment status and suicidality is a no way out situation, in the sense that the distressed individual desperately needs help, but cannot ask for it because he or she is afraid of the other response. Therefore, we suggest the following chain of events leading to suicidality in adolescence. Next slide, please. I cannot go into details because of lack of time. I can just read it. Parental preoccupied disorganized attachment, which leads to infant preoccupied disorganized attachment, which brings to poor peers relationship in childhood and poor emotional regulation. Then it comes to failure to shift from parent to peer attachment relationship in adolescence. Then it comes another adverse experience, which can preoccupied and disorganized attachment we can bring to wish to die or the wish to suicide. Next slide, please. For a long time, the wish to die and the wish to commit suicide in adolescence seem to stem from the same root. Thus, the first clinical questions in emergency room used to be, why did you want to die? No. In light of what we have presented today, the question should be, why did you try to commit suicide? And this can be related or not to the wish to die. Thank you for your listening to me. If one wishes to detect early those adolescents at risk for suicide, one has to look for those situations where all the risk factors we have mentioned are clustered together. Thank you. Now, as in my role of chairperson, I would like to introduce to you our next speaker.
Okay, I would like to say thank you very much. Я хочу сказать уже по-русски, чтобы меня понимали все, кто слушает,
In Russian,
а
I would like
переводчики
to
мне
thank you,
помогут.
and
Доклад Сэма Тиана касался очень такой
Sam
острой, я бы
Tiana's
сказал,
report was on a
проблемы
very acute
и
topic, I would say,
пронизывал вот эту тему буквально от самой биологической основы
he
до
started from the biological
экзистенциальной.
basis to
И был и
existential,
теоретически
and it was
насыщенным, и
both
практически,
theoretically
что мне
intense
особенно
and
нравится, поэтому
practically
я не
oriented,
могу
which I really
сдержаться
loved.
вот
So
от комментария.
I have to
Огромное
make my
спасибо еще
comments.
раз
Thank
вам,
you so
Сэм,
much.
и
Thank you,
прошу вас
Sam,
представить
and
следующего
please
нашего
present our
докладчика.
next presenter.
Thank you very much, Professor Borodin. And now I go to the second speaker, which is Professor Sabina Barer-Kohler, President of the Association of Mental Health, Global Mental Health, UN representative in Geneva, WHO representative in Geneva, Managing Director for Dr. Kohler and Partners, and President of the Swiss Association for Global Mental Health in Switzerland. And the topic is promotion of mental health of adolescents, resources for parents of adolescents. Professor Kohler, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Tariano. Dear Professor Borodin, thank you very much. Dear organizers, I'm very honored to present today. It's a great pleasure for me to talk about the promotion of mental health of adolescents, resources for parents of adolescents. I hope that you can see everything and that you can hear me. Mental health conditions or mental health problems account for approximately 16 to 20% of the global burden of disease and injury in young people aged 10 to 19 years. Worldwide, scientific data shows an increase in the prevalence of mental health issues in childhood and adolescence. Half of all mental health conditions start by approximately 14 years of age, but most cases are undetected and untreated. Globally, depression and anxiety are causes of illness and disability among adolescents. childhood behavioral disorders are worldwide the second leading cause of disease burden in young adolescents aged 10 to 14 years. Today, I would like to present a few facts about mental disorders in US children. Like you can see, for depression, in the age group 12 to 17, we have approximately 6%. Related to anxiety, in the age group 12 to 17, we have around 11%. And related to behavior disorders, we have around 9%. These facts you can also find in other countries around the world. Mental health problems of a child or an adolescent can be very difficult and demanding for parents, and are very often burdensome. The question is why it is so burdensome. If you see and analyze the scientific literature, you will find that shame and embarrassment about the person's behavior in the public, guilt about the appearance of the disease, and fear of situations that are more difficult to control, to influence, increased available time that is required results in drastic changes in the family routine and changes of the relationship with the work of parents, changes of the relationship with other children in and outside the family are documented. So it's difficult for parents to see and understand and realize that their own child has mental health problems. The parents of adolescents are the most unsupported of all groups of parents, and those who have teenagers with mental health problems seem to be particularly isolated, said the Association for Young People's Health 2016 in the UK. Particularly isolated by themselves, not to talk about it, not to hear it, not to see it, and of course, particularly by others. But whatever it is, the overload from a great imbalance between perceived demands and resources can influence parents. There is an outstanding publication from the World Health Organization about caring for children and adolescents with mental disorders in this context, and the US Department of Health and Human Services concluded that it is difficult for parents to realize and accept mental health diseases, and in getting both their child's and their own needs met. Helping parents to be part of the solution. Adolescents and parents are experienced stakeholders in adolescent mental health. Said again, the Association for Young People's Health in the UK. What and how to do it? To promote parents' awareness means to promote information about mental health of young people. Studies of parental recognition awareness suggest that parents who perceive that a mental health problem exists are more likely to seek help and access mental health services for their children than those who do not recognize a problem or its negative influence impact. Important in that context is to avoid stigmatization. The word stigma, there is no clear consensus on the definition, but it can be described as a severe social disapproval due to believed or actual individual characteristics, beliefs, or behaviors that are against norms, be they economic, political, cultural, or social. There is an interesting publication to step forward in that context from the European Union, countering the stigmatization and discrimination of people with mental health problems in Europe. You will find here the websites of both citations and presentations. So it is important that parents take care of themselves and to involve the whole family to handle said stigmatization, to fight against stigmatization and other barriers. There are several first aid concepts. One of them you will find here with this website. Important is, again, the information for parents, the psychoeducation, the counseling and therapy with parents, and support groups. Parent support groups, other professional support and services can be helpful to promote health, the self-management of parents, to feel we are not alone, to deliver information, knowledge, and to develop strategies. Family support programs can be clinical lead, peer lead, and team lead, and they share very often common components like instructional, informational, advocacy, emotional, and instrumental supports. Across all programs reviewed, those that included the most diverse forms of support were the most effective. Combining different forms of support may be useful because different clients, means parents, may need different forms of support and approaches. But more scientific evaluations of family support programs are needed, especially for peer-delivered family support treatments. Further and evidence-based research into effects of specific intervention components will ensure targeted and optimally effective interventions. And if services, support programs, on the other hand, don't exist, and I hear it so often around the world, please don't give up. Please use networks, use professional networks, use existing wheels. There is, for example, an app of the World Health Organization related to improving health system and services for mental health. You will find a lot of aspects from this publication and how to implement it in the community. There is the MHGAP community toolkit of the World Health Organization to identify local mental health needs and tailor community services to match needs also of parents. Here, a presentation of the MHGAP action program, Scaling Up Care for Mental, Neurological, and Substance Use Disorders, where you can find additional information. And contact, for example, the director of the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse of the World Health Organization, Deborah Kestel. And be aware that the World Health Organization has a special initiative for mental health until 2023. Or contact the World Federation for Mental Health. And it's a great honor for me to announce that I was nominated and elected as director of LARCH, and I will start this function in November this year. Or contact me directly in Switzerland. And last but not least, this is a very important summary. To support parents means to support the mental health of children and adolescents. Thank you for your interest. Thank you for the time. Thank you very much.
Огромное спасибо, госпожа
Thank you very much, Professor Barakola. A very informative presentation. Thank you for your efforts and congratulations on your recent election. Sam, over to you to introduce our next speaker. You are muted, apparently. Your mic is off.
Не слышно.
Sorry, it's my fault. I apologize. Let me please introduce now Professor Hans-Werner Gessmann, who is Doctor of Clinical Psychology, Director of the International Center of Clinical Psychology and Psychotherapy in Eibach in Germany. And the topic of his presentation is transgender in children and adolescents, diagnosis and therapeutic support. Professor Gessmann, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My best greetings to you all. I'm working with transidentity for a lot of years now. And I have a meeting with these patients, clients, every Thursday afternoon here in my living town. I just published a book about transidentity in Russian language, where I described how this problem is handled in Germany. So we have transgender people, transsexuality and sexual dysphoria. Not all people develop a sense of identity. So that means the sexual incongruence and dysphoria is following. Gender dysphoria is when the feeling of gender identity does not coincide with the sex characteristics of the body. Transsexuals want to change their body. And very often it starts with changing the name and the civic status required physical adjustment to the perceived gender. It's called transgender. Transgender people are a generic name for people with sex incongruence, despite the fact that only some of them strive for bodily changes. I'll show you a few of my clients. You see on the left side a small girl. And later, this girl wanted to become a young man. And you see the young man on the right picture now. Transsexuality is a concept that you can describe by living in someone else's body. Individual development in the context of transsexuality can take place in very different ways. When describing sexual characteristics the following aspects play a role: sex role, sexual role behavior, gender identity, sexual identity, and gender-related body signs. The concept of a sexual role denotes a set of typical culturally expected, considered as appropriate and attributed abilities, interests, attitudes, and behaviors of the corresponding sexual form. Sexual role behavior describes the open manifestation of a person's gender's identity in a specific role behavior. Gender identity encompasses those aspects of identity that are felt to be gender-related. I am a real woman or a real man. If the body and sensation of gender do not match, or if a sense of identity is brought up for discussion in the presence of ambiguous male or female physical sexual development, it's called intersexuality. Sexual identity describes a person's subjective experience as hetero, homo, bi, pan, or asexual. Pansexual refers to people for whom the gender of their sexual partners does not matter. Asexual refers to people who have no interest in sexual intercourse. That happens not very often, but in last time, young people prefer sometimes this kind of living. Sexual identity implies both a sexual preference regarding the object that sexually arouses a person's subject or sexual orientation. Physical signs related to gender. With regard to physical sexual characteristics, different areas are distinguished: genetic propensity, set of chromosomes, gonads, sex glands, endocrine system, primarily sex hormones, internal structure of the genitals, external structure of the genitals, secondary sexual characteristics, voice, body, face, hair, and so on. Functions and structures of the brain, body structure. Based on the current level of knowledge and currently available measurement techniques, these areas in transsexual people as a rule are congruent with respect to each other, e.g., they are uniquely attributed to only one sex. Concepts. A transsexual is a woman whose physical sex characteristics indicate intentional masculine traits. A transsexual man is a man with initial female physical sex characteristics. The explicit conceptual association between transsexuality and sexuality in the German linguistic and cultural space is often not accepted for conceptual reasons. Some therefore prefer to use the concept of transidentity, which is much more to reveal the relationship to the sense of identity. Others on the contrary, criticize this concept, arguing that it is not the perception of identity that deviates from the body, but the body from the perception of identity. Following this perspective, they give preference to the concept of transgender. The earliest concept of community is trans, which again acted as a general concept. It should provide an initial framework for all those people whose sense of gender identity does not coincide or do not completely or for a long time with a given sexual role from birth. Diagnosis, the possibility for diagnostic review of the phenomena is described in ICD-10, especially in the chapter 5, Mental and Behavioral Disorders. Thus, an open diagnosis of transsexualism makes it possible to access the services provided by the healthcare system for those people. In the meantime, ICD-11 is published, but it will start to be used in the next year. The danger of additional stigmatization as a result of psychopathologization of non-conformal sexual and sexual ways of experience and behavior was dealt with by a working group convinced by the World Organization to republish the diagnosis described above for ICD-11. The aim was to overcome the psychopathologization of transgender people and establish the 11th edition of the ICD raises the topic of pathologization of transgender people, the field of tension of the existing controversial questions about the necessity and consequences of the following diagnosis can be decided as follows. Variation in sexual and sexual perception and behavior of individuals should not be construed as an expression of mental disorder. The danger of additional stigmatization of sexual minorities is greatly reinforced by the classification of mental disorders. At the same time, there's no need to strive for a pathologized classification by the field of mental and behavioral disorders. For example, examples of obstetric and during uncomplicated childbirth. Complete removal of relevant diagnosis from classification systems greatly increases the likelihood that statutory and private health insurance will reject necessary treatment. Significant incongruence between feelings of gender identity, sexual role behavior, and existing sex for at least 6 months is recognized when at least 2 of the following criteria are met. Substantial incongruence between feelings of gender identity, sexual role behavior, and primary and/or secondary sex characteristics, or in the case of adolescents, the anticipatory development of secondary sex characteristics. Strong desire to get rid of primary and/or secondary sex characteristics based on a significant mismatch in the sense of gender identity, gender role behavior, or in the case of adolescents, a desire to drop the anticipatory development of secondary sex characteristics.
2 minutes, please.
Strong desire to have primary and or secondary sexual characteristics of the opposite sex. Strong desire to have a different sex or an alternative sexual form which would be different from the existing gender. Strong desire for a person to be addressed as a person of the opposite sex or as having an alternative sexual form that would be different from the specified gender. Strong belief that a person has typical feelings and reactions of the opposite sex or a sexual form that is different from the specified gender. Criterion B, condition is associated with clinically significant suffering or impairment in the social, occupational, or other important functional area. We have 2 subtypes, and I will show you how a young man in 2018 is changing within few months. 19, and now in the meantime, after getting hormones and operations, looks like 2021 picture on the right side. We have from the German Ethics Council special guidelines
Can you finish, please, your
Yeah.
presentation?
Yes. If you are interested, you can get the presentation. I will send it by email. You see young girl on the left side, and the same is in the middle, the young boy in front. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Gessmann, for a very exciting presentation.
Спасибо, профессор.
Thank you so much,
Гесман.
Professor Gessmann.
Я хочу сказать от себя, что
I
вот
wanted
в
to say on my
России,
behalf
как,
that
наверное, и в
in
остальном
Russia,
мире,
as I guess elsewhere in
классификация
the world,
МКБ-11
classification
будет уже
11
практически использоваться,
will be
начиная со
practically
следующего
used
года.
starting
И
from
мне,
next
например, вот
year.
лично интересно,
And
как в
it's interesting
России,
for me
насколько будет
how
востребован
in Russia,
диагноз
to what
гендерной
extent
дисфории.
this gender
Я
dysphoria
думаю, что здесь
diagnosis is
будет
going to
очень
be in
много
demand. I
разных
think there are
таких
going to be very
коллизий
many
интересных, которые
collisions
нам придется
that
решать
we
и в
are
плане
going to have
научном,
to
и в плане
resolve both
практическом.
scientifically
Спасибо
and
еще раз.
practically. Thank
А
you so
сейчас
much
мы
again.
продолжаем
And we
нашу
continue with
конференцию, и
our
я с
conference.
удовольствием
And it's my
хочу
pleasure to
представить
present our
слово
next speaker,
моему отечественному коллеге Сергею
my
Павловичу
colleague
Яцеку,
Sergey
если я
Yatsyk,
правильно назвал
professor.
фамилию. Проблемы сохранения
Problems
репродуктивного
of
потенциала
preserving the
детского
reproductive
населения.
potential of children's
Сергей Павлович,
population.
профессор, доктор
Sergey is
медицинских
an MD,
наук,
professor and
заведующий
head of the
отделом
Department of
репродуктивного здоровья
Reproductive Health at the
Национального
State
медицинского
National Medical
исследовательского
Research
центра
Center for
здоровья и
Child
детей
Health of the
Минздрава
Ministry of
Российской
Health of the
Федерации,
Russian Federation. He's also a
член-корреспондент
corresponding
Российской
member of the
академии
Russian
наук.
Academy of
Сергей Павлович,
Sciences.
с удовольствием
Sergey, it is
предоставляю
my
вам
pleasure
слово.
to pass the floor to you. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to participate in today's conference. Wonderful presentations. Everything's been very interesting. My today's presentation is going to be dedicated to the problem of medical aspects with reproductive health, including social aspects that enable us to tackle these challenges together with psychologists, together with representatives of other professions. My only request, if possible, to the organizers, please help me with the screen share. If you could please bring up my presentation. I did send it to you. Thank you so much. That's great. Next slide, please. Let me remind you the definition from the World Health Organization in terms of what reproductive health is. It is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being that enables safe and effective safe life combined with the ability to reproduce healthy offspring in the number and when determined by the individual. It's a very clear definition of reproductive health. Let's keep going on to the next slide, please. I have to note that based on data from a number of authors and experts in the field that specialize in reproductive health over the last 5 years, the frequency of gynecological and andrological diseases among children of all ages has increased by practically 1.5 times. More than 48% of adolescent children have diseases that may further limit their reproductive function. More than 3% of boys and girls display a delay in puberty, and these are significant figures. And the incidence of some STDs increased multifold. I'm not even talking about the national catastrophe, AIDS. The spread of HIV infection is growing and exponentially. So please, let's go on to the next slide. Alongside somatic matters, there's also a deterioration in the reproductive health of children and adolescents. Over the last 15 years, the annual increase in primary morbidity among children under the age of 14 was 2 to 3%. And among teenagers, this percent increases to 5%. 50% of adolescent children have diseases that could further limit their reproduction function. Let's please go on to the next slide. According to Yelena Uvarova, this is the chief children's gynecologist of Ministry of Health of the Russian Federation, 1 in 8 of 9 girls suffers from gynecological diseases and a disorder of sexual development, and a lot of these diseases can later lead to damaging their reproduction function. So let's go on to the next slide. I have to note problems with organizing andrological services. As far as I know, andrological services across different countries in the world has a different degree of organization. In some countries, including Europe, there is a dedicated andrological service. It's a specialty. Sometimes it's part of the urological service. In our country, up until recently, andrology was not identified as a freestanding area of expertise, and there is a huge shortage of andrologists in our clinics. There is no system for state statistics, and only now I was starting to set up federal centers to protect the reproductive health of children. Let's go on. So a young boy and often a mature man with reproductive problems has nowhere to go to. But the need in andrological help today among teenagers is experienced by 37 to 39%. These are really astonishing figures, indicating the fact that these problems are going to lead to infertility. But we need to start really focusing our efforts on this problem. I have to say that the rate of infertile marriages among spouses of reproductive age is from 17 to 24%. Critical for the demographic situation in the country is considered to be an indicator of 15%. And I want to note that among the causes of infertile marriages, up to 40% is accounted for by male infertility, 40 to 45% is accounted by female infertility, and infertility in both spouses, so that's 15 to 20%. Next slide, please. So I have to note that the demographic situation in our country is really serious, and we're faced with a very serious challenge. We have a concept of a demographic policy to strengthen the reproductive potential of our country and to change the demographic situation in the country towards an increase in fertility. Next slide, please. Alongside medical complications and diseases that can lead to damaging the reproductive potential, we have to talk about the various issues that kids have to deal with, particularly teenagers in our country, that can also lead to issues with the reproduction, drug addiction, alcoholism and smoking, early starts of sexual life, and as a consequence, potentially early abortions, STDs, AIDS. These are the factors that can have a significant impact on the individual's reproduction function. It's not just the medical staff, but the pedagogical staff as well that need to focus on this, including psychologists, maybe even psychiatrists. It's a huge social undertaking. It's something that has to also be tackled by the media. And only by joining our forces can we change the situation around with the reproduction potential of our nation. On this slide, you see the causes of male infertility. According to data from many clinics that focus on the andrological health of kids and teenagers, up to 64% of the problems that can lead to a reproduction dysfunction come from childhood. Let's please go on to the next slide. We've listed the diseases, innate diseases that can lead to reproductive dysfunction, cryptorchidism, hypospadias. These are all conditions that babies are born with. They can be treated through operation, and if properly treated, the outcome is very positive. Varicocele is a mysterious disease that's discussed by doctors up till now. For teenagers, it's seen in 15 to 19% of cases. This is a very big percentage. According to the World Health Organization, among infertile men, up to 40% of them have this disease. Makes you think about the frequency of its occurrence and the negative impact. Next slide, please. A few words about what our center does. We have the opportunity to diagnose and to treat andrological diseases, reproductive diseases, and urinary diseases using various types of lab and instrumental methods. Next slide, please. Usually what's used, we study the hormonal profile. We identify genetically determined deviations in children and teenagers. Next slide, please. In terms of the structure of the pathology and the age of the patients that were treated by our reproduction health department, as the child grows, the percentage of people that we see treated increases. This is indicative of the fact that we're not just talking about innate diseases, but acquired diseases as well that can also impact the reproduction function. That's the first point. And the second point, it can also indicate the fact that early diagnostics at the initial stage has to be developed more actively. Let's keep going. On this slide, we've described the structure of surgical interventions performed at our department over the last 7 years. I have to note that the most complex situations had to do with the treatment of patients with what our previous speaker was talking about, a wonderful presentation on unformed gender, not just transgender issues, but everything that has to do with false female or false male hermaphroditism. And when we need to define the gender of the patient, of the little patient, and then subsequently fully socialize them. And next slide, please. This is the amount of surgical interventions that were performed at our department. Next slide, please. I would like to give you a number of examples of patients that we've had to deal with.
You can see a child of 13 years old. Here is a local examination. Intersexual external sex characteristics. To the right, you have a testicle, a oversized clitoris, and it looks like a enlarged vulva to the left. Here, I'd like to briefly note that we performed a surgery in order to make this reproductive system into a female one. Here is another example of external sex organ deformity or anomaly. We can see proximal hypospodia, male type. So it's a false male face mole hermaphroditism. We looked at the chromosomes. The karyotype contained the Y chromosome, which means that this organism is going to lean towards male development, and our surgery will focus on making the sex organs into male organs. You are seeing external sex organs in the picture. In the ultrasonic, you can also observe the prostate, but the structuring is intersexual. Looking at the karyotype, we see internal functional male organs. We take a decision to form surgically a male characterized organs. Here is another young person. Externally, you can see prior to surgery and after surgery in the pictures. Then some plastic surgery is done for feminization in terms of AGS, the syndrome. There are techniques to turn external organs into female ones. However, I'd like to note that when you treat reproductive pathologies, it is important to not only set a clear diagnosis and have a treatment strategy. It's not only about surgical precision. Another crucial factor is that you need to involve different specialists, including psychologists, pedagogical experts, geneticists, pediatricians, and only if a joint comprehensive decision is taken, we can ensure a proper, successful outcome. It's not always possible to maintain fertility, unfortunately. Some diseases cannot be cured per se, but the task of social adjustment within certain reason is our key objective there. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Professor Yatsik. It's been fascinating. I see that the psychological dimension for this patient and their support is something that involves a lot of work. I don't even dare start and discuss this because you need to do a lot to create a fully adjusted personality. Thank you once again. With your permission, I will introduce our next speaker. Professor Siriharan, an associate professor at Silpakhorn University of Nonkhapuri. Dr. Siriharan, please, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Can you guys hear me now? You guys just can call me Lak. It's just my nickname. My name is Waralak Pongdewang Siricharan, and I'm in Bangkok, Thailand. Very pleased to be a part of the conference. Thank you. So I would like to share the screen, if you don't mind. Sure.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I need to make it full screen now. Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to talk about the approach of the current situations of adolescent problems in Thailand. Actually, we're looking back into like 5 years statistics. This paper is written on year 2018. It's like 2 years before this conference happened because it's been postponed 2 years. And I'm very pleased that I'm still be able to be a part of the conference, even online. And that is that what the chair, Professor Volodymyr and Professor Sam, thank you very much for being a chair this morning. That is my address and email. Okay. So the agenda I want to talk today is about these 4 things. I'm going to follow each point. For the introductions, adolescents are one of the age that is have the most mental health problem. It's actually yesterday I listened to one of the professors say that it is 1 of 6 students or like young people in the age of 10 to 19 have a problem of the mental health, which is a really significant number. And this can be expressed as behavioral problems in many ways, such as stubborn, disobedient, violating rules and regulations. And therefore, the mental health promotion is very important and should be provided for the children to adolescents, teenagers, also the our age that is highly independent and try to adjust to the world. So this is the 6 main problems among Thai adolescents, and that what I have some of the literacy review. The first one, as a very serious one, is drug addicting. This is some of the numbers here. I don't want to go through all the detail because it's going to be like take a very long time. So it's in the slide. If anyone want to hear the whole number, you can read it in the papers as well. And the second problem is it is found that under 19, we have many of 100,000 pregnancy years, which is like a young mom. And the third one is children are violated and being bullied on media. And the fourth, this is very obvious, especially in Thailand. The parents are raising spoiled kids. And the fifth is using pornographic media through the online media. So the last one is the alcohol consumption is increasing and have a lot of new drinkers, especially in a woman group. Anyway, so the Cultural Surveillance Office that has been conduct the research on year 2018 that intend to cooperate closely with the relevant agency to formulate the measures of the solving problem seriously. is also continually collaborate with some of the other network and focusing, trying to eliminate or limited the bad medias and expanding a good one, and strengthen the social immunity for the families and build a strong community. As Mrs. Upar, the Deputy of Permanent Securities of Ministry of Finance, said that the digital social media now is very important to our daily life. Everything is on hand. I mean, it's in mobile phone and computers, all that. So that's the concern goes fast and deceivingful and unforgettable. That is examples of the situations for the children ask for money from parents to top up the phone to use it for playing the online games. In Thailand, we have a thing called the internet cafe, which is not a good culture at all. They have a shop, they have a computer inside, and the student, when they just like get off school, they go there and play the game until, you know, like very late at night. And now the government tried to limit it, the restrict area of having the online cafe or things like that. But luckily in the COVID-19 pandemic, this whole thing is gone because the parent not allow the student to go out anymore. So this is a very good thing for, you know, like to at least just take a break from that not so good behavior of the student. And the youngest pregnant child is in the 4th grade. As I told you before, this is one of the problems in Thai young people. And university students living in dormitory together like a couple, there is a sexual harassment through online media. And also the Mrs. Upar in this the research conduct said that the problems are arising and it's more online gambling. 60, almost 64 of the children and youth like to watch porn, and 19% have previously downloaded pornographics and nudity. Directors of the Rajkanya Institute for the Child and Adolescent Media Health revealed that there is teenagers who call the mental health. We have the hotline 1323 and visit the walk-in teen psychiatric clinic. The top problems are stress, love, relationship, gender issues. Yeah, we just saw our previous speaker talking about that, transgender things, and the family problems. It is a reflecting that the society should accelerate the life skill, promoting for the adolescent, including the promoting the appropriate of one's self-analytic thinking, solve the problem, creative, emotional, and stress management. It became one of the most things that we need to teach our students. And as well as the creating good relationship with others, this equality will be a protection to many teenager problems today. And the next part is about the suffering from depressions. Actually, the Thailand we call the land of smile, but a lot of people couldn't smile inside. It's too depressed for that. And the Director General of the Mental Health Department said that we should solve this problem among Thai teenagers aged between 10 to 19. Actually, before today presentation yesterday, we have a very sad news on the television, specifically in my hometown. My hometown is in Phetchaburi, south of Bangkok, and we have a large amount of river from the mountain. And one of the young men want to ask their parent to go to some kind of the event called the mascot playing, or some kind of cartoon, you know, like clothing event. And then the parents said no. And he go and jump into the rivers and, you know, like pass away. It's really sad because this is the 3rd time that he attempted to have a suicide, because he said that the parent won't allow him to do whatever he wanted to do. But I think deep down he has a depression problem, and the family doesn't aware of that. In Thailand, some family doesn't like embrace that we have like a scientist to help us to taking care of the health problem. So we just thought that it's going to go away, but it's not. And it's getting more and more, especially among the student and undergraduate student. So that is one thing that's very concerned for us. And as a statistic, it's quite very sad that Thailand has the highest suicide rate in Asians. According to recently, the WHO ranked Thailand to number 2 globally to annual suicide. And it's just very sad. And I can see that the youth will suffer from depression is where to follow like act of violence, self-harm, emotional fluctuation, or as well as substance abuse. Some of my students have some kind of that symptom as well. And he or she couldn't just like continue doing well in university. They have to drop off, and we need to talk to the parents, and it's getting more and more each year. And also the Sithanya Hospital, Mr. Somrak has conducted research over there that it's present in the research that depression, suicide, and the public health in Thailand is have a lot of the personal depressions. And also the Ministry of Public Health can release another report that Thai youths are increasing the risk of depression and attempt suicide each year. It's kind of the real number that the support what we already observe in the news and all around us, especially in my career. I'm a teacher, so I can get close to a lot of the students. Even though I don't have a child of my own, but it's like each year we have a new student, so we can observe some of their changed behavior somehow. According to the report of the Google and Temasek, that at the end of 2018 in Southeast Asia regions, like 480 million internet users, just a lot. Especially in Thailand, we play social media all the time, especially Facebook and all kinds of Instagrams. And that by using the smartphone. Especially the report showed that on average consumption in Southeast Asia, we spend 3.6 hours a day on mobile. And in Thai, we spend 4.2 hours a day. And even more, now we working from home. Everyone is on one screen. We work on this screen. We chat with a friend on this screen, and everything is in here. So it's quite difficult to avoiding using of that, like media. And especially very much double number if you compare to in the United States, it's just only 2 hours a day. And the study published in the Journal of the JAMA Psychiatry spend more like 3 hours a day on social media. As it can be, like develop some of the mental problems like depression, anxiety, antisocial behavior. So as the student is stuck on the social medias, and experts say that the overuse of it can cause a depression in the young. I think you guys can answer me that, because you guys are just too familiar in it too. Because I'm a teaching IT. I'm not like a scientist or anything like that. But I'm familiar with the people using the gadgets and mobile phone. Another thing is what the rising our concern is like Thai children play marathon games. Marathon is like non-stop. And it's like some kid is drop dead in front of the computers. It's getting more and more. They don't eat, they don't do anything, just sitting there and play a game. The longer teenager play a game is more aggressive. It's like one of my friend's child has that kind of problems that the kids just like take away the wife. I'm sorry. Yeah, so that is I'll try to wrapping up. All right, so that is concerns about the gaming that can be, especially in the high school student or the teenagers. So we have 3 minutes, right? So I need to wrap everything up. So going to this one is like Thai Health Promotion Agency said that the danger of using online media for Thai students can be caused, like emotional expressions, and when the children play games in the long hours, it became a game addicted, and the parent need to focus on the game that hold and what kind of game that they're playing. It's probably not appropriate with their age. Especially it's like in multi-playing video games have some of the aggressive things. So I'm going to the conclusions that how to promote the mental health for the children and adolescents in Thailand is need to start from the childhood and start from the parents. That is developed on the aspect the same physical and mental, emotional, and the social at the same time. The people who are close can influence the children, for example, like parents, siblings, relative, friends, and neighbors. When the children enter the school, the teacher and the fellow student in front of the children, senior, junior, everyone can help them. And the social media and digital technology is useful. We couldn't just say no for that. But nevertheless, it's just inappropriate somehow, and it's caused some of the mental and emotional stress. So how can we limit the way that the student use it, not to make it obsessions? And the focus of developing of the Thai adolescents to prevent this kind of behavior problems, we need to develop both like EQ and IQ at the same time to make it like more good and happy children. And the teenager want to learn by themselves. Academic knowledge is increasing more and more. You can just sort everything on the YouTube right now. And the teacher can no longer teach all of the knowledge anymore. We can just only be a guardian for them. So learning by themselves is very important. So they have everything on their hands. So how can they have like a healthy learning and knowledge in environment? So the thing that we need to concern. And the summary of the mental health about the game addiction problems that the children and teens use the computer to play games a lot, not for the academic use. So the parents should not keep an eye, should keep an eye on them, that what they're playing, or play with them probably. And the first step is like learning how to observe and warn them. And this is some kind of the method that how can the parents should know how to prevent the game addicted. For example, like knowing that what their child interested in and what kind of game that they're playing, on what to do when if they got addicted to that, something like that. So that can need help. And also that for the parent that already. All right.
If I may.
I'm sorry. That is
could
all.
you wrap up?
Thank you very much.
Огромное спасибо, госпожа
Thank
Varalak.
you very much, Dr. Varalak. It's been really informative, and I was especially impressed by this point that national problems that adolescents face are not divisive across countries, different cultures. We see a lot of commonality and connection, which drives us to join our efforts to be more effective. So our joint efforts are guaranteed of that. So thank you for this overview, and thank you once again that you mentioned educators and teachers as guardians and mentors. It's very important. We have two more presentations. Next up is Professor Alexander Safronov, MD, Professor and Head of the Department of Psychiatry and Narcology at Russian Academy of Sciences, also Head of the Department at Meshnikov Federal State Medical University, and Chief Doctor at St. Petersburg Skvortsova-Stepanova Psychiatric Hospital, here to tell us about destructive internet content and adolescent outer aggression.
Dear colleagues, it's clear that the spread of destructive internet content is becoming more and more relevant. But this phenomenon is not new, and it's typical. Let's please put our presentation up. You do have my presentation, don't you? Okay, then here it is.
Является исключительно новым явлением, характерным для 21 века.
So this is a phenomenon of the 21st century. The spread of destructive culture was something that's always been there over the course of our entire history. We can think back to Russia with Raskolnikovs that would set fire to themselves, and this is something that we have records of happening in the 17th century. In the 19th century, the old believers would also inflict fire on themselves. On the slide, you can see some events that's occurred across various peoples, like the People's Temple, self-poisoning, the Heavenly Gate. but you can't say that it was always connected to a cult. It always had to do with some kind of admiration for a leader. Throughout the entire course of our history, there's a lot of examples of auto-destruction and auto-aggression becoming the consequence of something that was in fashion, or when there was a certain form of conduct that was being imposed. And in the course of Russian history, we've seen these phenomenon starting from 1907 to 1912, when suicide was performed not just by impoverished people, but also by people that belonged to socially important classes, including teenagers. In military academies and gymnasiums, and suicidal epidemics occurred in Russia back then. The media played an important role in this. They would communicate information on those committing suicide, thus spreading these ideas. And this is not something that came about recently at all. Examples from history when people would imitate others. So when a creative, an artist, or a public person would commit suicide, and as a result, this would lead to a wave of imitation suicides. Next slide, please. Today, we are seeing new manifestations of the issue via the internet. This is something that became relevant a decade ago when the internet became omnipresent and stopped being the virtual reality, as we sometimes call it, and it became the routine reality of our everyday life. Using internet led to addiction. People start to prefer this other alternative reality. And this led to addiction spreading among our adolescents. There are a lot of references in literature, a lot of research with data on the spread of this phenomenon. Up to 4% is the prevalence of pathological internet use across the population. It's higher for males versus females. And it includes a lot of forms of destructive behavior aimed at processing information, leading to destructive manifestations. We don't have a distinct definition yet of what destructive internet content is. This is still currently work in progress. And there is a lot of confusion, in fact, when we talk about destructive content as something that's illegal and posted online, and the other way around, we're trying to equate destructive internet content to other messages that can have an impact on social order. Next slide, please. Suicidal risks for pathological internet users. These are people that have an internet addiction, that spend way too much time online and are addicted to it, are dependent on it. And we had to look at an average age of about 16 years old. You can see how widespread this phenomenon is. About 23% displayed various shifts. The risk of inflicting self-harm. For this group, it's 2 times higher than for adapted internet users. And on the slide at the bottom, you can see the percentage ratios indicating very significant differences in terms of autoaggressive actions with adapted users versus pathological users. The next slide, please. You can draw some conclusions tentative at the moment that misusing internet leads to autoaggressive behaviors. But please note that even for adapted internet users, they can also be taken away by various types of destructive content. The association between online harassment and technologies. There is not enough data at the moment that would link social personality disorders and illegal content. Publications are not many in this field. Antisocial personality disorders are one of the possible consequences, and other types of behaviors, hyperactivity, attention deficit disorders, a reduction in social functioning and the quality of life, the ability to keep up with school. They're cut off from their community. And the conclusion is then made that essentially internet dependence is a potential mediator between cyber victimization and the quality of the person's life and their psychic and mental state. This is still an open-end question. Is there any cyber victimization? And if it is prevalent, what other phenomenon could play a role? This is probably a type of addictive behavior. Next slide, please. In order for us to figure out what's going on, we tried to carry out a survey, a research. It's not large scale. It was performed at our hospital, where we tried to study the frequency of autoaggressive behavior manifestations in teenagers. We had about 400 hospitalizations over the course of the year, and we wanted to look at the impact of destructive internet content on this type of behaviors presenting themselves. And we have to say that the survey was performed at a peak of men being admitted with the Blue Whale game. After that, there was a decline in interest to this game. It was then replaced by other types of destructive internet games like anime and others. But we were working on that peak of the Blue Whale spread. The share of autoaggressive behaviors in the total cases is over 60%, significantly over, close to 17%. In fact, there was a gender balance, more or less, and there were certain instances both of suicidal and parasuicidal behaviors, both autoaggression and suicide, about 30%, every third of them. Well, next slide, please. So we out of the sampled patients, 71 patients displayed autoaggressive actions at the pre-hospital stage. The blue whales was mentioned only for 12 adolescents, which accounted for approximately 17% of the group. 17-18%. Again, we analyzed hospitalizations over the course of the year, and in half of the instances, these occurred in March and early April. So half of the patients that we surveyed, we received over the course of 40 days. This coincided with the criticism campaign and this game being covered extensively in the media. All of the media channels were talking about it and criticizing the blue whale and the impact it had. Well, I think the impact was rather positive at that point. The reason being that a lot of people started to ask the questions, what is it? Let's go on to the next slide, please. What is the Blue Whale Challenge? This is a deadly game. It's not an app. It's not an internet game per se. Users receive a link via social media, chat groups. It's a game where the player needs to die to complete the game. And the game involves a series of life-threatening tasks imposed by the supervisor to the players that must complete the entire list, ending the game in suicide. The task can be very different on the slide. There's a list of 30 various tasks that the player needs to complete and to start to earn the respect of the curator. Let's move on to the next slide. All of this is accompanied by a lot of visualization. All of these creepy, beautiful pictures of dead whales in parentheses. And, well, a few words about the players themselves. About, not very many of them, about half of our patients left notes or they made a public statement about their suicide. In half of the cases, they saw a psychiatrist as initiated by the parents that saw signs of self-harm. And well, only half of the cases seen a psychiatrist was initiated by the parents. All of the other hospitalizations had to do with either them being brought in by an ambulance or from other organizations such as the school, the orphanage, or another institution. And only in 3 cases out of 12, the parents themselves were able to identify the connection with the Blue Whale social group. In other families, they had no idea what their son or daughter was up to. Let's go on to the next slide. Psychiatric diagnosis that the patients were given, the boys, in both instances, it was socialized behavior disorders with psychopathic and dysphoric syndromes. Relationship with the parents were very conflictual in both cases, and the motivation for joining the group was the desire to attract the attention of the girls that were already in the group at that point. For girls, the situation was more disturbing, and there were a lot more of them. 2 men and 10 girls. The relationship with the parents were also characterized as strained. A lot of them were coming from single-parent families. In a lot of instances that had issues at school, they have difficulties in building relationship with their classmates, and they were displaying a decline in their academic performance. And in 2 cases, a request for help to a psychiatrist was placed on suicidal actions in the past. The next slide, please. Leading psychopathological syndromes in female adolescents in over half the cases, they displayed psychopathic syndromes and various personality disorders, anxiety depressive syndromes, and in one instance, we were dealing with a depressive paranoid syndrome as part of schizophrenia. According to ICD-10, these were the following: behavioral disorders stemming from childhood in the majority of cases, mental disorders and organic brain damages, psychic disorders linked to schizophrenia, and one instance of adaptation disorders. Next slide, please. What else is important? In many instances, teenagers would actively hide their belonging to the group. Next slide, please. Alexander, you have 2 minutes left. Joining the group was impacted by mass media. Next slide, a couple of words. Next slide, the impact of mass media. Next slide, there's a very interesting sociological survey that's ongoing. The purpose being, well, today, internationally and in Russia, Russia being no exception, safety measures are not respected. Safety aimed at protecting children and adolescents, making sure that information coming from the internet is not destructive and is not informing the participants of potentially dangerous internet games. There's a lack of information for healthcare providers, and this is a huge problem in itself. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much, Professor Alexander. You gave us a lot of information on international research of the problem, and thanks to your efforts, thanks to your two roles, both as a researcher and as a practitioner, you're able to encompass and study this very interesting data. And it's becoming clearer and clearer. Anything that's good. Internet is, I consider to be a good endeavor, but there's always a side effect. And this is something that we always need to keep in mind. And were we to ask the parents of the kids that you were talking about, what do you think? What should be done? None of them would say that let's ban internet or let's make another radical decision, despite the fact that these problems is something that the children had to deal with. The internet is a part of our life, a part of our social life, a huge part of our social life, in fact, and we have to rely on you in a lot of aspects. Just one more point from me, apologies, Professor. Recently, in Russia, an autonomous and non-commercial organization was set up, Mothers for Pure Internet, and they called me just before my presentation and they asked me to say the following. In the Russian Federation at this point, there is no single system, no program to prevent this type of sad occurrences. They set up a social organization. They have a lot of material. They've traced every single incident. And what points is in our clinical research when there are social attempts being made to recognize this problem at a national level. We need research at all levels, so it's not one or the other. And there is a request from the society. We need to respond to this response. In Russia, this is particularly relevant, hearing requests bottom up. So thank you so much for mentioning this, for using our Congress as a platform to announce the importance of this tremendous problem. I wanted to present our final presentation in the first part of our conference today. Irina Karaush, MD, Senior Researcher of the Research Institute for Mental Health at the Tomsk National Research Medical Center. And she will talk about early detection and prevention of affective disorders in adolescents. Irina, the floor is yours. Your presentation is already up on the screen. Good day, dear colleagues. This is a research that was performed at the Tomsk Research Institute for Mental Health together with Bayrama Dashiva, my colleague. Adolescent depression is a serious problem, and we do not need to talk separately about its relevance. This is a significant problem given the widespread of the issue, the consequences, and the high risk of it coming back after recurrence. This disorder is identified when there's already a clinical form or as part of anorexia, other associated symptoms, self-harm, or consequences such as suicide. In terms of the forecast and ability to effectively use therapy, early identification of these symptoms is considered to be optimum. These are internalized syndromes that the teenager themselves struggle to describe and the adults often don't notice, versus externalized symptoms like external behavior disorders or lack of discipline. Looking for the root cause of the development of various mental disorders in adults alongside other factors, researchers often turn to childhood and adolescence to identify something that happened. And in modern literature, the usage terms as a negative childhood experience, negative childhood events, etc. About a third of all of the psychiatric disorders in the world have to do with the exposure to negative events. These occurring in childhood is estimated on a scale. And the negative events in younger adults lead to risks of mental disorders, dissocial behavior, antisocial suicides, etc. Definition is presented on the slide. Negative life events. These are events of childhood, including abuse in the family, negative experience at school, discrimination, extreme events at school and around. These impacts require a neuropsychological adaptation on the part of the child. Each additional experience that the child goes through increases the risk of developing mental disorders like delinquent behaviors and various illegal actions. Retrospective analysis in adults is performed later as contextual research identifying potential correlation with their actual psychological state. In literature, there is a lot of talk about the correlation between negative childhood experiences and depressive dysfunction when there is a clinical depression manifestation, but research on the impacts of the negative events at this stage of affective pathology formation are not that frequent. The aim, the purpose of the survey is to identify the risk of developing a depression in adolescents and to assess the subjective significance of the negative life events they have undergone in the context of organizing psychological support. We research surveyed 507 adolescents that go to rural and urban schools, secondary schools. The average age is about 14 years old, and 52% of them were girls. So there is a small gender prevalence. Alongside the clinical methods, we also used two scales to identify the risk of depression development. So we used Maria Kovacs depression scale and the life event scale for teenagers, looking at 27 events typical for teenagers, selected, taken into account the physiological and psychological characteristics of the adolescents. Briefly, we wanted to present the algorithm of our study, including the diagnostic stage, the main stage of a psychological intervention, and the tracking stage and assessment of adaptation in teenagers. The diagnostic stage led to the results that we wanted to present. We have identified a high risk of depression in adolescents in 17% of the teenagers that were studied. This was more often manifested in the girls in 24% versus 9% of boys. Clinically, for these adolescents, they displayed symptoms of affective imbalance, periods of mood drops, instability in their self-assessment, a negative emotion fixation, a negative vision of the past, and inability to believe in themselves. If we look at Maria Kovacs scale, the biggest came with interpersonal problems, which is very typical for teenagers. 25% of the teenagers remarked as particularly significant the negative events in their lives, depending on the spheres of impact. Was it a family or school? We did not identify any significant prevalence. So the events were equally important regardless of where they were occurring. Out of the entire list of significant events for the teenagers, regardless of their gender, in red, we've highlighted, unfortunately, the print is too small, perhaps, for all of the teenagers parental demands regarding school, 50% of the boys, 40% of the girls, the difficulties to choose a profession for the future, 20% of boys, 31% of girls, over worries and stress about school 2030, and a negative attitude to school, 22 and 24% accordingly. Gender-wise, for the boys, problems of competition, rivalry, and extreme events were more important. And for girls, and this is expected, the problems in the relationship with the opposite sex were particularly important.
Here's the correlation table. Spearman analysis was carried out and confirmed the correlations. And correlations are stronger in girls. If we make a calculation separately, and it is probably related to the higher contribution of ACEs to development of depression, which can be explained by their emotional response intensity when coping with stress. Then we have two subgroups as an outcome. One subgroup is high significance of negative events and high risk of depression. Most of these adolescents are urban dwellers, 98%, and most are girls, 69%. To the right, we have high significance of events and low risk of depression, almost equally split between urban and rural areas, and tilted towards boys at 60%. Here are the symptoms that can be identified as significantly different. Family conflicts, physical punishment by parents, and we were quite surprised to see that. However, it is paralleled with the current functioning of the family, where we have physical abuse, as has been discussed widely in the media and the society at large. Last but not least, the other symptom is criticism by others. So, to sum up, we try to prevent mental disorders by early identification, and we believe that an appropriate approach can help overcome the risk of emergent depression and help overcome early symptoms. That should be done in educational settings as part of therapeutic support. We have three areas of work, that is with adolescents, with families, and with educators. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to give you all the details, but as for adolescents, we work with adjusted coping strategies, mature psychological defenses, stress resilience, especially during exam times. We focus on professional guidance because we get a lot of responses about difficulties with that. Then we do social support with a focus to counter bullying and cyberbullying so that kids are more involved in leisure activities and sport activities. We've worked for a long time with different educational organizations on prevention of emotional burnout, because a burnt out educator finds it really hard to properly bring up and teach the next generation. Then, of course, this is all centered around family ties. We adjust family-child relations, we improve the environment in the family, and we refer them to therapists, psychiatrists, through to inpatient treatment programs where necessary. Overall, the events that are highly significant subjectively to the adolescents can be classed as recurrent persistent situations in the current setting. Unlike extreme events, in recurring daily events, we can assume that they are thought to be lower risk, which decreases the probability of identification and provision of treatment. Dysfunction in the family is a predeterminant for these deviations and symptoms. Psychotherapy to process negative events lived by the adolescents needs to account for all of the above factors. That is, type of situation, subjective perception, interpretation, age of the child, and the intensity. So, as we study affective pathologies in adolescents, we see promise in analyzing life events at an earlier stage where affective pathology is only emerging. Thank you for your attention. Naturally, the time has been limited, but you'll be able to read our monograph thesis paper on this in e-library. It's going to be published pretty soon, and you will be able to learn more about our research and the algorithms of psychotherapy help. Thank you very much, Dr. Karaush. Thank you for sticking to the timing, because you've really given us a really structured and highly informative presentation on this very interesting subject. Thank you very much. We have 5 more minutes in our session, so we can open up for Q&A, or we can give conclusions. With that, I would like to invite my dear co-chair, Professor Sam Tiano, to give us his closing remarks.
Thank you, Professor Borodin, for sharing this session, which was very exciting because it deals with all sorts of psychopathology of adolescents. And we had few perspectives from different parts of Russia and other countries in the world. I want to thank all the speakers who came for this session. And of course, specifically, specifically the chair of this session who helped us so much, and to the Russian speakers. Thank you, and see you in next sessions.
Спасибо, Сэм. Я тоже
Thank you,
хотел
Sam. I'd like to thank you as well. Thank you for helping me today, and I appreciate it greatly. I would like to also note with great pleasure that the reports today combined relevance of the issues that we discussed with the depth of insight that you provided. It is thanks to you, dear colleagues, and it gives me pleasure. I assess the content of this conference really highly. That's my subjective opinion, and thank you once again for your materials. Thank you very much for condensing this to stick to the timing, still giving us the sense of depth of your research into mental health in adolescents. Thank you once again, and see you again throughout the Congress.
Thank you very much.
Borodin.
Goodbye, everyone. สวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you. See you.
Минутная готовность.
Hello, can people hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Oh,
1
yeah,
minute,
yeah,
and we go.
yeah. Oh, yeah, thank you. And I would like to ask, first of all, if Professor Boris Palocci, if he's here. Because in this session, the session on prevention of suicidal behavior and oh, hello, hi. Nice to see you.
Уважаемые господа,
Хорошо, если готовы, можно
зрители,
начинать.
участники, вот то уже только что вы видели на своих экранах.
Секунду, по
Уважаемый
команде.
Это очень
если готовы.
крупный человек мировой психиатрии и суицидологии в частности.
Борис Сергеевич. Борис Сергеевич, если мы готовы, можно запускаться.
Скажите, готовы? Господа, только что на экране
Борис Сергеевич.
Элла Аренсман.
Борис
Just a
Сергеевич.
moment, some technical issue.
Борис Сергеевич, вы готовы? Все, по команде выходим в эфир. Секунду, приготовились.
We'll be on air in a second.
Okay.
Все, мы в эфире.
We are on air. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants and viewers, you are now seeing one of the most prominent experts in suicidology and psychiatry globally, Professor Ella Arensman. She is Director and Chief Scientist at National Suicide Research Foundation, Professor of Public Mental Health, last but not least, President of the International Association for Suicide Prevention. And coming from Ireland, I would assume that she spends there the fewest time as compared to other countries because she travels a lot, including to Russia, and we have established great relationship with joint projects. There is more work to do, but we are working together, which is great. And it's a great privilege and pleasure for me to introduce this outstanding scientist as my co-chair today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Palocci. I'm very pleased to be co-chairing this very important session with you here today. And it's interesting when you allude to traveling. As we all know, over the past 1.5 years, there hasn't been much traveling. But despite that, I'm really pleased to see, even for this overall conference, this excellent program with so many speakers from Russia, but also from abroad. And even yesterday, when I was involved in the WHO opening session, it was great to still see so many international presenters. So I equally look forward to this session. We have 6 very exciting and interesting presentations. So I would like to say to my colleague Boris, maybe we just interchange the introductions. So if I start, you will be the next speaker, and we then introduce people subsequently. Also, we have 2 hours, so roughly 20 minutes for each presentation, with a few minutes time for questions and answers afterwards. So following this introduction, then I will start with the initial presentation. I will share my screen. Right, so Yeah. So can people? Is it clear, Boris?
Да, видно хорошо.
Yeah.
Yes, I can see it well.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I would like to give you an update on first of all the extent of the problem of self-harm and suicide globally, but also present some fairly new findings in relation to young people self-harm and suicide in Ireland. And whilst there are still reasons for concern and ongoing needs for detailed research, there are some positive messages to convey to you as well. And I'm also pleased to see that in this session we have Professor Marco Sarcopione, who has worked with many colleagues internationally also on a large-scale school-based prevention program for young people. And I will say a few words about that as well. So when we look at what we know so far in terms of the extent of suicide globally, and with suicide internationally, it's still very hard to have the most up-to-date figures. Why? Because central statistic offices in many countries are delayed. So based on these figures, we still see this worrying phenomena of suicide being the third cause of death amongst 15 to 19-year-old people globally. And of particular concern is that amongst young girls, it's the second cause of death, and amongst young males, it's the third cause of death. So that still requires a very specific focus in countries in their national suicide prevention programs. If we look at latest OECD figures for many countries here, then particularly for 15 to 19-year-olds, we still see countries with extremely high rates. And also my own country where I'm working, Ireland, is currently still ranking as fourth. Overall, in most countries, we have to add an important note that possibly these figures are even higher than what we see. Because, for example, in countries with coronial death recording systems, there's usually a certain bias, a scope in terms of open verdicts, undetermined deaths. And we know from in-depth research that at least half of these undetermined deaths also are probable cases of suicide. So what we see is possibly even higher. So it's a very important rationale to support governments in very focused national suicide prevention programs. I don't have time to say too much about everything in relation to non-fatal self-harm, but here we see an iceberg for Ireland, and this analogy or this model you could apply to many other countries, but because particularly the large-scale European study, Saving and Empowering Young Lives in Europe, which took place in so many different countries, also identified what we refer to as hidden cases of self-harm. And what I mean by that is self-reported self-harm by young people, but whereby the young person indicates that they didn't see a GP, they didn't, or they were not engaged with anybody else in the services. So this is why we refer to the hidden cases of self-harm. The level of lethality of that self-harm ranges from low, medium to high. But you can really guess that if there's no assessment, no intervention, there's an increased risk of repeated self-harm. So in terms of public mental health and mental health awareness campaigns, we still have to focus very strongly on this huge pillar at the bottom of the iceberg. And again, the international comparative studies show that unfortunately every country has such an iceberg. There may be a slight difference in the scope and the extent, but everybody is dealing with the challenge of hidden cases of self-harm. So for the next slides, I would like to show some outcomes of the Irish National Self-Harm Registry, which is in existence now nearly 20 years. We started in 2002 at the National Suicide Research Foundation. So here we look at the period 2007 till 2018. So particularly for the age group 10 to 24 years. And Unfortunately, we do see overall an increase over time, and particularly again over the past 2 to 3 years. And even more important and a worrying development in terms of also the younger age group and self-harm is that both in young females and males, we have seen this significant increase in attempted hanging. And again, this is not for the media because obviously we don't want to be highlighted specifically in the media. But for us as researchers, as mental health workers, it's very important to notice, because if at that young age, somebody engages in an act of highly lethal self-harm, if there's no intervention, the next repeated act of self-harm is even of greater lethality, because we do see that sequence of increasing lethality over time. So this is very worrying in the context of possible increased risks of suicide amongst this age group. Then also what we have seen in terms of risk groups for repeated self-harm amongst young people is that those aged 15 to 19, particularly the females, and 20 to 24-year-old males were at particularly high risk of repetition. Overall, when we look at the overall group of people self-harm, people who engage in self-cutting, non-fatal self-cutting, they are at the highest risk of repetition. But as I mentioned, a fairly new phenomenon in children and adolescents is that even if they start in recent times with low lethal self-cutting, the time between that low lethal act of self-harm and a high risk or highly lethal act of self-harm is fairly short. We often see that window shortening. So we come across, unfortunately, 10, 11-year-old girls and boys who move very quickly from self-cutting to intentional drug overdose and to attempted hanging. So this is particularly a very important challenge that we have to address as a key priority. An overview of important evidence-based risk factors associated with self-harm. And one of the remarkable findings is that when you can compare boys and girls, there are more similarities between the risk factors and associated with self-harm between boys and girls. And these factors are ordered in terms of importance or significance. I'm not going through all these factors, but as a psychiatrist, psychologist, if you see multiple factors in a young person, then your antenna really has to go up as to the need for specific proactive interventions to prevent self-harm or suicide. An interesting finding is also the impact of self-harm by friends and family members on the self-harming behavior of a person. And we do refer to that as contagion or copycat. And we think that when you look back at my overview of highly lethal acts which have increased, we do think that social exposure to harmful methods has had an impact or is a contributing factor to this increasing trend of highly lethal self-harm. Just for a minute, I would like to draw your attention to what underlies self-harm, an act of self-harm in young people, because when you ask nurses or doctors in general, they usually perceive non-fatal self-harm as what they say an unsuccessful suicide, which is not a good term to use anyhow, but they only think of the motive wish to die. But there's evidence again from large-scale youth-focused studies that there are many different factors and motives associated with self-harm. And one of the key messages of my presentation today is that we found a few years ago that everybody who reported wish to die, which is about 60% of the young people, did not report wish to die as the only motive. So there were always, you could say, slightly more positive or problem-focused motives attached to it or combined with it as well. And this for us was very important evidence to define that concept of ambivalence. So even when somebody is in an acute suicidal crisis, our evidence shows that on the one hand, people want to die, but on the other hand, they still want to change their situation, which is really the key link for people in the services, in mental health services, to engage and to try to remain connected with this person. And one of the advocates in suicide prevention, some of you may have seen his writings or videos, Kevin Hines, he is clearly represents this aspect of ambivalence, because many years ago, he in a suicidal crisis, he jumped from the Golden Gate Bridge. And even though it's in hindsight, and very, very fortunately, he survived the act of a very highly lethal act of self-harm, but he keeps saying that in the first seconds of jumping from the bridge, he then realized that he didn't want to die. So that really highlights that very important combination of multiple motives that we have to we can embrace that in terms of a very important way of connecting and trying to prevent suicide. Then, so unfortunately, over the past years, we have seen step-by-step growing evidence for the impacts of harmful media, and probably everybody in the conference today is aware of the series 13 Reasons Why, which was launched in April 2017. And already in the first months in many countries, including Russia, there were examples of copycat or contagion of the suicide by cutting, particularly the actress Hannah Baker. She killed herself by cutting in the bathtub, and there were many examples like that. But also this study by our colleague Thomas Niederbrontal clearly shows the likely contagion impact. That whole process of contagion requires further research, and there are many aspects to it, but we did find by checking in with our colleagues who have looked at this data that there was an increased risk of contagion when young people went in what we call marathon or binge watching. And this is another complex issue when you look at the Netflix series, because if you want, you can look at the whole series within 24 hours, but it does increase the intensity of the exposure also to harmful information and harmful impacts. Now, what we also know is that harmful impact is not impacting on everybody. So it's particularly children and adolescents who are currently in a vulnerable position or vulnerable situation, or who resemble mental health issues or who have similarities in terms of mental health issues with the actor or the actress. So that type of imitation and contagion is very important. Moving on to COVID-19, and in the early months of COVID-19, there were, I would say, quite many sensationalist media statements, some of which I have included here. So whereby, without checking the data, the media assumed that there were serious impacts of COVID-19 on mental health and also on suicidal behavior. So, but the question remains, what do the statistics show? Was this the case? Now, I am involved together with Professor Anne John and other colleagues in what we call a living systematic review. It's being updated frequently. And so far, if we look at the studies on self-harm and suicide during COVID-19 until early this year, so far we have not seen significant increases in self-harm and suicide, also in young people, in high-income countries. However, in a number of studies conducted in low and middle income countries, there is evidence of increased rates of self-harm and suicide during the first months of COVID-19. Now, we keep saying that we have to remain vigilant because even regional data, real-time suicide data in Ireland in recent months does indicate a possible increase, particularly amongst young females. So we have to keep monitoring and we have to remain very vigilant. So in the last part of this presentation, I just would like to conclude with some positive, convey some positive messages. As I already said, one of the groundbreaking studies, school-based intervention studies in Europe has been the SAIL study, and unfortunately we have Professor Sarkopiona here today. This study really brought to us that, first of all, when you want to reach a successful impact on mental health and suicide behavior in young people, you are not likely to see that with one single intervention, because in this mental health awareness program, multiple interventions were put in place at the same time. But the Youth Aware of Mental Health program, which was delivered over 4 weeks, clearly showed impacts on strengthening resilience, self-esteem, but also reducing depressive symptoms, suicidal ideation, and also suicidal thoughts. So I think this is really a very positive example to take into account. The quantitative findings of the studies were also supported by qualitative statements from the young participants themselves. And it was just great to see that despite stigma around mental health in countries, the young people themselves really wanted to see more attention to mental health and more proactive approaches. Then when we move to interventions that have been put in place following a first or act of self-harm or multiple acts of self-harm, then we have a little bit of good news to report. So with my colleagues Keith Houghton and Gil Zelsman and others, in recent years, we have found that globally there is increasing evidence for the positive impact of cognitive behavior therapy, both individual and group-based, on reducing the risk of self-harm following a first act of self-harm in young people. Also, the enhanced or modified youth-focused version of critical behavior therapy for adolescents have seen some positive emerging evidence in a few different countries. And emerging positive evidence for home-based family therapy, particularly for children who have engaged in self-harm. And again, the therapeutic approach is usually cognitive behavioral. And an important point there about compliance enhancement, which means that, and this is so important for young people, if a young person after self-harm receives an assessment, a psychiatric assessment, then only advising the referral is not enough. It's very important to follow up with the patient or with the client to verify, have they been able to establish links with the psychologist or the counselor to put in place this intervention. So those who had that additional follow-up showed a greater compliance with completing a series of CBT sessions or counseling sessions. Yeah, so in some of the important elements that we have seen across quite a few different studies is the consistent important impacts of CBT on reducing repeated self-harm, reducing or improving depressed mood, improving trait anxiety as well, both in adolescents and young adults, and also this important element of relapse prevention. So that also means that booster sessions maintain a very important aspect. And even surprisingly, a small number of protocol-based CBT interventions did show important impacts on reducing repeated self-harm amongst those with chronic self-harm. So there are some positive developments, which I think we have to embrace, and we have to focus on this in terms of upscaling and implementation. But we will always have some challenges for us. One of the important challenges which we are currently facing is that each year in a growing number of countries, we see younger children engaging in first acts of self-harm. So with our national self-harm registry, we currently see increased rates of self-harm amongst 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, which we did not see 10 years ago. So that is a very important focus for assessment, intervention, and prevention. That whole challenge of highly lethal methods, I really think we have to prioritize that very seriously. And also, even though I did show you examples of positive evidence-based mental health promotion programs, we have to put much more investment in that when you think of the bottom of the iceberg, because this is obviously a very huge, this is a very large-scale priority. And also in terms of referring people to mental health services, in many countries, the capacity is very limited. So we also may need to look at alternative ways of treatment interventions when capacity for mental health services is very low. And obviously it goes without saying that we have to really undertake more action in relation to harmful social media platforms. So thank you very much.
Огромное спасибо, Элла. Огромное спасибо,
Thank you so much, Ella. Professor Arensman, as always, your presentation was incredibly interesting with unique material. It was structured based on your own original observations and research. If I started to ask questions about all of the elements that were super interesting to me, it would take half the time of your presentation. There was a lot of interesting moments, but the last part particularly struck me when you talk about COVID. On the one hand, you indicated the exaggeration of the issue and the suicidal association with COVID, particularly at the beginning of the pandemic. On the other hand, you showed us specific, practical psychotherapeutic ways, comprehensive ways of addressing the issue. And they are very, very effective. We don't know how long this pandemic is going to last. We don't know if there is going to be another peak or not, hopefully not. But we have to be ready. We have to be ready to respond. Thank you so much. Your information is going to be incredibly valuable for all of the doctors that work with children and teenagers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Boris. And just one point to reiterate, which I didn't highlight, but if we know the valuable evidence of the specific CBT-based intervention and emerging evidence on DBTA, etc., but we now have to take into account that many of these interventions have been transformed in online versions, and we still have to verify and evaluate: is the online engagement with children and adolescents, is it equally effective? Or is it less effective? So that is an important pillar, and it's really important.
Это крайне актуально.
Yeah.
Крайне актуально.
Yes, also, important. That's very, very important. Yes,
exactly.
Of course.
Yeah. So on that note, I would now like to introduce Professor Boris Polachi, my dear colleague, with whom my colleagues and I have already established working collaborations over the past years. So Boris is a professor and head of the Department of Clinical and Preventive Suicidology at the Moscow Research Institute of Psychiatry of the Serbsky State National Medical Research Center and Narcology. He's also an honored working of science of the Russian Federation in Russia, and he's also the national representative for Russia at the International Association for Suicide Prevention. So Boris is going to present with the interesting title, To Be or Not to Be, Prevention of Suicide in Adolescence. Thank you.
Спасибо, Элла.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ella.
Уважаемые коллеги,
Dear colleagues,
зрители, слушатели,
viewers, listeners,
я рискну почти
I was
по-русски назвать
taking the Shakespearean title for my presentation, To Be or Not to Be. Suicidal prevention in teens is particularly important. We're trying to address the problem, but it is not always successful. On the first slide, I wanted to show the data that we have in the Russian state staff institutions, the rate of suicide per 100,000 adolescents. Adolescents would mean 15 to 19 years of age. It doesn't look too good, but of this last number 7, this is practically in line with the global average. And it's a significant reduction in just 2 years. The next slide, please. Taking into account the scale, the size of Russia as a country, there is traditionally a lot of variation region by region. The frequency of suicides is broken down by the federal districts. The last one on the right, 7.9, this is the national average for the entire country. And as you can see, the southern, the Caucasian, when there is a fourfold reduction in amounts of suicides versus the national average. And then we have the Far Eastern and the Siberian federal districts, where it's many times over, it's a multifold increase, which is something that we need to understand. We need to try to address it. There are anti-record holders in this, if you will. Let me remind you, 7.9 per 100,000 is the national average. The Republic of Altai, this is a small republic in Siberia, 58.3 per 100,000, 58.3 instances, 7 times higher than the national average. And then, well, we see Buryatia Republic. Look at the numbers, the Jewish Autonomous Region, the Chukotka Autonomous Region, and the Republic of Tuva. These are all eastern regions. Multinational ones with a lot of ethnic diversity. And of course, this is something that's a multi-factor issue. It's not just social economic factors. These are not the best well off, but nonetheless, there is a multitude of factors at play. In 15 regions, according to data of Russian stats, there have been no suicides reported last year among teens. But I would be very cautious about this. I wouldn't be overly optimistic. The information on the incidence of suicide is controversial, not just for our country. Such a serious organization as UNICEF, for instance, for the same period, for the same year, reports 16 cases per 1,000 Russian adolescents, where we are just talking about 7. So that's a twofold difference. And similar differences are found in other countries as well. Perhaps it's not political, but next slide, please. There is a concept that's currently used, a so-called latent suicide or hidden suicides. These are instances of deaths with suicidal mechanisms, like accidental and cursive and italic, accidental poisoning, accidental stranglings, accidental falls from heights, accidental gunshot wounds and accidents, etc. Whether this is actually an accident or not, or it's an actual suicide, this is very hard to establish. According to a lot of researchers, the real death rate among our teens is 1.5 to 2 times higher than the registered official statistics. And there are actual causes that have to do with mistakes in qualifying the cause of death. It's sometimes very hard to identify whether it was actually a suicide or an accident. But, well, cutting stats, I have that in parentheses. There are some regions in Russia, among others, where I would say, consciously or not, they aim to qualify a lot of suicides as accidents in order to make it look better than it is. Next slide, please. If we look at the gender and the age balance, the frequency of suicides, and this is the green column, with the exception of the last one covering the entire population, is higher for rural areas versus the urban setting, and it's higher for women. Why? Why that's the case? Well, to some extent, a lack of access to qualified medical help, untimely or undiagnosed depression. There will be a multitude of factors. Next slide, please. We could identify a number of facts for suicidal behaviors in adolescents. We can start with the parents. A lack of the parents' knowledge of the existence of a hereditary predisposition to suicidal behaviors, as well as manifestations of mental health disorders. We can trace this hereditary predisposition, and the parents should be aware of the fact. It doesn't mean that having learned about this early, they need to run and do an abortion. Well, they just need to know about it. They need to know who they can turn to if there is anything suspicious in the child's behavior. Pathological situation in the parent's family. 4 options are the most common. Indifference, like the parents are completely indifferent towards their child. They care about them, whether they're struggling or not. They don't care. The child is left to their own devices. Authoritarianism, this is something that's historically typical for the Russian people, well, at least with abuse and violence. On the other hand, when the child is the idol in the family, when the child is allowed to do absolutely anything. And another form that we described, the orphan with living parents, the development of the new economy, businesses, dad's at work 24/7, the mother's also at work, and the child is left to their own devices. You would buy them toys and games, the best, the most expensive ones, but the child is always alone. And this type of loneliness and a lack of love in the kids' upbringing, they don't feel the love. Nature created love as one of the key predispositions for our existence. And if the child from their childhood did not feel real love, parents are trying to like bribe them with toys, and this has a negative impact on their development. There is a huge psychological barrier before turning to a mental expert. Even if the parents note something or see something, more often than not, they won't turn to any medical help. There are various myths. The child will be subjected to harmful injections. They'll turn him into an idiot. Complete psychological illiteracy and incomplete single-parent families. Other social factors for suicidal behaviors include an absence of a psychological component in medical exams for children and adolescents, and a low level of detection of mental disorders. And more often than not, suicides are performed by kids and adults with various forms of mental disorders. A lack of adequate knowledge on suicidal behaviors among pediatricians, school doctors, psychologists, a lack of a child-adolescent suicide service. So these have been set up, but they're not available across the board. Inappropriate media reporting on adolescent suicides. This is very contagious. After 2 girls committed suicide, I can absolutely guarantee that the next day this will be widely covered by the media, in the press. And in a day or two, there will be a number of similar suicides that are committed across the country. This is very contagious. Teenagers are like little monkeys. There's a high level of aggression and intolerance in society at large, which is aggravated by electronic and print media. Look at the series, and there's a lot of violence in the news. This is becoming a habitual, normal part of life. Let's go on. If we look at individual risk factors for suicidal behaviors in teens, well, of course, we need to talk about heredity, suicidal or psychopathological hereditary factors. Whoever is not a presenter, please mute your microphone. A negative childhood experience has also played an important role, particularly psychological, physical, or sexual abuse. Mental disorders, usually not detected in time, a low IQ level, the use of alcohol or drugs, insufficient sleep, they were overweight, or a sedentary lifestyle, and a pathological use of the internet, which is becoming particularly relevant recently. There are special clubs or groups of suicide teens that have a significant negative impact. If we look at the triggers, the trigger mechanisms of suicidal processes in teens, about half of all of the cases are aggravated by conflicts in the family. It's not about school, it's not interpersonal between boys and girls, it's all coming from the family. Half of the cases, conflicts that have to do with destructive relationships between the parents, pathological upbringing, victimization on the part of the parents, perfectionism. 50% of all of the cases, 15% of the cases are interpersonal peer conflicts, about the same, about 15% of the so-called love conflicts, unacquainted love, unexpected pregnancies, sexually transmitted diseases, etc. And another trigger that's becoming more prevalent are the media-induced suicides, and this is something that I just mentioned. Irresponsible media reporting on peer group deaths, romantically reported suicides of teen idols, celebrities, etc. Unfortunately, this is something that is very contagious. Let's keep going. If we talk about the basic on preventing suicidal behaviors in children and teens, well, these are not all of them, but I've tried to list as many as possible on the slide, but I would like to focus on a few in particular. Daily contact with your child. The child should not feel alone. They should not feel abandoned. They should not feel that nobody is interested in what's happening to them. Whatever seems important to your child, you need to respect that. Whatever you think about it, it's meaningful to the child. Like not to develop discussions with the child, discussing what's the meaning of life with your child. It's important to build an understanding that sometimes failures are just as important as successes. To take on failures, to draw your conclusions, and to move on is fundamentally important. Avoiding authoritarian and other forms of pathological upbringing, raising awareness among the parents, and the timely seeking of assistance from psychologists or psychiatrists when necessary. Talking about situations that require special attention in terms of preventing suicides on the part of the adults. These include an acute conflict with the significant caregivers, people that are particularly important in the life of the child, unrequited crushes, or bullying or cyberbullying. That's becoming particularly relevant. Objectively harsh living conditions, the loss of a loved one, personal failures against the backdrop of the high importance and value of social successes. Perfectionism is something that prevails in our society. My child must be the best. They have to be a super artist, a super math genius, etc. Unstable family situations, of course, and suicide in the microsocial environment. Preventing suicides in schools needs to play an important role, where the children spend more and more time as they get older. Of course, we need to educate school children, educate them about suicide, self-harm, and severe life events. There has to be initiatives raising awareness among the teaching staff. A psychologist needs to be a part of the school staff, a psychologist with competencies in prevention and early detection of suicide behaviors. We need to carry out preventive screenings aimed at identifying school children with a high risk of suicide behaviors. We need to raise awareness in the basics of mental health to reduce the stigmatization and promote a greater access to mental health services. At the Serbsky Center, our leading center on psychiatry and narcology, a few years ago, based on the Moscow Research Center of Psychiatry, we created a structure of the Scientific and Practical Center for Prevention of Suicides in Teens, and these are the units within the center. And they cover everything from prevention to treatment, inpatient, out-of-patient, crisis treatment, a hotline, etc. These blocks, based on our not such a long experience, they have proven to be very positive. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Boris. I think it was a very good follow-on from the introductory presentation that I had done, because you covered some similar aspects, but with further explanations and also highlighting specific factors associated with suicide risk in young people in Russia. We have a few minutes for questions. Are there any questions? You can raise your hand or include the question in the chat. I don't see a question here. I just have one question for you, Boris. You did correctly mention the risk of underreporting of suicide in young people. And could you say a little bit more about it? Do you think, or do you have evidence to indicate that underreporting of suicide is a bigger issue compared to underreporting of suicide in older people, or what would you like to say about that?
Я, пожалуй, затруднюсь сказать, где.
Well, it's hard to say whether there is. I think there is underreporting in both instances. I think it depends more on the place where it happens. Russia is a multinational country. There are some regions where suicides are categorically unaccepted. Of course, suicides occur there as well. But if a suicide occurs, they try to somehow reformulate it, present it as something different, something like that. That's the situation.
Thank you. Yeah, and obviously Russia is so much bigger than Ireland or other countries, but even within Ireland, which is a small country, we see those differences as well. So in the more remote rural areas, there's a greater risk of underreporting of suicide. So, yeah, thank you. Okay, I continue to introduce the next speaker, and Boris, I'm happy for you to introduce the subsequent speaker. So first of all, I would like to see if Professor Sarkapione is with us, because I haven't yet detected his name. No. So hopefully Professor Marco Sarcopione is still going to join us. But then I would suggest that we give space to him a little bit later on in this session. So then I would like to move on to our subsequent speaker, Professor Mikhail Reshetnikov. Are you with us? Can you maybe, let's say, open your screen?
Решетников прислал видео.
Mr. Reshetnikov sent us a video.
A video?
Yes, we can start his video now.
Okay. Yeah, so for the audience, Professor Reshetnikov is rector of the Eastern and European Institute of Psychoanalysis.
Hello, can you hear me?
And he's based in St. Petersburg. Yeah. Hello? Yeah.
Hi, Ella. Marco here. Hi, Boris.
Oh, you are here. Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't. Oh, yeah. So I'm apologies. So Boris, if it's okay, we move back to Marco. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, Marco. Can you?
Да, конечно.
Yes, of course. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Our wonderful Italian friend, the leading suicidologist in Europe, Professor Marco Sarcopione.
Yeah.
Can I?
Да.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, please.
First of all, I want to apologize for not speaking your very nice and romantic language, such Russian is. But to be honest, I only know two words in Russian. The first one is Karashov, and I hope that everything is Karashov for you. And the other one that I think, in my humble opinion, is one of the most important words between human beings is spasiba. So spasiba, Professor Olga, for inviting me to join this meeting. And a special spasiba I want to address to Professor Boris Polozzi, that is one of the most active Russian members in our section of suicide and suicide prevention inside the European Psychiatric Association. So today I have the honor to speak about suicide among adolescents. I'm trying to launch my presentation, but it doesn't work.
Okay.
I don't know why. But I already sent in the past the presentation to Professor Olga, so maybe you can open and I can.
Yeah,
perfect.
we see it. It's perfect. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So next one, please. Okay, can I have the next one? Okay, as you know, probably, the WHO, the World Health Organization, estimates that over 700,000 suicide deaths worldwide annually are. That means 1 in every 100 deaths. So the age standardized annual global suicide is 9 per 100,000 of the population. And we know that this phenomenon is 2-3 times higher in males than in females. But we have also a good news, that is that during the last 10 years, the global standardized suicide rate decreased significantly, because it decreased about 36%. You know, in 2000, the rate was more or less, the number of people who died by suicide was more or less 1 million, so 30%. That means that all the efforts we are putting in reduce, in treat, in prevent this kind of phenomenon, at least for the 30% is successful. Next one, please. Next one. Thank you. So if we look to the youngsters, we see that 3.7%, 77% per 100,000 are affected by this phenomenon, and differently between boys and girls. Globally, unfortunately, suicide is the 4th leading cause of death in youngsters, the 3rd among girls. But if we look to all the phenomenon, I mean also to the attempted suicide that is very close to suicidal completed suicide, the number increases enormously, at least 10–20% more. And we have also to consider that more or less is estimated that 30% more or less is underreported. Next one, please. So here, what the colleagues, researchers, psychologists, psychiatrists, sociologists, and so on, are doing or have done during the last years in the world. So on the left, you see the name of few study, SAILI study, of which I was the deputy coordinator, the ISPAD study, from NOC colleagues, the National Comorbidity Survey Replication, Adolescent Supplement, and so on. And you see how huge the sample were. And on the fourth column, you see the what about the suicidal ideation, and lastly, what about suicide attempt. So, as I told you, we are putting a lot of effort in order to reduce this phenomenon. Next one, please. So, basically, we can consider if we look to a classroom of more or less 25–30 pupils, at least one pupil is likely to have previously attempted suicide. At least one pupil is likely to have a severe suicidal ideation in the previous 2 weeks. And definitely from 5 to 10 pupils have experienced some kind of suicidal ideation during their lives. So as you can see, is a very huge number that affect our adolescents. Next one, please. Of course, suicidal ideation doesn't mean suicide, but you know, there is such a transition from ideation to attempt and definitely to completed suicide. We know from studies we did that approximately 1/3 of adolescents with suicidal ideation go on to develop a suicide plan. And approximately 60% of those with a planned attempt to suicide, and 1/4 definitely of adolescents who attempt suicide make another attempt within the following year. And we know that to have a previous attempted suicide is one of the most risk factors for completed suicide. Next one. Here, just an example, what is one of the most accredited theory concerning suicidal behavior. I mean, the stress diathesis model. And we suppose that we know that there are predisposing risk factors or distal risk factors towards suicide, but we also have, fortunately, also protective factors. So from the balance of predisposing and protective factors, we can design such a suicidal threshold. And if potentiating risk factors or proximal risk factors, such as a stressful life event, availability of the means, hopelessness, hesitation, and so on, act on this threshold, it could be possible that the individual goes towards suicide attempt. Next one. So coming back to youngs, why suicide prevention among adolescents? Because childhood and adolescence are crucial periods for laying and foundation healthy development and good mental health. And particularly because young people are especially at risk of creating vulnerability or developing mental health disorder as they face many new pressures. Furthermore, during this phase, it's possible to adopt different kind of behavior which are established during adolescence and often maintained into adult. And youth suicide almost always occurs in the context of an active, often treatable mental illness that has frequently gone unrecognized or untreated. This is more often than we can imagine. Believe me. So next one. So there are many ways to perform suicide prevention. Here, just an example. Next one. Basically, we can act on restricting access to lethal means, to perform gatekeepers programs in order to allow them to recognize early the sign of suicidal ideation and suicidal attempt, and of course, safety planning and case management. And we can use instruments such as awareness and skill training to be addressed to vulnerable groups, and definitely the screening, even if on the screening there are some disagreement. Next one. Concerning restricting access to lethal means, it is considered an effective universal suicide prevention strategy, and a significant association between the decline in firearm availability in household and suicide in adolescents have been reported in the United States. What we can see concerning awareness and skill training. Here are just three examples. YAM, that is Youth Aware of Mental Health, that we derived from the SAILI study. It was in a way, it consists in awareness campaign with adolescents. And participants showed half the incidence of suicide attempts, suicidal ideation. We registered an odd ratio of 0.5, that is a huge success, compared to the students in the control condition. There are also signs of suicide where the participants were considerably less likely to report a suicide, more or less 40%, than those in control group, as well as good behavior game that reduced risk for suicide ideation attempts among youth aged 19, 20 years when we compare with controls. Next one. Concerning gatekeeper programs, I can tell you only about QPR, that is Question Persuade Refer, that is a program based on the theory of Paul Kinnett in USA, that consists in changing the knowledge and attitude towards suicide, training teachers and school staff compared with controls. The C-Care is another selective intervention, as well as the screening. That has the advantage to don't increase the stress of suicidal ideation, and it could be useful to use the Columbia Suicide Screen that has a sensitivity of 0.75 and specificity of 0.83. That, you know, it's not bad. So next one, please. Concerning safety planning and case management, we can say that the EU nominating support team is more rapid, showing the more rapid decreases in suicidal ideation, suicide attempt, and improvement in functional impairments, as well as the psychotherapy. The most used is the cognitive behavior therapy, but recently also the dialectical behavior therapy. That is a derivation from cognitive behavior therapy. Are successful. Next one. So a new era is just in front of us. I mean that the new perspective are the digital intervention. They basically are based on computerized cognitive behavior therapy that improves depression and anxiety symptoms, that decrease the risk for suicide. And of course, the presence of some kind of supervision from school or mental health professionals seems to increase the efficacy of digital intervention, even if it has to be done in anonymous. And game-like interactive contents increase the level of engagement from, we can see that increase the compliance of our adolescents. And among adults, self-guided digital intervention for suicidal ideation proved to be effective immediately post-intervention, while studies among adolescents are still scarce. Next one. So, in conclusion, we have to underline the importance of considering the role of development characteristics on suicide risk and protective factors. The school-based awareness and skill training intervention that address both suicidality and underlying psychopathological and interpersonal problems are strongly recommended. The multimodal intervention in community setting show it to have a general positive impact on rates of suicide and suicidal behavior, and brief intervention for suicidal youth delivered both in the school and healthcare setting are able to improve coping strategies and emotional regulation skill. You know, the school is one of the best environment where we can address our prevention program or promotion mental health programs, because the school is the not the second, sometimes also the first house of our adolescents. They spend a lot of time there, they have a lot of relationship there, and so on. So basically, the school is one of the most best scenario where we can put our effort. Next one. There are, of course, also limitations, and only a few youth suicide prevention intervention have been assessed in the middle-income countries. We have to know more from those countries. The need for the use of more rigorous study design, the use of both short and long-term follow-up evaluation, the large inclusion of individuals belonging to vulnerable group and indigenous young people, for instance, LGBTQ, and the evaluation of programs cost effectiveness are needed. And of course, finally, digital interventions need to be further assessed because we have no data enough in order to have reliable data. So this is my next one. This is my last slide. Thank you very much. Spasiba for your attention.
Thank you very much, Marco. Really an excellent overview in just about 20 minutes. So really well done. And again, apologies that I couldn't see you. It's really great to have you here at this session. Just to see if there's any questions or comments, people can raise their hand or put it in the chat.
У меня есть не вопрос и не замечание.
I have something to say, not a question, neither a comment, but still, I wanted to state my outlook. Marco's presentation has been, as always, very interesting and informative. We've known each other for a long time, we've been collaborators, and Professor Sarkiapone is very active, always on the road, always going somewhere, in engagements with different countries, initiating different new lines of effort. So he is, of course, one of the leading European and global suicide experts. With that, let me pass the floor to Professor Reshetnikov, PhD Medicine, Doctor of Sciences, Rector of the Eastern and European Institute of Psychoanalysis in St. Petersburg, to tell us about modern specifics of suicidal behavior. It is a pre-recorded presentation, so we will be listening to a video.
Уважаемые коллеги, в 21 веке
Esteemed colleagues, the phenomenology of suicidal behavior in the 21st century has undergone certain transformations. We see qualitative changes. We must say and proclaim it as fact that the notion of desire for death, as introduced by our compatriot Sabine Filrain, is a phenomenon that is out there, but it is woefully under-researched. What do we have currently is that we are observing an increase in suicidal attempts or instances in children and adolescents. As for suicidality in children, most experts agree that this is caused by the dire state of the family as an institution, by which I mean divorce or separation from one or both parents. But the psychological umbilical cord, if I may call it so, remains tethered still, which is a problem. Then the second factor is that parents pay much less attention, as measured by time, to their kids. Affection and attention is substituted with dubious, digitally enabled leisure, movies, and inanimate gadgets. Kids become more savvy with technology as compared to adults even before they are able to read. Adolescent suicide is explained by maximalism, the heartless model in secondary and higher education, a crisis of ideals, a crisis of morals, and a lack of a clear prospect for the future, an appealing type of prospect for the future. Generally, our society is in a profound state of cognitive dissonance. Then there is a separate category of affluent families. They display pathological syndrome of been there, done that, in inverted commas. So I've had it all. Then there is another group of extremely reckless individuals who constantly get into road incidents on their posh cars, which can be regarded as another form of incompleted suicide attempts. In the 2010s, a lot of attention was drawn to so-called social media groups of death, with the hashtags that popularized suicide and different lethal means on social media. The history of psychiatry gives us a lot of evidence for the high likelihood that manic and psychotic individuals have a major urge to promote and disseminate their ideas, including vicious ideas and inhumane ideas. Sometimes they succeeded that. Just recall the Crusades or the children formations in Crusades. Before the 1980s, encounters with psychopathic killers was a rare occasion, and now, through the means of communication, we co-inhabit our homes with these psychopaths. They are so prevalent that sometimes they are regarded as a more authoritative figure in the life of a child than his negligent parents. It has been proven convincingly in child psychology that the child experiences affection not for the game itself, but for their counterpart in that game. Preschoolers, however, do not play with their parents, not with old-fashioned toys. They play with inanimate gadgets. And this merits another point. Prior to the internet, instigation to suicide used to be highly personal and usually self-interested. It was informed by a mercenary interest in seeking of inheritance estate, higher material gains, or marital advances. In our age, it is a completely new phenomenon. Instigation to suicide reaches out to complete strangers, and the only motivation for this is to pathologically please one's desire for power over the behavior of others and their lives. And this is all carried out, in essence, anonymously. We have to recognize that suicide has become fashionable in a way, and this vogue doesn't always come with definite negative assessment. We can class as suicidals such subcultures as roofing or riding on commuter trains on top of them and otherwise. In more affluent contexts, this can be in the form of extreme sports or other such activities. Now, let's speak about competitive motives. In the early 20th century, it was researched thoroughly on the data from suicide in Venice, in Wien, rather. And more prone to suicide were students of creative professions, musicians and artists. This can be described as the Lyeri insecurity, talented but not as talented as Mozart. Whereas the society as we have it today actively encourages competitiveness, but as far back as the early 20th century, Wilhelm Stekel put it really neatly, saying that the person who doesn't attempt suicide is the person who doesn't make attempts on the life of others. There are some cases where young people commit suicide right after breakups. Previously, suicides were described as individual tragedies that affected the immediate family, but we have documentation and records for very different cases now. Just recently, we had a major tragedy with flight A320 on March 24th, 2015. A pilot undergoing treatment for his disease, Andres Lutz, committed suicide by directing his plane into a mountain, taking the lives of 144 passengers and 6 of the crew members. This is a completely new manifestation of human aggression, and in its particular manifestation of a very aggressive suicidality. It's under-researched as well. The motivation is likely lies in some perverse desire for recognition, critical reevaluation of one's own personality, and a desire for notoriety, even if after death. If Mr. Lubitz committed suicide at home, barely anybody would pay attention, a couple of neighbors and the police. But now he is known worldwide, researched by thousands of experts. I cited this explanation several times already. This is an explanation of our well-known US colleague, Professor James Fox. And it was, by the way, in his interview to the Russian newspaper in 2011. Professor Fox had to say, with a heavy heart, that in the American society, there is a certain number of people that are bitter at the world around them. They are fully disillusioned. They believe their lives be ruined, and they don't want to carry on living. These people suffer from a lack of emotional support, be that from their friends, family, and the society at large. So they decide to take cruel revenge on those whom they deem responsible for their own failures, on them who ostensibly prevents them from coping with routine daily challenges. Professor Fox continues that when faced with the choice of suicide and a bloodbath, they usually do both. And I think it's typical not only in the US. In the last decade, the world has changed a lot. Computerization gave way to digitalization. Personal interactions are now on WhatsApp. Each of us is immersed into a virtual world for several hours every day. Some occupy this world continuously without interruption, and these are very severe cases. It's a completely different world, a different level of humanity, and again, it is not conceptually explained and researched yet. Anybody would understand, I hope, that this transition away from the conventional and familiar world would lead to consistent increase in neuroticism in the society, high aggression, higher protest sentiments in all their forms, including resistance to therapy. Are we ready to face that? With that, that's it. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Professor Reznikov, for this very interesting and informative presentation. As always, you bring in a person-centric and philosophical take on the issue, and it gives a lot of food for thought, not just on the current goings-on, but also to try and take a look into the future, trying to glean what to expect if we don't do anything about it. Don't try and come up with countermeasures in this regard. Thank you. With that, let me announce the next presenter, Professor Vsevolod Razanov, MD, Professor at the Department of Psychology of Health and Deviant Behavior at St. Petersburg State University. The report is titled Adolescent Suicide, Stress and Vulnerability in the Postmodern Society. So it's a logical continuation on the previous subject. Please, over to you. Thank you very much, Professor Polozhny. Hopefully you can hear me well. You are right in saying that I will be essentially picking up where the previous presenter left it, and just give me a moment to share my slides so that I can continue with my presentation. Can you see it? Yes. Perfect. Esteemed colleagues, the situation that we are faced with today presents a unique synthesis. Just a moment to make it full screen. Okay, sorted. Thank you. So the situation is dire, to tell you the truth. And we've enumerated a lot of issues that adolescents have, the risk factors, a lot of statistics. This is all true. But then the natural next step is to try and understand the why of what has happened and the why of all those changes. So this means that we are in a situation that we want to join together our knowledge and the biology of things, because there is some genetic predisposition at all times, but it doesn't happen in isolation. It happens in a social setting, which is a major factor, as well as the beliefs and views of the person, the understanding of life, their goals and aspirations, and that's where new factors come in that I'd like to describe.
I'm not going to dwell on this problem too much. We're talking about the fact that genetics play a role, but the genetic predisposition can be aggravated by early development stages that go wrong, and a lot has been written about it. We have an in-depth understanding in terms of how a human brain develops, so we know all the details, thanks to the fact that representatives of different age groups went through MRI studies, and we know how the brain morphology works. And when we turn to adolescents that for various reasons find themselves in a dire situation, because teen years have to be like the happiest in your life, when you're in great health, and then for some reason they decide to end their lives, then something must be going critically wrong. And a lot of research is devoted to the fact of identifying various structural changes in the brains of such children and adolescents. And the cognitive imbalances are often associated with that, like errors in decision-making, rigidity of thinking, and inadequacy in situational assessment, and emotional outbursts like aggression, anxiety, depressive experience on the one hand. But we shouldn't forget that the teenager lives in a modern world, a postmodern world, if you will. And I wanted to try to bring together the philosophical concepts with the neurobiological aspect. What is the postmodernist world? We understand that there is a change in the social model, the socio-informational model, and there's an increasing influence of postmodern factors that penetrate all of the life of the teenagers that now live in a completely different world. And us as the representatives of the older generations sometimes have no idea what goes on in that other world. And you can see all these emoticons at the bottom, the logos of the various means of communication that the young people relied on. And this is the world that they use to exchange their emotions. What is postmodernism? There is no single definition, but this is a result of globalization at large, leading to undermining cultural identity associated with growing inequality, various social issues, conflicts, and information wars. Family crisis that we talked about today, global rise of psychosocial stresses, and very often loss of meaning in life, and excessive rivalry, obsessiveness of information, anxiety generated by the media, the internet, and the social networks, loneliness amid overpopulation, urban overcrowding, declining social support and general pessimism. And the question is, can this affect the growth of suicides? Well, of course, it does have an effect because we can see that the gap between the parents and the children, and this was mentioned by Professor Mikhail Mihalich, children are more advanced in using these technologies, and they teach their parents. In fact, the parents have lost their role as the bearers of knowledge of how to use various tools. Children are fast and better at mastering the new technology, and this leads to the fact that there is a lack of positive role models by parents, and this is something that we also talked about today. It's a cult of aggression in movies and on TV, various suicidal sites, accessibility of examples from adult life for children, the destructive effects of advertising, the internet, television, and film. I'm not saying this is hopeless, because at the same time, there is a lot of positive information as well. But we know that the forbidden fruit is particularly attractive, and interest towards negative elements is particularly intense. What is this postmodernism about, and why is it so dangerous? The so-called postmodern pessimism. Individual freedom taken to the absurd. The idea that there is no model to follow, there is no normality. The so-called institutional deconstruction, when everything is apparently marginal and becoming mainstream very fast, particularly with the help of the media, TikTok, I don't know what else, and the various types of information exchange platforms, which are incredibly powerful. Propaganda of promotion of individualism, egoism, hedonism, moral relativism. These are complex concepts, and perhaps teenagers are not familiar with these concepts, but they are impacted by them. And when they see something like this promoted very actively, and it's very hard to resist, you can imagine what happens in their souls, their moral values. And this is something that definitely has to be taken into account. If you have a look at the way we currently understand suicide among teens, this type of postmodernism, which pushes teenagers to this boredom and fear of the future, makes them unite with their own against others. And in this sense, they form various communities, subcultural models, as per Lester, where they start to oppose the adults, they start to oppose their parents. On the other hand, chronic stress forces them to seek social support. Where would they find social support? They look for it via social media, but that's where they come up against loneliness in the crowd and a lot of conflict and a lot of bullying. So instead of getting support, they are bullied, and they become victims of conflicts. And this is correlated with interpersonal model put forward by Joyner. Consumerism is something that we've talked about, but postmodern culture stimulates consumerism, drives competition, individualism, materialism, as opposed to collectivism and spirituality. And the modern economic model that we all live in, the global economic model, is also built on constant consumption. And promoting consumption, if you don't consume, the entire economic model is going to collapse. So these are all interrelated. On the one hand, this is more or less acceptable for adults, those that understand the barriers, but it's very difficult for teenagers that find themselves in this need for consumption, consumerism, individualism, competition, and over exaggerating the value of achieving success. Previous speakers talked about the fact that teenagers cannot accept failure because they're constantly being told that they have to succeed. This is what Professor Falasha was talking about. So they have to deal with unjustified expectations and inevitable frustration as a result. And we know how much that means for suicidal behaviors. And then the question arises, we see that there's an increase in teenage suicides. Suicides among adults are going down at the same time. teenage suicides are not going down, and that's a serious problem. Perhaps this philosophic transition that is then picked up by various cultural social media flows, could that be a reason for the fact that some modern adolescents experience a higher level of stress compared to their peers 40 or 50 years ago? Not to mention that essentially there are new mental disorders and addictions that are becoming prevalent. Internet addictions. Internet is becoming an amazing tool for all sorts of addictions, social media addiction, gadget addiction. I really like this caricature, Cats, who depicts the modern world in this type of form. And it makes it all very clear. You don't really need a lot of words. I represent the Department of Deviant Behavior. So what are we seeing today? Postmodernism pushes towards deviation because it takes out the norm. It makes marginal self-worthy. There's no more center. Any deviation is becoming the center. This leads to the atomization of society. It provides an expanded interpretation of individual rights and deviant minorities. At the same time, traditional prohibitions against certain forms of behavior are lost, and pathological urges are now not condemned. The right to use psychoactive drugs, pathological compulsions and addictions, sexual deviations, and self-harm, this is now allowed. And the right to suicide is when it's given a certain meaning, either cultural or political, this has a very significant impact on the teenagers. I remind you the words of Professor Norman Sartorius. He pointed out that the right to die instead of the duty to live is now promoted. If it means something for the elderly, for the heavily sick elderly people, well, you need to understand that teenagers are also impacted by these thoughts. So we're talking a lot about risk-taking. The most modern culture pushes towards risk-taking. It's a kind of a response of the young generation to reject their own life, neglect their life and health for these momentary pleasures and these negative emotional experiences that the adolescents risk. They become rooted in this postmodernist perception of reality with its pessimism, meaninglessness, and lack of truth. I'm not trying to say that this is something that's come about very recently. Teenagers of any age rebelled against their ancestors with their tradition, and it's a part of growing up and developing your own identity. But never before, this generational divide, this generational gap has never been so deep. Postmodern teenagers are not just breaking away from their families, they're breaking ties with the culture and the historical experience at large. They're rejecting the lessons of the humanity past. They become deprived of the genetics in the collective consciousness, and they're left with the world one-on-one, the ultimate loneliness. So when this interaction of neurobiological mechanisms of stress vulnerability with the social psychological situation of postmodernism offers an explanation of the observed global trends among adolescents in terms of suicide. This is the model that we published recently in some monography called Stress, Genetics, and Suicides. And there are three key points here. On the one hand, modernization, progressivism, and loneliness on the bottom. This is everything that's characteristic for genetics. So when genes don't change, but their response profile changes. And then in the center, social stresses, subjectively perceived stresses, and personality and behavior. We can't say that this is the leading mechanism, but we can't exclude this biological impact in the context of what I've been talking about. Stress is one of the most important factors that has an impact on teens. Responding to stress is a key psychological and biological mechanism which either helps you to overcome the stress or not. And then the result, more often than not, is the will to leave this life, to interrupt this flow of consciousness, of constant stress, which is incredibly painful. At this, I would like to end my presentation. This is our small group of my postgraduate student and myself, and this is what we've been working on for the last few years. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Действительно, продолжающим. Или...
Okay, Boris, you go first. Yeah, you go first. Yeah.
Расширяющим вот предыдущую тему, причем именно с конкретных.
We're going to build on this previous topic. We're going to look into the role of harm of postmodernism in the modern condition and its impact on teens and vulnerability in this situation. This information is incredibly valuable, important, and interesting. It doesn't just require us to contemplate on it, but it's definitely a call to action. It requires an effort on our part to develop the solutions. We can't change our society. We can't change the consumption society. We can't change the postmodernism society, but we need to find a way, at least for some of the people that we can help. Thank you so much. And the last presentation for today's session, features of suicidal behavior of adolescents using psychostimulants and the influence of their microsocial environment on the course of the disease, a joint presentation from Dr. Andrei Buchner. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, who is the senior lecturer of the Department of Psychology and Pedagogy with a course of psychotherapy at the Tyumen State Medical University, and Professor Pavel Zotov, a well-known professor, head of the Department of Oncology at the Tyumen State Medical University, and the head of the Siberian School of Preventive Suicidology and Deviantology. Who is going to make the presentation? Dr. Buchner. Apologies, my internet isn't working. I'm now connecting via my phone, my cell phone. So it's not the best setup. Apologies for that. I've been struggling with the internet all day. I was hoping to fix it, but 2 minutes before I had to come on, it got disconnected again. I would like to thank so much all of the organizers. Thank you for the honor of reporting on the results of our study on behalf of myself and on behalf of Professor Zotov. Thank you so much to all of our colleagues for this platform, this opportunity to share some new data, as well as to listen to other presentations. The photographs that I'm going to use in my presentation, we made these photographs ourselves, or we took them from children's social media. Apologies that I'm connecting via my phone. Could we please go on to the next slide? The relevance of the problem, the reason why we think that suicides are linked to the abuse of substances like psychostimulants are particularly relevant is because these are becoming very widespread. And on this photograph here, you can see that's a site where teens or adults that abuse drugs, they can order drugs and then they can be hired as well. They hire people to sell drugs. The problem with psychostimulants is that the composition changes and police dogs can't always identify the new drugs. And not all of the narcological labs have the opportunity to identify drug substances in the patients. The next slide, please. On this photograph, you can see some teenagers that were the subject of our study. The study was, well, I just wanted to talk you through the methodology of our research at the rehab center. the Stages project, where kids are taken out of their social environment for 3 months. They are constantly observed 24/7 by teachers, narcologists, addict experts. They are given physiotherapy, daily sports, and they're visited by representatives of various patriotic or religious organizations. This program also includes individual and group work with psychologists and psychotherapists for each of the kids. This way, this teens are constantly in touch with us, so we try to build trust with them. And this way, we're able to get additional information on their lives, their motives, their addiction, their way of life. Next slide, please. On the slide, we've indicated our working methods. Again, 3 months of isolation. We take them out of their social environment. We use the theories of Klein and the principles of Francois Dolto, Milton Erickson. At the bottom, this is a comparison versus published data. On the left-hand side, we often talk about suicides resulting from undivided love, conflicts with parents and friends, fear of the future, loneliness and hopelessness. The patients that were admitted to our center, we're talking about other reasons for their suicidal attempts. Number one is conflicts with parents. Boris, you talked about this already today, that the biggest percentage is accounted for by conflicts with parents. Number two is fear of punishment for doing something illegal. Well, because drug abusing teens almost constantly are in trouble with the law because they need to seek out drugs to continue to support their addiction. And very often they have to break the law. Number three is trying to avoid school or work. Because these are teens, they think that going to school or going to work is not a must, that they can get finances some other way. They're proud of their illegal actions. And if you ask them how they make their money, more often than not, they'll steal from shops, from shopping malls, and they talk about earning up to 1,000 to 1,500 rubles. They know that if they're caught, then they just throw them out because, well, they steal like coffee or sausage. They sell it at a discount of 50%. They take frequently, but not a lot, not to be charged with a criminal offense, and they know about it. And this romanticism that they experience, like drug abuse, suicidal inclination, to some of them, this is something that is romantic in a way. The next slide, please. Social data. Have a look at each of these photographs. These are the teens that we work with. The age of the teens is from 14 to 16 years old. 93% of these teens come from single-parent families, orphans as well. The divorce, death of one or both parents, or parental rights being taken away from the parents because they are either present or abusing substances. 95% have siblings, a maximum of 6 in the families that we observed, each of the kids from different mothers, and the mother was an alcoholic and then she committed suicide. Clearly, these 6 kids, they got no upbringing, and unfortunately, all of them were in a group of risk or were already abusing drugs or alcohol. 61%, there's a bad heredity, like close relatives abusing drugs or having committed suicide. 28%, almost 1 in 3 received some kind of treatment in a drug treatment facility, and 1 in 5 received treatment in psychiatric hospitals, mostly for running away from home or from being out of control and aggressive in a social setting, usually at an orphanage, when the kid was aggressive and the teachers could not control the teen. 3% of the children have their own kids born out of wedlock, and these will have been taken away from them by social services, probably to be sent to an orphanage later on. 60 teenagers were examined, 77% were males, 23% were females. Narcologically, 100% of these teenagers consumed alcoholic beverages, 61% talked about using cannabinoids, 54% synthetic drugs or psychostimulators, and 4% talked about inhaling volatile solvent vapors. 92% talked about problems with academic achievements. None of them went to school mostly. They think that they go like once a week. They think that they are attending school. In actual fact, they weren't. 83% of them were registered with the police for theft, robbery, armed theft, under influence, stealing cars. And this type of behavior, this is something that they're proud of when they talk about how they earn their money. They talked about working for it. So if they took money from somebody who's younger or stole it from there, they've earned it. They think earning it is how they refer to it. It's a point of pride for them. 71% talked about conflicts at home or in school. And number one is conflicts at home, as Boris talked about a bit earlier. Next slide, please. What is death? If you ask them what death is, because they're young, because their psyche isn't formed fully, let's have a look at their answers. And they rank by the most frequent. There's no fear of death. All of these definitions are very soft in a way. They say it's when somebody's in a coffin, that's death, or when the man is no longer there, or when you lose your sentence, it's rebirth, it's going to another world, it's when you're buried, disappearing into nowhere, it's nothing, it's just a dream, cardiac arrest, cessation of pain or fear. If you ask them, are you afraid of death, 51% say that they're not afraid, but, well, I'm not sure to what extent they're honest. They are often told that drugs kill, you're going to die. And we think that a lot of them are formally afraid. After the suicide, they first go to psychiatric hospitals, and then we receive teenagers after they've been released, after treatment. They either don't turn for medical support. On these photos, on the images at the bottom of the slide, you can see they've cut their arms, and these are old scars. The leftmost photo, they have newer scars as well. If you compare it with published data in terms of suicide attempts, hanging, falling from height, teenagers that abuse drugs, psychoactive drugs, using piercing cutting objects is the first cause, overdose and drug poisoning. Overdose is something that's sometimes accidental. They lose control of themselves, and sometimes this is not intentional. They are under the impact of drugs up till some psychotic state, and very frequently this has an impact on their behaviors. Next slide, please. If we were to compare data with American data, it's hard for me to read on my phone. Data by Schneidman, we try to compare it against our observations, sometimes I would say that suicide is the only way out of intense suffering, but if they are under drugs, they're talking about manipulating their environment, turning off consciousness, stopping mental pain for teens that's abuse, psychic substances. They're talking about continuing to get alcohol or drug relaxation. This is the key cause for them. They even call themselves, if you talk to them, they very often call themselves those that love to get high. We love to get high. We live for getting high. There is no other goal in life for us. From 16 to 18 years of age, these teens that we're still in touch with after they've been released, a lot of them talked about, well, they talk about it this very openly. They just want to get high. They're not interested in anything else in life. Well, some of them at least, a lot of them, in fact.
Then we have generalized suicidal emotions in blue. And unlike what treatment says, like helplessness and lack of prospects, our observations show that this is confidence in acting in the correct way, so your behavior is correct. And teenagers told us that if we, the doctors, don't do what I, the teenager, want, I'll go upstairs, I'll jump from the second or third floor, and you'll have to wheel me around in a wheelchair with all the liability that you'll face. So it's about manipulation. And then the leading action here, the dominant action, is taking down barriers to continue seeking pleasure. We believe that substances affect the human psyche in such a way that severe pathologies manifest really fast in the form of anxiety, elevated fear, lack of self-control. It's not in this slide, but sometimes sexual behavioral disorders are very prevalent. Skin desensitization, also a thing. Or, well, you might have seen it on the web, people going out in the street during cold weather without any clothes on. That's usually drug substance users. And if we look at Russian research, for example, Yelena Vrona says that kids with suicidal tendencies face perceivably challenges too hard to overcome, misery too deep to get out of, and loneliness too extreme to tolerate. But in our observations, a lot of teenagers believe themselves to be really smart, especially street smart, because they have to deal with law enforcement. Then they really take pride in the successes of their shoplifting and such, and they project this to continue into the future without any expectation of negative outcomes. We use the 12-step system. It's not ideal. We know that it has its flaws, but in this case, we believe that it's the most effective given the circumstance, because we can address and process bitterness, guilt. To the left, you can see it too. The cross, and to the right as well. These are criminal marks. To the right, that was the heart. For suicidal tendencies and substance abuse, our protocol is to isolate the patient from their negative surrounding. Then we instill new values into them that promote higher adjustment. So we promote correct ideas. Then we try to provide role models. Usually these are kids of single mothers, and adolescents pick out a role model out of the male part of our staff, which facilitates promotion of values greatly. Then another important factor is lack of persons in the immediate surrounding that can be manipulated. Our staff is properly trained. They do not fall for manipulations, and it's an important step. There are a lot of threats, self-cutting and such, but if you do not go along with it, it never happens, usually, and happily. And then we isolate them from their long-standing conflicts, which also minimizes aggression. In closing, decreased conflict intensity with the environment prevents suicide. Quitting substance use is an effective means of prevention. Codependent patients or accompanying dependencies with drug use must be addressed as well. New role model, a very important thing. For example, we had this girl patient with a miserable family, alcoholics among parents, drug users among brothers. So they had to escape home, and this was definitely a psychological defense. So point 4 is role model, so that there are adjustments to mimic, and then the other conclusion is that suicidal behavior when drug use is in place is different from suicidal behaviors in other groups of non-drug users. Here is a correspondence with our graduate. Fortunately, I'm not able to read it out for you, but for those who are in Russian, you can see that her friends, well, she got a new set of friends, new environment, and she's really appreciative of our help and giving her a brighter outlook on life. Once again, apologies for joining you with my smartphone. But at any rate, thank you for having me. Thank you very much, Professors Polorzny and Arensman. Hopefully, I was able to communicate some of our findings. Thank you. Thank you for this very interesting presentation. And it's really down to earth, which is always great. We've exhausted the time of our session. We are coming on a break of 45 minutes. But before that, I would like to thank the organizer of this outstanding Congress. You know, it's really comprehensive. We address a lot of aspects in our life, challenges, lives of adolescents and children. Thank you to the President of the Union for Mental Health, Dr. Tryushnikova. Highly commendable what you've been doing. Thank you also to Professor Ella Arensman. Thank you for finding the time in your busy schedule to join us and make a presentation. Thank you also to all presenters, because all reports have been really informative, useful, and once again, highly appreciated. Now, after the break, so in 45 minutes, we'll continue with the session chaired by Professor Razanov, from whom you've heard already. So that's going to be your chair for the second part, and I am confident that it will be as relevant, as interesting, and as useful as this one. Thank you very much, and see you back at 3 p.m. Moscow time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Мы в эфире.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги, уважаемые
Hello,
слушатели.
colleagues, dear participants. We continue with our plenary sessions on prevention of suicidal behavior in adolescents. A huge field, a complex field, and we continue with 6 reports after this break. We have the time until 4:30, but Professor Lyubov wasn't able to join us, unfortunately. So, with your permission, let me go straight to the next presentation. And this is a report on prevention of suicidal behavior in adolescents in Zabaykalsk region, presented by Professor Olga Vasyutina. Thank you very much for presenting me like this. Let us bring up the slides. The Zabaykalsk region is an administrative district in the Russian Federation. It includes the Russian Far Eastern and Siberian areas. As is typical in the Russian Far East, we are faced with a challenging demographic and economic situation. We have a lot of negative factors taking their effect, especially in the rural areas. Low SES, high prevalence of alcoholism and alcohol abuse. Suicide as a problem has been relevant for this region for several decades. Starting from 1993, for 2 years, this area has been among the regions with excessive death rate caused by suicide, with 60 people per 100,000. Ongoing monitoring of suicidal attempts and completed suicides in the region has been in place since 2012. In the recent decade, we have observed decreased suicide lethality, which is in line with the national trend. It is also a positive effect of improved mental health services in the region. In 2015, we had 15.1 suicides per 100,000. In 2020, it has decreased by almost 43%, standing at 28.7 for 100,000. So today, our region is classed among the regions with the medium suicide rate. These are the charts comparing the national levels and our regions. Suicides among minors or underage persons is still relevant and challenging. In this regard, we are still classified as high suicide rate area, standing at 4.9 suicides for 100,000 as of 2012. It ranks second together with the Republic of Buryatia after the Altai Republic. Here is the chart. Zabaykalsky Krai and Buryatia, cyan and green at the bottom. Suicide rate in the ages from 0 to 17 in 2012 totaled 4.8 per 100,000 in 2020, which is 5 times higher than the national average and 2 times higher than the regional average for the Russian Far Eastern region. In the recent 5 years, 93 kids died to suicide. 70 of them belonged to the age group 15 to 17 years of age. Other 23 kids were in the group under 14. Suicides in underage kids are shown in this chart. In minors, we see a prevalence of male suicides, accounting for 74.2%, whereas the females accounted for 25.8%, giving you the ratio of 2.8 to 1. Here is the distribution of lethal means. These are complete suicides, and mostly we have hangings. Another high share is falls from a height. Other lethal means are not as prevalent. These high rates must be decreased through a comprehensive approach. So, addressing the challenges, including for children and adolescents. In light of this, we've begun work in a number of areas. First, we are enhancing our emergency service operations based at our district clinical psychiatric hospital. And in the recent 5 years, the social help service was reached out to by 4,000 people. Out of them, 1,370 kids, 1,278 adolescents. Then there is the hotline that increases access, especially for kids who live in remote rural areas. It is objectively harder for them to utilize psychiatric services because social services and child protection services cannot timely reach these regions, so the hotline gives help by providing alternatives, coping with difficult situations, and the hotline took over 18,000 calls. Each attempt leading to a hospitalization is then followed up with a psychiatric consultation and a referral to the crisis service, as well as inpatient treatment where needed. The second line of effort is to improve interagency cooperation, especially those that are responsible for prevention. This is for underage persons with in crisis situations and suicidal tendencies. It's a huge scope within our interagency cooperation. The way it is set up now provides for joint action plans. This includes one-on-one adjustment treatments with patients, families, and their social environments. And for completed suicides, we follow up with the family, their social environment, and we involve crisis service staff and other prevention professionals. The third line of effort is aimed at prevention of crisis situations, enabled by setting up an effective system for monitoring of self-harm and suicidal attempts. Starting in 2019, we began a pilot ran by WHO together with the Urals Federal District and Northern Caucasus Federal District. This effort continues in 2021, and we deliver ongoing trainings with WHO toolkits to improve the monitoring that we have so that we are able to achieve standardized approaches. In 2019 and 2020, even in the pandemic situation, the curators and leads for this project have been in close cooperation, including through online communications with WHO and other pilot regions. We pulled our efforts in order to achieve our goals, and we held online conferences almost every month. Here are our achievements. We signed a cooperation agreement among all pilot regions. We designed and adopted a single monitoring metrics list, the so-called statistical map. From April 1st, 2012, the Ministry of Healthcare in the Balkayski area issued a decree on enhancing the monitoring and prevention for suicide in the region. It validates the monitoring efforts. It provides instructions to the health institutions that are managed by the Ministry of Healthcare that provide different medical services, including emergency services. And then job descriptions were amended appropriately and process owners were assigned. In Kandinsky Psychiatric Hospital, a dedicated unit was set up for monitoring self-harm and suicide. Local curators engage with the healthcare professionals in the healthcare network to provide for early identification, to disseminate guidance, to improve record keeping and collection of data from ambulance workers, from healthcare in general, from psychotherapists and psychiatrists to better report self-harm and suicide attempts. We also do awareness raising so that more people know about the hotline and other counter-suicide services. Quarter by quarter, we analyze the statistics for both kids and adolescents and adults. The single set of parameters is used where we look at social demographic factors, medical factors, intentions, and as we carry out the analysis as applied to underage people, we found that our streamlining efforts allowed us to improve reporting performance, which in turn allows us to improve our prevention and delivery of timely help to children in need. When analyzing parasuicides in the region, we saw that the gender ratio is 1 to 3.5, with more females. And in most cases, these were repeated self-harm activities. So 37.5% were kids under 14 and 62.5% in the age group 15 to 17 years of age. Here is a pie chart of lethal means. Mostly, almost 50% was self-cutting, 30% use of overdose, 9% was hanging, and the rest was others. Analyzing post-suicidal state, we saw that 24% of patients were critically predisposed towards the event. In 45% of cases, we could establish the analytical post-suicidal type. Then we had 25% of manipulative cases, and we identified the dangerous suicidal fixation only in 1.5% of cases. So that's where the focus of prevention is going to be, because these are the children that are still uncertain they want to continue to live. When we analyzed post-suicide cases, we saw that prior to the suicide attempt, most of the cases reached out to any means of help. Only 20% tried to get help. In suicidal acts and self-harm acts, we saw that 98% of kids do not have any impairments or invalidity. Clinically, most minors, 75% of children and 55% of adolescents, manifested borderline psychological pathology. Usually this is due to severe stress leading to misadaptation, combined disorders of behavior and personality. This enabled us to identify typical factors of suicide risk through monitoring of self-harm behaviors. So now I'm going to give you a profile of the suicidal child. It's a female child that engage in self-harm during the evenings or nights, usually at home or with their relatives. And for 25% of relevance, we can attribute this to alcohol abuse. And as for means, usually this is cutting or overdose. That's the generalized profile in our region. With that, I'm done. Thank you. Thank you very much for this detailed and interesting presentation. And this is not just a pleasantry. I've been really attentive and enjoyed it. We have a couple of minutes for questions, so if we have anybody online with a question, the floor is open. If no one has a question, let me ask one. My first question is this. You mentioned statistics on completed suicides, and you spoke about ongoing monitoring. Does this mean that you have monthly data, not just year-on-year data? Yes, even more granular. We have daily reports that are processed, but then they are analyzed quarterly. For parasuicides, we work together with our colleagues. So that's done on the interagency level. Our prevention is focused on both parasuicidal cases and their families, because the key thing here is to identify the root causes. It's never the case that we leave anybody behind. Okay, I hear you. Thank you. So you have monthly data and even more granularity. Could you comment on the effects of the pandemic? Any changes that you've observed? We looked into this specifically. We monitored these parameters as well, whether exposure to COVID affected suicidal activities. But there were no changes in the beginning of the pandemic. There was no spike in suicidal activities. Mostly we had anxiety, hotline calls caused by other problems related to COVID, but not suicide. Okay, thank you. And a follow-up, if I may. I'm very impressed with your efforts for suicide attempts. You spoke about routing and the mechanisms that you have in place. But do you do any follow-up? And what's the follow-up period after the intervention? Do you have any periodicity in checking in with the adolescent? Absolutely. That's absolutely the case. We have the follow-up. And for each case, we have a rehabilitation roadmap. So as psychiatrists, psychologists, and psychotherapists, we give this roadmap to the local facility near the place of residence. So this could be an educational institution. This could be a school therapist. So yes, we'll look at it and we trace the outcomes after the intervention. It's very important for us to prevent repeated suicide attempts. Thank you. Really impressive results. And we'll continue to follow your progress. Next, let me give the floor to Professor Timur Bulatov of Bashkortostan. Professor Ilgiz Timur Bulatov is Professor and Chief Doctor of the State Republican Clinical Psychotherapy Center and Chair of the Psychotherapy Department in the local university. I see that you're online, so over to you. Okay. I am online. Can you see me well? It's all fine, thank you. So let me begin then. I'm sharing my slides. So, I'm going to talk to you about the new organizational model for prevention of adolescent suicides in the Republic of Bashkortostan, part of Russia. First, I'd like to give you a breakdown of our geography and national composition. The Republic of Bashkortostan is part of the Privolzhye Federal District. Its population is over 4 million people. Out of them, 2/3 live in urban settings, 1/3 lives in a rural setting. We have multiple ethnicities, more than 90. Over 80% is Russians, Bashkir people, and Tatar people. We have a lot of Mari people, Udmurt people, and Ukrainians. Other ethnicities account for about 1%. So we have some unique experiences in working with suicide attempts. The case is that for the first time in Russia, our republic established a stand-alone psychotherapy service. So it was carved out of the psychiatric service in 2011. So we've been in operation for a decade now. The intention was to destigmatize interventions for suicidal persons. The existing intervention procedure for most Russian regions means that help will be delivered by psychiatrists, psychotherapists, and medical psychologists as part of the psychiatric service within the healthcare system. In light of certain aspects in the mindsets, fear of denunciation, fear of official record keeping that has to do with psychiatry, we have to operate independently. There was a dedicated department in the psychiatric hospital, but we faced a lot of challenges in terms of outreach and engagement, for example, with parent committees, because we were turned down a lot of times. If it's not chronic, if it's not severe, if it's just some misadjustment, then it's really hard to commit a person to inpatient treatment. That's why we decided to set up a psychotherapeutical service. It has 3 tiers as an organization. The first tier is outpatient. The first level is city-level centers. These are outpatient services as part of polyclinics. And then there are inpatient facilities, semi-inpatient and full inpatient. The third level is Republic level, 280 beds for full inpatient and 216 beds for semi-inpatient. You can see it in the slide in aggregate. We have a hotline as well. And the benefit of this is that the hotline, as it was set up 10 years ago, was designed under the auspices of Strong Family Project initiated by United Russian Nation. It's sponsored by Beeline, the telecom operator, which means that we operate it free of charge. If you make a call, you are not charged either. Apart from the Ministry of Healthcare, our center into psychiatric hospitals, there is access for the Ministry of Youth Policy and municipal centers of social mental health. So it's multi-channel. It means that it's always online, even if some calls are as long as 2 hours or even longer. This hotline is also connected to the emergency number 112 in Russia. So if you are already on the ledge, we do our best to identify the location, and we can use a parallel line to call for emergency services, which has enabled us to prevent a lot of deaths, especially among adolescents. I mentioned the issue of destigmatization and the reasoning behind it. The situation was that people didn't go to psychiatrists. They used pseudo-medicine, they went to pseudo-experts, and the interventions that they received were dubious. On top of that, there was no monitoring or follow-up. So if you compare it to an iceberg, only the tip of the iceberg worked with psychiatrists, but we were able to buck this trend. Our Ministry of Health issued an order in 2019 adopting a routing or triage procedure for psychiatric help to adults. Our Republican Center for Psychotherapy has its own methodology department dedicated to suicides. Naturally, it goes beyond psychotherapy. It also involves psychiatry and addiction treatment. So that's the flowchart for routing or triage for our joint work. If there is a chronic case with a mental disorder, or if the current state requires certain inpatient conditions, then these cases are referred to the emergency unit at the psychiatric hospital. If it is possible to accommodate the person within our center, which is 95% of cases, or 96 even, then we accept these people on site. When we speak about substance abuse or alcohol abuse, these people are referred to the narcology organization, staffed with its own addiction experts and therapists. All these people are covered with continual professional development. From top to bottom, we have outpatient section divided by age. Then we have semi-inpatient. So these are stay during the day or rehabilitation units. Last but not least, we have 2 parts in our inpatient section. One is for children, and as for adolescents, we accommodate cases in psychotherapeutical department or other departments if there is an overflow. We believe this is the correct approach because it's really hard to maintain a dedicated adolescent section. We try to not accommodate more than 5 or 6 adolescents in one section, because for crisis situation, well, that's a different thing. We also do a lot working with mobile crews. So our staff go to work on each case of completed suicides, and we are also able to cover almost 80% of suicide attempts. We reach out to the immediate family for completed suicides. If it's in an incomplete intent, we work with the adolescents and for their immediate surroundings as well. Here is the children's and adolescents sections. These are standalone buildings. This is a former kindergarten. It was completely revamped so that it now has sections for kids after abuse. We cooperate with the Prosecution Committee of the Russian Federation in law enforcement for that. And then there is a separate unit for crisis situation and a separate unit for borderline states and borderline disorders of different etiologies, including after suicide attempts. So outpatient, inpatient, and semi-inpatient. These are different stages that have their own special approaches. For outpatient, there is a mandatory screening by both the psychiatrist and the psychotherapist, as well as a medical psychologist. Where necessary, the patient is also referred to a neurologist.
Psychometric stage, I'm not going to dwell on this in too much detail. You can see the listed methodologies that are used to not just identify the risk of a suicide, but individual peculiarities, emotional peculiarities that might lead to suicide attempts, etc. Functional diagnostics is also applied. We've got monitoring overnight. We've got polysonographic types of analysis, ultrasound, Doppler tests, and a number of other methods like transmagnetic stimulation. In-person treatments include psychodiagnostics, physiotherapy methods that are widely used. Our efforts led to an increase in borderline mental disorders, and very often journalists ask why? Why is there an increase? And I have to explain that that's actually a good trend, that from the green zone, we've managed to identify the patients that need help, need mental support. We've been working for a decade now. Back in 2016, we've opened our municipal units, and starting from 2017, there is a significant increase in the amount of mental disorders identified. It all boils down to timely, accurate, qualified diagnostics. And this is something that's a big issue for rural settings. When our experts are starting to work with those type of patients, there is a significant increase in amount of identified instances of mental disorders. There is a significant decrease in suicides. If back in 2012, our republic was leading in this negative rating in Privolzhsk region and was number 5 across the nation, 42 per 100,000. Now, the trend is one of the best in the Russian Federation in terms of a reduction in the amount of suicides. Of course, we're not yet at the national average level, but there are some ethnical, cultural, economic, and other factors that make it not always possible, but yet we're seeing a more than twofold reduction. We're now 5th for the Volga Federal District and 20th across Russia. The positive experience gained enabled us to, for the first time in the Russian Federation, to approve a roadmap, an action plan, a state program aimed at the prevention of suicidal behaviors, including among children and teens, and for the general population at large. It's a big manual. It's 86 pages long, including all of the ministries. We developed, it took us 4 years to develop. There was a lot of resistance. There was a lot of confusion. And of course, not everything that we wanted to include was included into the final action plan, but still it's a huge step forward, and we're making tremendous progress towards addressing the issue. According to this roadmap, all of the ministries, all of the official institutions that are the stakeholders and need to interact, they are interacting. We have set up communication. Our experts make more than 40 visits to the various regions of the Republic per year. These are organizational events, plus our mobile team on a practically daily basis is always going out to places where suicides are committed or attempts are registered. This is the map from 2012 to 2020, and you can see the change in the situation in the Republic of Bashkortostan. You can see it becoming greener and more yellow versus being red at the beginning. What you can see here is a list of the target indicators of the action plan, medical indicators. There is over 40 KPIs in total that we managed to achieve based on the results of our effort last year. We needed to reduce the level of suicides to 28.3. We brought it down to 16.4. So we overachieved the set goal. The percentage of teens covered by corrective stress management sessions, 70%, together with psychologists, municipal centers, our own psychotherapists in a daily format. Unfortunately, the pandemic and the COVID situation slowed down this offline efforts. We're more shifting to online now, but in the summer, we held some offline sessions as well. Up until the summer vacation, and now in September, there are limitations as well being imposed. So we have to transfer to online. Psychotherapeutic visits over 52,000, 4,000 cases of daycare, 4,000 hospitalizations, and some 180,000 people received psychological support. The share of experts that went through professional trainings on preventing suicide, approximately 1,600 people per year. The key principles for the organization of suicidal support and prevention in the Republic is identifying independent psychotherapy services to carry out the function of coordinating suicidological care, the establishment of a system of psychotherapeutic care at various levels of medical care. It's a multi-level system that I talked about, integration of psychotherapeutic care into the overall somatic network. The municipal center of the second level, it's a unit within a multi-profile hospital system. The principle of consolidating the action of executive authorities across all levels, and a well-developed interaction algorithm between all of the services responsible for mental health. Of course, this would not have been possible if we did not have the right people. And we did have some resource issues. And in order for us to be able to achieve today's level of 60% of staffing, and at our head office, it's 92%, so we're fully staffed. Starting from the 1st of September 2016, a department of psychotherapy was set up on the basis of our center, the Republican Clinical Psychotherapy Center, which I head. As part of this department effort, we have professional retrainings, advanced trainings, including various trainings for continued medical indication, a lot of the sessions for therapists, for general practitioners. Several hundred people per year go through these trainings. The development of a network of psychotherapeutic institutions is a major task in the modernization and the upgrade of the psychiatric service when we're now more patient-focused, so we're destigmatizing mental support. We're taken out of the gray zone, sometimes even the black zone, into the white zone. The amount of patients that require assistance, and we provide this assistance in line with all of the regulatory documents and the norms that are set. And this opens the pathway to creating an integrative model of suicidology care and predetermines the solution of a lot of preventive and medical social health issues. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much. It was very impressive, Professor Timur Bulatov. It's an incredible effort. It's a very well thought through system, in fact. And at the end, I guess we'll come back to this to discuss it in a bit more detail. Perhaps we have some questions from our participants. Professor Ilgis Timur Bulatov has reported on this on a number of occasions. At some point, he mentioned, particularly when regarding to teens, a lot of suicides are latent, as they say, because they are stigmatized in the eyes of the parents and the society at large. Are you dealing with the internal affairs systems at all? What is the share of these self-harms with undetermined motives? And not just in Russia, this problem, about 30 to 40% are unreported suicides. In fact, those qualified as hidden suicides. Yes, it is in fact a huge issue. Self-harm with undetermined motives. So when we start to work with it, the level of suicides was 42 per 100,000 of the population. Self-harm with undetermined motives accounted for approximately 90 out of 100,000 and even more. The level of suicides today is 16.4. Self-harm with undetermined motives adds about 12. So we can increase it twofold, considered to be at the level of 12. Of course, this is a significant issue. We understand that these are latent suicides, but we are trying to disclose them as much as possible. Unlike a lot of the other subjects of the Russian Federation, self-harm with undetermined motives, it's not a threefold or a twofold increase versus the official level of suicide. We're working together with the prosecution authorities, together with the investigation authorities, and setting up a service that would be independent from psychiatric services would help us to significantly destigmatize the issue. And people are not afraid to turn to us, and not afraid of subsequent limitations in terms of employment or other problems they might face. Thank you so much. This is very important that there is a decrease, and even a bigger decrease than for suicides per se. And this is something that you definitely need to include into your presentation as a recommendation for the future. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now the floor goes to Dr. Gennady Bannikov, senior researcher of our center, Serbsky Federal State National Medical Research Center in Moscow. He's going to talk about the algorithms for early detection of students at risk for suicidal behavior. As far as I understand, it was a pre-recorded video, so I'm going to ask our technical service to please press play, if I'm not mistaken. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. So the topic of my presentations are the algorithms and technologies for early detection of risk groups for suicidal behaviors. The World Health Organization emphasizes the necessity to identify not just the long-term risk factors, but the short-term risk factors as well. Taken into account this recommendation, we developed an algorithm that I would like to talk about in more detail. This technology was developed back in 2015 when we set the theoretical foundation for identifying both the long-term and the short-term risk factors. Over the course of 2016 and 2017, leading up to 2019, we carried out regular testing, sampling, screening of teenagers that go to school in Moscow. Not just Moscow took part in the study, was also Irkutsk, the Leningrad region, and the Chukotka Autonomous District. The technologies included such aspects as training for specialists, front-end testing based, well, I'll talk about the results in a little bit, individual examinations, individual testing was carried out both by our center experts and by psychologists that we trained. And of course, we offered the methodological support. This was all part of the technology. The theoretical and the methodological justification of applying this technology. Recently, there has been a lot of theory emerging on the development of suicidal behaviors. The 21st century brought about a lot of theory, but there is still no single explanation of why people commit suicides. This is a task that our future generations are still going to face as one of the most relevant issues. In our study, we focused on the complex of narratively crisis model development of suicidal behaviors because it included not just the psychological risk factors that all of the models talk about and the theories focused on, such as perfectionism or hopelessness, impulsiveness, but this theory also covers suicidal crisis syndrome, an acute state which precedes the suicidal action itself. This suicidal crisis syndrome includes both the emotional component, anxiety, depression, which is accompanied by the loss of cognitive control, by panic and social alienations. As for psychiatrists, it's particularly important for us to analyze this clinically. The long-term risk factors, we focus on such risk factors as depressive states, experiencing hopelessness, experiencing loneliness, aggression, personality peculiarities, and child-parent perfectionism that a lot has been talked about lately as a significant factor leading to the development of suicidal behaviors and sometimes even to the suicidal action itself. The methodologies that we used are listed here in the slide. I'm not going to read them out. There was another survey questionnaire developed by the Center for Social Support. It was called Values and Tolerance in terms of the way they perceive death. I'm going to focus on one of the points that's particularly relevant for us. Front-end testing data was filled in through a special form. There was no question directly related to the life and death as a topic and suicide as a topic. All of the questions had to do with the emotional state of the respondee, with significant emotions that can lead to suicidal behaviors or thoughts and actions. Data was filled in, processed automatically, not just by formal scales, but also taken into account specific questions that had to do with the suicidal risks. We identified the questions that were the key drivers for suicidal behaviors. So the results of the study, you can see the results for 2,500 people, boys and girls, in equal proportion. The three groups of criteria were identified that were particularly significant. The first one with a higher level of risk, lack of meaningfulness, depression, again, a question of whether they inflicted harm on themselves. There are three categories that were identified. If you look at the percentages, high risk about 30%. This is data for Moscow, but a similar picture we saw for Kaliningrad and for the Chukotka Autonomous District. If we look at the results of the comparison of the selected risk groups, significant differences we see for solitude, hopelessness, and hostility. Individual peculiarities less so. When we performed the discriminant analysis, with the exception of variables, we identified the following risk factors: hopelessness, loneliness, physical anger, which is more responsible for impulsive actions, and narcissistic traits, and borderline emotional states. Short-term risk factors. We adapted the questionnaire to the Russian reality. They were translated, they were adjusted. We looked at the crisis suicide narrative questionnaire, the scale suicidal crisis syndrome. They duplicate an overlap. The suicidal narrative scale is filled in by a trained professional or a doctor, and the questionnaire is filled in by the patient themselves. We were able to, using the Colombian suicide severity scale, we identified two key risks of groups of risk, an additional two, with moderate or long-term suicidal risks and with high suicidal short-term risks. You can see the breakdown on the slide. It was not just characterized by self-harm and suicidal attempts. The high suicidal short-term risks also displayed suicidal plans and intent. This there were 45 people in this group with the moderate long-term suicidal risks. We had 155 people, and we decided to look at the difference between the two groups. Having performed the step-by-step discriminant analysis, we identified the factors that are part of the development of a suicidal narrative, suicidal actions over the last 6 months, impulsiveness. This is something that we saw an increase in terms of the physical aggression scale, hopelessness. Another important factor was loneliness, and another perfectionism. Hopelessness, to a lesser extent, was a risk factor. But as our colleagues have indicated, hopelessness for Russians perhaps is not such an important component to the development of crisis states versus the West. Suicidal narratives, if we talk about the emotions of the story of their lives, the number one are the social failures and fear of humiliation. It's characteristic that social defeat, failure, fear of the humiliation. This is it's usually sportsmen. Surprisingly enough, these are the people that have excelled all their lives, and the teens they were aiming for setting their bars very high, but for various reasons they were unable to achieve the goals. Seeing themselves as a burden to others, teenagers talk about the fact that when they're depressive, they feel like they're worthless, but they feel like they're also a burden to their loved ones. They think that their parents spend time on them, worry about them, spend money on them, on examinations, on consultations, if those are required. What else is important? Lack of belonging, particularly social belonging. Who am I? This is a question that they ask, why am I? Where am I going? To a lesser extent, the perception of there being no future, although, well, having no future is something that's closer to this feeling of there being no way out. But the teenagers that we surveyed mostly talked about failure, social failure, and being a burden to others. The suicidal crisis syndrome is a hopeless situation that a person experiences as something unbearable, but not just unbearable, that's going to last forever, this eternal suffering. Talking about emotional pain, they more talk about physical sensations of depression, difficulty with breathing. An important component of the suicidal crisis syndrome is this painful mental lack of sensitivity. And they would describe it as, when they were describing the state, they would say, I'm existing, I'm not living, and it causes me pain because I'm existing, barely existing. And this is linked to the feeling of guilt and the depth of the depression. According to our data, this type of emotion, if it's not taken into account by the clinic, if it's not identified in the psychological profile of the patient, then it could lead to the patient considering the life, the depression, as something hopeless. It's very important for us when we work with the people who reach out to us for help, it's important for us to identify what's happening to them emotionally, what they're going through, what's happening to them at the mental level, what thoughts they're having, how they're coping with that. Because these constant thoughts, I'm bad, I'm not going to be able to do anything, I'm worthless, they're very characteristic for our patients. What else would I point out? Exaltation, social alienation. They feel dreadful inside. They don't know who to turn to for help. Sometimes teenagers can't even assess their state as depressive. But there's also this element of social alienation. They can't talk to anyone about it. Their friends don't listen to them. Their parents often say it's going to pass. It's just a difficult age. So they never consider it as something important or meaningful. And another point in a crisis situation, and this is something that we often hear, teenagers talk about the fact that they can't turn to anybody for help. They understand there is a hotline. They know that they can call their friends, but they're in such an alienated state internally that they really feel like they can't reach out to anyone, which is also a sign that potentially there'll be another attempt of a suicide if there was one in the past. This is something that's important to identify short-term risk. Going back to emotions, we see a combination of alarmness and sadness. Very often there is a negative emotion. They feel that they're a burden to others, so they always see everything in the bad and negative light. And at the same time, they have these outbursts of negative emotion, acute sadness, acute despair. And against the backdrop of this acute despair, that's when they are inclined to commit suicidal actions. This model enables us to emphasize the elements of the clinical profile that need to be taken into account. So we can, if we look at the suicidal narrative, we can identify what we can work on in terms of identifying the right psychotherapeutic strategies, and we can also identify vulnerability and risk factors for the long term. So this model enables us to not just assess the short-term and the long-term risk factors, but to also develop a model of psychological and pharmacological support going forward. If we go back to the common features of teenagers, I don't like to talk about types because there is no single type, but nonetheless, for girls, we saw that for them, long-term depression is more common, and it has to do with experience of anxiety. For young men, these are crisis states associated with acute situations. When young men reach out to us, they display more infantilism, and girls experience more long-term depression, and they can be in the state for longer states of mental crisis.
Including suicidal thoughts that do not call upon immediate release. However, early identification of depression and of such crisis is a very important challenge. It's relevant not just for Moscow, but for Russia at large. So this technology or this algorithm can be useful in other health facilities and research facilities. Thank you, colleagues. You can see the contact details in the last slide, hotline for domestic violence and for emergencies. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Dr. Bannikov. A very interesting presentation. It occurred to me that, it's really convenient for the people who submitted pre-recorded reports because you cannot interrupt them. We have two more reports, just as important, and I'm going to give the floor to Professor Vasyanina, MD, to tell us about prevention of suicidal behavior in children and adolescents in the Krasnodar region, co-authored by Dr. Yelena Boyko. Please, the floor is yours. Hello, everybody, dear colleagues. It's a great pleasure for me to take part at this high-level Congress. Prevention of autoaggression and suicidal behavior in young people is very relevant today. In the Krasnodar region, suicidal help is part of the psychiatric healthcare system. So the regional psychiatric service is focused on delivering comprehensive prevention within its mandate. And this is just a small contribution to the large system of interagency approach to dealing with suicides. To enable monitoring of suicidal situations, we've been tracking children and adolescents since 2004 and since 2007 of adults as well. Our in-depth analysis of completed suicides identified that before 2013, around 12% of cases could be classed as dubious or misreported. Sometimes these were fires, mechanical asphyxiation, foul play, most of the falls from height or hangings. And in drownings, suicides were ruled out most of the time. Since 2014, consistent work with our local authorities on different levels enabled us to reduce the number of these misreported cases down to 2.1%. But we don't have a single source of statistics across all agencies. For the entire period of observation from 2004 to 2020, the relevant rate of underage suicides has been coming and going in waves. The general trend is towards a decline. The maximum rate was 3.3 for 100,000, whereas the minimum was at 0.53 in 2017. Introduction of monitoring, where non-specific risk factors of self-harm are identified, as well as crisis and suicide suicide-prone situations are identified is crucial for effective prevention. Monitoring of suicidal behaviors in our region that's carried out by our psychiatrists include registration and analysis of all types of suicidal behavior, suicidal thoughts, intention, threats of suicide, incomplete suicides. So this is far more than lethal cases. The relative rate of suicide attempts in children and adolescents has been coming and going in waves as well, with a general downward trend. The maximum was 19.4 per 100,000 under 18 years of age. The minimum was 7.3 per 100,000 of the same age group. The trends are aligned with what we've heard from the previous speakers. We see some age and gender-based differences. Most of them are adolescents, from 60 to 80%. And then if we speak about suicide attempts, we see more girls. For completed attempts, it's the reverse, with the majority accounted for by males. Most attempts were recorded in larger urban areas, whereas lethal attempts are more common in rural areas, mostly during fall and winter. In cases of true suicidal intent, the lethal means were of highest intensity: hanging, shooting, jumps from height. In cases where motivation was about attention, the lethal means was usually overdose and cutting. All underage suicidal cases came from what is called socially well families, but this is just a formality in terms of what happened. We saw some differences in lethal means. For attempts, this was usually drugs, medical drugs. Then we had cutting, followed by falls from height and hangings. As for completed suicides, it's the reverse, where the first is hanging, and then we have less cutting, falls from height, and overdoses. As I began saying, the key causes, according to our monitoring, for suicides and self-harm are mostly aligned. First, we have family conflicts, with over 70% of cases. This would be maltreatment, physical and moral abuse, where we have no personal boundaries, yelling and things like that. Or, on the other end of the spectrum, it can be very much a deprived environment, cold environment, no attention to kids, where they are what we call bribed by material conditions. Then we had some rejection failures in the peer group. This was about 15% of cases. Then we had failures and academic underperformance for schools and for other levels of education. However, this motivation was registered in less than 10% of cases. Intergender conflicts, including unrequited feelings, accounted for about 5%. Do note that currently, bullying and cyberbullying have been coming to the fore as new challenges. More often than not, however, suicidal behavior and self-harm emerges in children and adolescents as a result of prolonged simultaneous effect of different factors in combination with internal conflicts. So the intensity of suffering is often so high that it results in all types of suicidal activity. individual psychological peculiarities and suicidal adolescents include low level of reflection, high level of alexithymia, emotional underdevelopment with ambivalence, impulsivity, and black and white thinking, misadjusted social beliefs, with indifference to most life aspects like parents, peers, education, and one's own future, various extrapunitive reactions with high claims combined with self-derogatory thinking. In suicidal adolescents, we also saw a decreased frustration threshold, and social competence also decreased. So we saw lack of effective coping behaviors, limited ways to resolve situations, and depletion of adaptation. This meant that suicide was seen as the alternative pathological adaptation to resolve the situation. Notably, for all cases of analysis, these adolescents didn't have trustworthy relationships with their parents and other adults in their environment. A key KPI for our prevention is an increase in the adolescents in the risk group. So that is threats and suicidal thinking, but no attempts. In 2004, these cases were non-existent, and in 2020, we identified 25 adolescents in this risk group, which enabled us to deliver the required help in a timely fashion and prevent development of their suicidal activity and manifestation of suicidal effects going forward. Naturally, doctors and experts are always faced with this question, prevention versus treatment. And as you well know, the best treatment is prevention. So you have these three pillars, three elephants of success that are almost always the same. Harmonization of family and educational strategies, psychological intervention in the form of correction for adolescents that need it, where they have different misadjustments, and then differentiated pharmacological treatment as indicated. The experts of our psychiatric service within the system of the healthcare ministry have been regularly delivering prevention to adolescents. This includes universal and selective anti-crisis prevention, working with the general population, help to at-risk groups, help to at-risk individuals who have already expressed their suicidal intents or thoughts, and post-crisis prevention following a suicidal attempt. We have a regional program in order to achieve this. Interagency and interdisciplinary work is ongoing to upskill the frontline workers in our healthcare system, the frontline workers in education, and other experts who deliver help to kids. Guidances have been put in place. We continue designing and circulating different awareness brochures and posters. We engage in systematic awareness raising in the form of roundtables, interactive workshops, discussions, lectures, everything around prevention of suicide and addictions for both children and parents. We have 8 units for medical social help that are available to our population. We have a psychiatric hotline in our region, in addition to the national hotline. There are 8 schools for parents bringing up children with special developmental needs, and there are crisis bed places in psychiatric facilities. Prevention of all deviances, including suicides, is a major interagency challenge. To make this effective, we need to improve and enhance our social services to engage with the families and the immediate environment of the suicidal case. We need to prevent all types of maltreatment and abuse, including mental abuse. We need to give employment prospects to the adolescents. We need to streamline education so that load is differentiated based on groups and individual peculiarities. Then we need to enhance the psychotherapeutic service as well as adequate and effective pharmacological therapy with advanced solutions in our work. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Vasyanina. Thank you for this comprehensive overview. Unfortunately, we don't have much time to ask questions, so let's go straight to the next presenter, Dr. Ruzhenkova, joining us from Belgrade, I think, to tell us about borderline mental disorders and suicidal behavior in school graduates. We know Dr. Ruzhenkova for her publications and work. Hello, everybody. Hi. Mr. Chair, dear participants, it's a great pleasure for me to report to you at this Congress. Just a moment, putting up my slides. Thank you for that. All right. I'm going to tell you about borderline mental disorders and suicidal behavior in school graduates. I see that we are a bit late, so I'm not going to give you justifications for the relevance of this program, except for the point that if these problems go ignored, the consequences are really harsh. They are far-reaching, extended to the adulthood, and leave a mark on the entire life of the person. We decided to focus on school graduates for our study because for a long time now, there's been a research study underway for medical university students. It was self-reported, where a quarter of freshmen complained about psychological issues and 5% complained about mental disorders. They were examined with psychiatric evaluation, and in 16% of freshmen, we identified psychological disorders, and 25% manifested various subclinical manifestations. So this would be within the realm of health, but I'd say it's on the border between health and pathology. We also saw a lot of psychological diathesis in preschool children, where they have fears or they are easily startled, for example, by dogs. They had sleep irregularities, they were experiencing nightmare, but they didn't go to healthcare professionals, but rather went for traditional medicine. We started out with freshmen covering the first month of their university education. We looked at their background and decided to look at the prevalence of borderline psychological disorders. That's why we decided to focus on that. In 2019, the study covered 455 senior school students in the age group from 16 to 18 years of age, with a bit more females marked in blue than males. 87% of subjects lived in an urban setting. So that was a sample where we analyzed the dimensions of gender and living conditions. I'll skip through the research methods and go straight to suicidal behaviors. Frankly, we were stunned and frightened even by the prevalence that we saw. Internal and external suicidal behavior was identified in more than 50% of senior school students. That's the last class of school, and this is a huge percentage, huge prevalence. Naturally, mostly this was passive or related to thinking, but 9.5, the dark red bar, is about attempts, which is a source of concern. So I cannot agree with the previous reporters who told us that the trend was positive. Having analyzed this, we saw that these behaviors emerged from 4 to 17 years of age in 65% of cases, and then in school, which is in line with publications. At the time of examination, we saw suicidal behaviors at the time of examination more than in 6.6% of cases. The attempts were carried out between the age of 9 to 17. On average, this was in 14 or at 14. I think this would be school grade 9, pretty much the first session of serious exams. We compared our data from 2010 and 2019, because in 2010 we had carried out a similar study, and we saw a major increase in the prevalence of suicidal behavior over the last 9 years in the Belgrade region, specifically among adolescents, from 32.5 up to 52.3. And the ratio between internal and external forms of behavior used to be 10 to 1, but by 2019 it has increased to 4 to 1, which is again alarming. Here is a gender breakdown, and this gave us concern as well. In 2010, the rate of suicidal attempts were more or less evenly split between males and females, as well as internal forms being prevalent in girls. In 2019, we saw that males gained in the internal forms, which has to do with a number of social trends towards feminization. Unfortunately, as we've observed, with the recent gender trends. And we also observed a major increase in suicidal attempts from 3% to almost 10%. A third of school pupils went to traditional medicine and healers. with their mental issues, including stuttering, fears, involuntary yelling during sleep. And after traditional medicine, internal forms of suicidal behavior was observed more often. We believe that this is not a causal relationship because the actual cause is compromised mental health in general, but this question whether as a kid you were taken to a healer or to a shrink can be a predictor for selecting a focus group to administer prevention. As we've seen, these are usually kids who have a background of issues. Self-reported assessment of mental health. The question was, do you believe that you have any mental health issues? 45, almost 46% of girls and 26% of boys said that they had mental health issues. And 11% of senior school students was reported or reported supposed symptoms of mental health disorders. This leads to self-inflicted criticism, and kids have become more aware of their mental health situation, even more so than their parents. We identified depressive symptoms in more than 21% of senior school students, more often in girls than in boys. And we had anxiety as a comorbidity in 76% of cases, usually in rural areas. Here's a chart for anxiety. This was a third of patients or subjects, more with girls and with a depression comorbidity in half of the cases. More prevalent in subjects that had been taken to a traditional medicine practitioner. Social phobia, same prevalence for male-female, for urban-rural. Most cases, over 70% with a depression or anxiety as a comorbidity, and more often found in kids that had been taken to traditional medicine practitioners. Then we saw psychological concerns or justifiable concerns on the border of future social phobia. OCD, more prevalent in girls rather than boys, in rural settings rather than in urban settings. Once again, a predictor here is being taken to a healer or a natural practitioner. These are senior students in school. We see self-reported emotional stress as very high, 47%, and the variance can be explained by 56.7% by two factors: the sense of being at a loss, overwhelmed with school and poor time management, as well as affective disorders, and then the second factor was psychosomatic. Again, leading to anxiety and depressive symptoms. In the second factor, we have gastrointestinal disorders, different aches throughout the body and such. Neurasthenia was identified in 19.1% of cases, again, being overwhelmed with school duties, which means that a prevention program is very much needed, with a special focus on working with school teachers and parents so that they can help their kid manage the study load. And we are working on that. We are engaged with schools, trying to explain to them that it is necessary to let off the students a bit. The state exams are important, but it will come at such a cost that wouldn't justify it if the kids go on in their lives with various psychological ailments. Prevention is being implemented in the university setting currently, and then we want to introduce it as an elective in the school setting. With that, I'd like to wrap up. Thank you. Hopefully I was in time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Ruzhenikova. A brief question. Was it an in-person study? Yes, it was carried out in person. Okay. You mentioned that suicidal behavior had a rate of 52%. It seems that you lumped it all together. Attempts, completed suicide, passive or active. But this could be one and the same person in several categories. No, we isolated that. If a person had a suicidal attempt and prior to that they had thoughts and internal suicidal behavior, this was not doubly accounted for. So one and the same person would not be included in all three groups. Okay, thank you. Then indeed, it is a major finding, a frightening finding. So it's a recent study, right? It was carried out in the fall of 2019. So that was the beginning of the academic year. Thank you very much. Thanks again. Okay, colleagues, we've completed the presentations. We've achieved our goal. So on behalf of the moderator, let me briefly comment on what we've heard. I have a number of ideas there. So my first takeaway is that the level of action that is taken and the quality of organizational support and other efforts that we have in the Russian regions serves to say that a lot is being done in terms of suicide prevention. If you compare this to the recommendation of WHO and to reports that we've heard from our colleagues from the EU, I can say that we underestimate our progress because the methodological approach, the systemic approach, and all these efforts is very valuable and impressive. So in this regard, I have to say that we have a lot of members of the suicide department of the Russian Association of Psychiatrists, and we want to compile a compendium on prevention. Hopefully, the authors and the reports presented today will submit their abstracts for the benefit of this publication. We are thinking about the way to properly compile this. The challenge, as I see it, the challenge for Russia is that we have a lot of interesting studies, a lot of interesting initiatives, but we lack fundamental evidence-based research. Something to really corroborate that the initiatives are effective. Decrease in suicide rates is very important. You cannot go around it. But the trend is downward all across Russia. So all we've been doing is in line with what's happening on its own. It's a trend in the entire post-Soviet space due to improved living conditions and improved economy. So what we lack, I think, is project-based initiatives. There are a lot of interesting papers in international journals, and these are RCTs, usually, where you have a studied group, where you have the controls, which is a completely different level of expertise. So we have a lot of interesting ideas, but we are often lacking in the level of execution so that we can present it in a peer-reviewed platform that are worthy. The data are worthy of that. That is not to the detriment of what has been achieved, because the reports of today need to be wider socialized and disseminated. So as for the compendium that I mentioned, I think this would be an important step forward that we need to make. In closing, let me especially say that latent suicides as a problem is addressed by WHO as just including latent suicides into the total suicide rate. So their data differ from national data by about 2 times. And then you go to some website where Russia ranks the same as Lesotho, Guyana, and some other faraway country. We need to address this as well. It's a major task. Some say that you need to work better with law enforcement, but it needs to be systemic at any rate. So we are a bit over time, but we've made it. So thank you once again. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you, Professor Pazina, for putting this all together, bringing everybody together. Once again, thank you, and I wish you every success in your endeavors.
Пауза. Так, коллеги, следующие, если на местах все и готовы, то мы можем продолжить.
Продолжим 16:45.
А все-таки 15 минут, да, будет перерыв?
7 минут перерыв.
7.
Подскажите, пожалуйста, презентацию кто запускает? Здравствуйте. Раз, два, три.
Здесь включено. Слышно было, нет. Не надо, чтобы они запускали, надо, чтобы мы сейчас запустились. Ты можешь сейчас запустить нашу презентацию?
Вот.
Нажать F5 или вправо нужно было?
Вот почему, да, вот F5.
Так, выдели экран.
Сейчас, подожди, у нас звук включен.
Выключить звук.
Ready? We are on air. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you to all those that joined the third Congress on mental health, meeting the needs of the 21st century. And we're opening our symposium called Factors Affecting Self-Regulation in Preschoolers. This is a fundamentally important foundation for mental development, self-regulation as a mechanism, as an indicator of mastering all of the higher mental functions in a child. And this is one of the most researched topics recently. As part of our symposium, we are going to have a look at the various opportunities for self-development development on the one hand, and what are the correlations between the formation of self-regulation with other skills in preschoolers. I'm going to ask the speakers to please stick to the timing. So we have 15 minutes. We have 5 very interesting papers. And the first to present will be Margarita Aslanova, researcher at the Department of Educational Psychology and Pedagogy of the Faculty of Psychology of Lomonosov Moscow State University. And she's going to talk about the role of self-regulation and the formation of mathematical abilities of primary school children. Okay, Margarita, the floor is yours. Dear colleagues, thank you so much, Alexander. We wanted to present the results of our study devoted to the role of self-regulation and the formation of mathematical abilities in younger school children across different educational settings. Briefly on the relevance of the study, mathematical skills are key for mastering school mathematical programs, and this has to do with subsequent successes in academia and professional life. As of today, there is no single understanding on the structure or the type of development of these skills over the course of preschool and school. Looking at the works of Vygotsky and his followers, so we think that the specifics of the educational setting and the program of the mathematical program as a component of the setting, which plays out in the classroom, has a significant impact on the development of mathematical skills in younger school children. These effects cannot be quantified or assessed without understanding the initial baseline level that kids start school with and which programs that their parents tend to choose. Alongside the impact that the program has, there is a number of predictors of mathematical successes, and some of them have been enumerated on the slide: short-term memory, focus, linguistic skills, the ability to non-verbal representation of numbers, the ability to symbolically represent educational activities, the sense of the numbers, and the ability to differentiate between numbers, the effectiveness of developing elementary mathematical concepts, and the regulatory functions. In our country, the impact of the studies usually done in different educational settings. Children are often given the tasks that can be specific to any of the programs, the various programs, and the key goal of our study is to develop a diagnostic tool set that would enable them to objectively assess the level of mathematical skills, regardless of the educational program selected. Another goal of the study is to identify the differences in the development of mathematical skills among first-grade students, which do not only enroll in different programs, but also have various levels of self-regulation. We carried the research last year. We looked at first-grade school children, 344 school, 54.8% boys. They enrolled in different educational programs. Ilohina Davidov, the Effective Primary School, the Perspective, the School of Russia program, and the Peterson program. Let me explain what the difference is. So in the current system for initial mathematical education in Russia, we can globally identify 3 types of math programs. The first type is the traditional type. That's the School of Russia, Perspectiva. These programs are based on the principles of traditional didactics. Other programs of the so-called increased complexity, in this case, the Peterson program, the Effective Primary School program, they are more systemic and they widely use problematic approaches. And others that are created within the theory of development and learning. In this case, it is the Elkanin Davidov program. The way diagnostics was performed, the procedure for the diagnostics, initially they come in at a different level. So we have initial group diagnostics. It was performed in October 2020 at the beginning of the school year, and they were given certain tasks in order to understand the baseline initial level of their mathematical skills. Then after the end of the school year, we performed the end of school year diagnostics in April 2021. Again, group diagnostics and individual diagnostics. Individual diagnostics included mathematical skills and the diagnostics of the regulatory functions. Regulatory functions were viewed in line with the concept of Miyake and colleagues. This is a neuropsychological basis for mastering behaviors. These are made up of 3 components: working memory, visual and auditory, cognitive flexibility, and restraining control, both mental and physical. In terms of mathematical skills, it was a bit trickier. To diagnose first graders, we developed a set of methodologies performed in group form aimed at studying a number of skills. At the beginning, in the group diagnostics, we looked at the primary adaptation, and following this primary adaptation, we identified the following skills. Positional notation of a number. You can see examples of such tasks, the ability to properly note numbers in the decimal system and restore a number. So either they need to identify the necessary amount of cubes or vice versa. They have a number and they associated with the required number of cubes. Measurement by measurement. 8 tasks in total to measure the square of a rectangle given a certain measure. Arithmetic skills, a big block. The ability to do various types of tasks, addition, subtraction, single-digit, double-digit numbers, and identifying a missing component. The methodology was made up of 3 tasks, 48 in each of the blocks. You can see one of the examples of one of the tasks within this methodology to identify component. The numerical line, identifying the place of a number in a numerical line. And traps. There were tasks that enabled them to show that they can't just define a number, but there were certain traps or tricks. There was various changes in the direction of the numerical line, or no direction was identified, or there was no measure. There were 4 of these tasks out of 8. Number comparison, they had to compare 2 single-digit or double-digit numbers, the so-called triads, the way we refer to them. The child would be asked from which of the bottom numbers, which one is closer to the upper one, distance-wise. And again, there were several of these assignments, both single digits and double digits, with different levels of complexity. At the end of the school year, they were given assignments with a small distance between all of the numbers, and then individually they would be given various arithmetic tasks and assignments aimed at diagnosing their ability to subtract and add in their heads. Looking at the results, because the survey was made up of 2 stages, so we could assess the individual differences before the beginning of the survey, and we did identify certain individual differences based on the results. At the beginning of the year, even back then, we could say that kids that went through effective school or the Peterson School with an increased level of complexity and number of skills were more advanced versus other children. We then looked at differential differences, to what extent they developed their needs, regardless their current level towards the end of the year, because initially there were differences, significant differences that were identified. In terms of group diagnostics, the ability to add and subtract single-digit numbers were more pronounced for the effective primary school program and the Peterson program, and this might have to do with the fact that kids spend a lot of time mastering this material. Again, double-digit numbers, addition, measurements. Actually, with the measurements, Elkonina Davidova led to the more advanced results. And with the numeric line, we saw some very interesting results. The numeric line for some of the kids wasn't developing at all, but for kids that were in the developing program, there was a significant uplift. Because we need to focus on the correlation with the self-regulation mechanisms, I have to note that initially we identified 2 levels of self-regulation, a high level and a low level, relative to the sample. We didn't look at the average level. And you can see the results of our cluster analysis. So we applied a cluster analysis methodology. And we see some differences between the boys with different levels of boys and girls with different levels of self-regulation. The biggest differences are observed in terms of visual working memory. And differences were mostly for visual memories. All of the other results showed even a reverse result. Comparison of students differing in the level of formation of their self-regulation skills by the increase in the level of their mathematical abilities indicated that preschoolers with a high level of self-regulation, better visual memory, were more successful in counting and in writing numbers, whereby preschools with low level of self-regulation excelled in intuitive comparison of double-digit numbers, the triads. The following results we got when we compared students enrolled in different educational programs in terms of the uplift in the level of the mathematical skills, and we revealed that there are significant differences only in the ability to measure. And you can see the graph from students within the Perspectiva program excelled. Traditional program students had the lowest result. School of Russia, everybody else, there are some variation. We can look at the scale of the differences. This is differential differences. Taking into account the fact that this was on a scale of 8, the 2.5 difference is pretty significant. So we also looked at the uplift in the level of mathematical skills in different programs. And there are differences in the way their mathematical abilities evolve for single-digit numbers and double-digit numbers.
For double-digit, we see the best performance in the effective primary school program. The rest of the programs scored more or less the same. As for taking a measure, to the left we see huge advantage for the perspective program, and the School of Russia is underperforming again. When we compared students under different programs, further, the finding was that for the line of numbers, there is huge variance as well. The program Effective Primary School performed the worst, the lowest increase, or even a decrease in building this specific capability. As for Elkonin Davidov program and Peterson program, the students manifested the largest increase. We discussed the outcomes, we even referred to the programs themselves, and the reason was that the two programs that are the highest actually include the line of numbers as a task, so we'll adjust for that. Then we looked at the level of regulation taken together with the program to assess the cumulative effect, and we identified such cumulative effects only for comparisons of single-digit numbers, the triads that I showed you. Single digit. So the blue line is for high regulation, the green line is for low regulation kids. The trend is pretty much the same. The highest divergence is seen in the perspective program and for the School of Russia program. These are extreme opposites, basically. Visual memory, working memory is what underlies this difference, where you break it down into clusters of regulation. So this can be explained by a particular memorization pattern. The conclusions are like this. Streamlined methodology enables measurement of basic mathematical capabilities in first grade school children and have proper internal coherence. We'll continue using this approach and we'll follow up on the kids because it's a longitudinal study. We'll look at them in the second grade and potentially in the third grade as well. Then we've proven that it's important to appropriately select the mathematical program aligned with the level of regulation development in the kids. The impact of regulatory capability has been proven. That's it on my side. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Margarita. Thank you for sticking to the time. You know, as speakers, we have this unique opportunities to ask questions. So, taking the opportunity, I'd like to ask this. I hope this is going to be relevant for everybody. Margarita, could you tell us about the actual components within regulation that are the most important for successfully mastering mathematical skills as children? Something to understand for psychologists and educators. What are the determinant factors? Because you cannot pay attention to everything equally. Sure, thank you for this question. There are different regulatory components that are linked to different specific skills in preschoolers and in elementary schoolers. And I don't mention preschoolers on accident. That's where the skills are emerging. So as we try to study the effects of regulatory function, we've identified some additional correlations. I'd like to show you a chart on the development of mathematical ability in relation to regulatory functions. There are different mathematical skills that we consider, and primarily this is symbolic representation of numbers. Then we have operations with numbers, their value and amounts. The working memory that I mentioned has a direct link to counting ability, early childhood, preschool, and school age. This capability is maintained throughout the first grade. The sense of the number, the skills of handling the line of numbers. I already said that for the sense of numbers, this is about intuition, intuitively differentiating closely positioned values. International research confirms that. Restraining control, cognitive inhibition, in other words, has to do with most mathematical capabilities and general mathematical attainment in a later age as well. So the key components of regulation that contribute going forward are working memory and cognitive inhibition. Cognitive flexibility, according to our research, has an effect only in the preschool age, as well as international papers up to the first grade, and there is no data on any future links. So the key components are working memory, primarily visual, and the level of cognitive inhibitive control. Thank you very much, Margarita. If you don't have any more questions, I'm not seeing anybody, then we can move on to the next presentation. The next presentation is going to be on features of regulatory and speech development in children in a mono and bilingual environment, delivered by Margarita Gavrilova, researcher at the Department of Educational Psychology and Pedagogy, Faculty of Psychology, Lomonosov Moscow State University. Please, the floor is yours. Hello. Thank you, everybody. Unfortunately, I don't have my camera on, but I'll still be able to deliver my presentation. This project is a joint research, so I'm tasked with the presentation, but there are a lot of contributors in our research group. Why study bilingualism? It's not necessarily evident, so let me tell about it. In Russia, we have a lot of different ethnicities, with 190 ethnicities living in Russia, and they speak over 120 local languages that are current in families, children and adults alike. 22 regions of Russia are republics, national republics, where they have their own official language in addition to Russian, especially so in rural areas and smaller towns, where urbanization hasn't progressed as much. According to researchers who study bilingual development, around 20% of kids in Russia are brought up in a bilingual environment. This means that kids master 2 languages at the same time, or at least they are exposed to 2 different languages daily. Sometimes it can be more than 2 languages if you account for dialects. We've seen this in a number of regions in Russia where the environment is complex, language-wise. Bilingualism is more than using 2 languages. Another dimension of this is that this environment leads to biculturalism, because children acquire worldviews from 2 different subsets of that environment. In social interactions and engaging with different situations, the kids must govern their behavior based on 2 different sets of cultural expectations. It's really hard. It's a boot camp for regulatory functions, because you need to be apt at reading of social signals and social cues to properly assess the situation and to deliver the expected behavior. And then children need to navigate the linguistic environment as well, because different languages are required for different situations. With parents at home, this would be 1 language, but in a public space where the majority of people speak a different language, the child then needs to adjust their behavior and structure it appropriately to the situation. So bilingual and bicultural environments present children with a number of different situations that drive development of self-regulation. At least that's our assumption. These cultural beliefs can be controversial, which complicates interaction and makes lives more difficult. And it's a very interesting subject to study. Especially risky in terms of development is the fact that children often are exposed to chaotic bilingualism, where languages are intermixed and the child doesn't understand why the linguistic switch is required. Educators, adults, or parents can require the child to speak a certain language, but it is not clear. They can use pidgin languages, adding words from that language or another into their speech. And the risk with that type of development is that when transitioning to school, the child would underperform relative to the general sample, where the development occurred in a more coherent linguistic development, underperforming in mastering written speech, oral speech, and writing is especially a challenge for such kids. Russian international studies have shown that kids need support in that, even before school. That's why we focused on preschool children. The age group is 6 to 7 years. We went to a unique region in Russia because its linguistic environment is very diverse and rich. The Yakut people are very appreciative of their language and culture. They try to use their own language at home, and any informal situation would probably play out in the Yakut language as well. That involves kids. But then there are Russian-speaking groups in kindergarten, because everybody understands that the main language in school is going to be Russian. So there are opportunities for kids to practice their skills in Russian as well. Some are even instructed in writing before going to school. But still, there are challenges in acquiring writing skills. This is a unique sample. So we decided to look at development of speech in kids with different levels of self-regulation. So some kids are primarily bilingual, about 27% of the sample of 300 kids. Half of the kids spoke primarily Russian. They're still part of this bilingual environment. They are exposed to the Yakut language, but they don't speak it. And then there is a subset of 23% where children speak the Yakut language primarily, and we expect them to face the hardest challenges as they transition to school, because it's going to be a drastic change in their linguistic environment. They use the Yakut language at home, in the kindergarten, and the rest of their environment. Then, as they make a transition to school, it is supposed that the instruction is going to be in Russian, and they're going to study the Russian language. It's really hard on some kids, so we decided to look at some aids that can be administered to kids so that they are supported in this transition. We'll provide them with a safety net to increase their level of comfort and to make it easier for them to master the curriculum. We looked at two speech development metrics: passive vocabulary and active vocabulary. Passive vocabulary is awareness of the words. For example, you hear a word and you need to be able to point at the corresponding object. So you understand what is being said, but you don't need to actualize this word by pronouncing it. Point 3 here says active vocabulary, and this is where kids can use these words in their speech. The technique was based on association. The questions were like, name all the animals that you know. So there were no cues, there were no adults to support the kid, no visual aids or anything like that. The kid had to recall all animal names that they knew of. And then we looked at key regulatory functions elements, regulatory flexibility, inhibiting control, and working memory, all the aspects that allow kids to manage their behavior. And then we looked at significant differences between the groups. The children that use one language primarily, Russian or Yakut, or the group where kids are bilingual. We looked at visual and spatial working memory. There is a significant difference, and kids perform differently in memorizing visual material. Another difference was in memorizing verbal information when heard. Another difference was in inhibitive control, so their impulsivity in behavior differs. And then there are different metrics for speech development that diverge in these groups as well, which means that the linguistic environment has a major impact on the way regulatory development occurs and speech development occurs. But we were not so much interested in the differences, actually. Some kids do better in cognitive flexibility tasks, some perform worse. Hearing memory, working memory. The charts on their own are not as informative as a comprehensive analysis that can identify features of speech development depending on the development of regulatory function. So I'd like to pay a bit more attention to this. Here are two charts that show speech development. To the left, you have passive vocabulary. To the right, you have active vocabulary. And the bottom axis is the level of visual and spatial working memory, MFD. The three groups are indicated separately, and you see differences. People who speak in Yakut language, or children, have small Russian vocabulary. Bilingual kids have a bit more, and Russian-speaking kids have the largest vocabulary. We see also that kids with well-developed visual and spatial memory also have higher scores on the development of passive vocabulary. So in monolinguistic kids, improvement of their visual and spatial memory can have a positive effect on their vocabulary. For bilingual kids, this doesn't apply, though, for some reason. To the right, we see a chart for active vocabulary. Kids with low development of visual and spatial memory seem to perform worse in terms of active vocabulary. In kids that have better developed visual spatial memory to the medium level, to the high level, the performance for active vocabulary seems to be the same regardless of their linguistic group. Now, hearing and speech memory has a more drastic impact. You see that passive vocabulary is much higher in bilingual kids, or rather monolingual kids, rather Russian Yakut languages, provided that their hearing memory is also high. So if we improve their hearing and speech memory, their vocabulary expands. At least there is some correlation between these two indicators. This means that if you prepare a kid for school, especially in a bilingual and bicultural environment, there are ways to help the child to make a transition into school or help them in mastering an additional language by means of training their hearing and speech memory. In application, this would be memorization of poetry, different games, tongue twisters, proverbs, anything for the kid to actualize in their working memory. Another useful thing is to use narrative-based games, role-playing, so that kids are in a position to improve the volume of their hearing memory, which should have a positive effect on the child's performance in the new setting where they need to employ new notions and concepts, naming things or using their vocabulary in written or oral speech. The higher the vocabulary, the easier is the transition to school, and the higher is academic attainment, as it has been shown in many studies. The same regulatory component is not as effective for active vocabulary, though. So, with higher hearing memory, active vocabulary doesn't seem to increase, and kids find it difficult to actualize the words in their own vocabulary, except for bilingual kids, where improvement in hearing memory correlates to improvement in their active vocabulary. For monolinguistic kids, there is no such correlation. Here is the last parameter of regulatory functions. We've been through flexibility, working memory, and here we have inhibition. So the ability to control impulsive reaction, especially in cognitive functioning, everything that has to do with thinking. We see that inhibition has virtually no effect on vocabulary if it lies within the normal range. From 8 to 16, all kids that have well-developed inhibition perform similarly in passive vocabulary. But after that, the volume increases, the vocabulary increases if the inhibition is especially high. But it requires further investigation because kids with high inhibition probably have other outlying features. To the right, you see the major differences in active vocabulary dependent on inhibition. The major differences at low levels of inhibition, so kids that are not successfully able to regulate their behavior and cognitive thinking find it difficult as well to recall the required words in due time. And for Russian-speaking kids, it is absolutely critical to develop inhibition. That's a prerequisite for them to catch up to their peers who already speak Russian or speak two languages. Otherwise, then these kids go to school and continue to have low inhibition and remain monolingual with the Yakut language, they'll face major challenges in mastering writing. There are games and plays, dynamic and rules-based, to develop inhibition that can be very helpful. Application of these games in education and throughout the day can help improve inhibition, as has been demonstrated by a number of studies. There is research that indicates that role-play and narrative-based games help kids develop inhibition. It's been proven empirically So using games for this purpose is evidence-based. I think it's a useful advice for parents and educators for bilingual environments, especially when going into elementary school. Here are some additional results, other comparisons between the two groups, but I think I've been through that. So thank you. I'll gladly take any questions that you might have. Thank you very much, Margarita, for this interesting presentation. A question, if I may. You've identified certain regularities or correlations in development of regulatory functions and linguistic ability in monolingual and bilingual kids. Are those those patterns specific to kids in the Yakutia Republic, or is it something that applies broader? Indeed, these are generalizable results. We are in cooperation with international researchers, and these results are not specific to the region. Looking at monolingual and bilingual environments, results seem to correspond regardless of the country. We want to take the next step and look at the effects on other speech parameters. And this study is especially interesting to our international colleagues because we can compare children and then analyze the contribution of the regulatory function for other aspects of psychological development. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Are there any more questions? If I may, thank you very much for this presentation. Indeed, a very important study, primarily for Russia as a country of many ethnicities. Have you assessed, and is it important, of the language of the examination, the language of the study, and what language the games, the developmental games should be in? Thank you. So the first question regarding the diagnostics, it was in Russian for all kids. That's the official state language. So the idea is that the language of instruction in school is Russian as well. So at 6 or 7 years of age, kids know Russian, more or less. For some, Yakut language is more current in their family setting, but still all kids were able to communicate with the testers. As for the games and what language they should be in, I think that initially, if the primary language is the Yakut language, and if it's going to be a challenge to participate in some activity in a different language used by the adult or their peers, then I think it makes sense to use the primary language at the initial stages, and then over time make a switch to the secondary language in this case. I think that's effective. Thank you very much. Thank you for the question. Thank you. So to stick to the timing, let's move on, and I'd like to give the floor to Associate Professor of the Department of Developmental Psychology of Lomonosov Moscow State University, Olga Almazova, to tell us about music lessons as a factor in the development of self-regulation in older preschoolers. Please, Ms. Almazova, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, colleagues. I'm here to report on the continued research in the role of regulatory functions in future development of preschoolers. The part of the research that we present here is in its initial stage. or the pilot stage, but the findings are already very interesting, so I'd like to present them. Thanks to the previous speakers, I may skip my description of the regulatory function because we are relying on the same Miyake model and we use the same components. So I'd like to pay more attention to exposure to music and practice of music. On the one hand, regulatory functions are pragmatic. It's a tool that a kid needs in order to be able to practice music because it's a rule-based activity, something that's enabled by regulation. On the other hand, musical practice enhances regulatory functions because this imperative to be bound by rules helps in developing inhibition, cognitive flexibility, and probably memory. There are a lot of studies on that, but the findings are sometimes contradictory. Seemingly, there is some relation, and kids that practice music have better regulatory performance, but then there are criticisms about proper sampling, about homogeneity by age or by gender in these samples. So based off of that, we decided to take a different angle. We first studied regulatory functions in kids that do music or rhythmics, and then we found kids of the same age and gender from another sample so that we have two groups with a one-to-one match. Now, on to the results. We hypothesized that there is a link in the development of the regulatory function in kids that practice music or arts. And across the entire sample, there are significant differences in the development of cognitive flexibility, inhibition, and behavior regulation. In all cases where kids go to music school, their scores are higher. So we decided to break it down further by boys and girls.
Talking about boys, there's a difference in two regulatory function components, cognitive flexibility and slowing down. For girls, the difference is with visual memory, breaking, and behavioral regulation, both for boys and girls, both separately and together. They develop visual memory and regulation and cognitive flexibility. Talking about visual memory. Overall, girls and boys that don't go to musical school, it's better for boys and to girls. At least when it comes to spatial orientation, if we talk about boys and girls that go to musical school, so these differences are erased. We had a look at the difference in the various regulatory function components for kids that visit music schools and do not visit music schools. We saw that for kids that go to music schools, all of the components and assessments of all of the regulatory function components are interrelated, whereby for kids that only go to kindergartens, nursery schools, only two components are interrelated. As I said, this is a pilot test, which will continue as part of the project. And we plan to continue it going forward. Of course, we are going to expand the scope of the survey, and we'll look into how kids attend music schools, because some of them will do music, mostly vocally, some of them will play musical instruments. For some, music is secondary and dance is primary. And in order to separate the effects of music classes, we will take kids that do sports in the same amount as kids that do music and something artistic like drawing, in order to not just talk about results in the moment, but to talk about the the evolution of the trend, we will perform a mini longitudinal study. And of course, we will control or continue to control additional variables, which will be possible as we expand the coverage, such as socio-demographic characteristics and factors and others. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much for such an interesting and laconic presentation. I'm sure colleagues will have questions and we have time to ask them. My question is, the interrelation, well, because the first presentation was about mathematical skills and the development of math skills. To what extent could you correlate math and music? Do you see any correlations and how would you characterize them? Olga, yes, of course. We will probably be seeing correlations between math and music because music classes, if we talk about playing an instrument, are not just rhythm vocal classes, but actually mastering an instrument. These require the development of spatial thinking. If we talk about music schools, 70% is math and 30% is creativity. So yes, of course, there is going to be a correlation. And another question, if I may. Clearly, music schools are attended by either motivated kids or kids of motivated parents. And then the question is, the difference that we see, to what extent can we be talking about that this difference is determined by music versus a general social setting? Taken into account the fact that attending a music school is part of the process of mastering music. There is a bigger part that has to do with doing a lot of homework. Olga, I think we'll be able to separate the factors if we have similar groups of children that intensively and systematically do sports or which go to artistic schools. Thank you. Colleagues, are there any questions? If you have any questions, please go ahead and voice them. Could I ask a question, Margarita? Yeah. The question is, well, for how long did they attend the music schools by the time of your diagnostics to understand the difference in the kids' experience that only go to nursery schools and the children that go both to nursery and music schools? Olga, at least 8 months at the point of diagnostics. Of course, the time they've already been practicing music. This is something that we're going to take into account going forward in more detail as well. Thank you so much, Olga. If there are no further questions, so we're going on to a more tricky topic, the psychological health of children with special educational needs in kindergartnens. And I'm passing the floor to Svetlana Shabas, the PhD in psychology, representing the Humanitarian University from the city of Yekaterinburg. Svetlana, please, the floor is yours. Could I please have my presentation up on the screen? Dear ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to present a very complicated topic, psychological health of children with special educational needs. And we're going to be talking about inclusion in education. Please, could you go on to the next slide? There is a number of relevant problems today. And number one is ensuring the conditions to preserving and strengthening psychological mental health of pupils with special needs. And the first component here in Yekaterinburg, for instance, in groups, so they have up to 40 to 45 children. That's the size of the class in nurseries. And if the school is then, if there is a child with special needs, that creates additional challenges. The non-compliance of, well, no understanding of how to work with children with special needs on the side of the pedagogical staff. That's another issue. We could offer training, of course, but it's impossible for every child with special needs to go through a training course. There are various autistic kids which now go to regular nurseries. That requires special attention, and there's a lot of methodological support that's required that teachers are unable to or are struggling to provide in regular nurseries. Psychological support to children. As a psychologist in a nursery, I work in a nursery where today we have 450 kids. 118 of them have a status of special needs. Parents can get the status via regional committee, and then they can reach out to the educational establishments to request the psychological support that's legally mandatory. And this leads to complications because there is not enough psychological support that's available. Positive communication is the third important element. Parents of the kids with special educational needs demand that teachers at nurseries only pay attention to their child. In Yekaterinburg, there was an instance when children would complain to higher authorities to request that their children is a special point of attention for the teachers. There are a lot of conflictual situations that emerge when parents talk about the fact that the teacher needs to focus exclusively on special needs children. Mental health focuses on the inner world of the child. We came to the conclusion through studying scientific literature that it includes an element of a positive attitude to themselves and a positive attitude to communication. Next slide, please. If we have a look at what's happening in preschools with kids with special needs, there are three key components. Number one, neglect. Neglect of their needs, the peculiarities in their development. Number two, hyperattention, which is the reverse of the other part of the spectrum. When they're not given the chance to function independently, they create really specific conditions with a lot of psychological and pedagogical supervision, depriving them of their autonomy and initiatives or lack of any special treatment when they're treated just like any regular kid. We've presented the results of 25 years of practical experience of psychological work. We have over 50 nurseries in our district, the Leninsky district of Yekaterinburg. When we started to work with inclusion, we started to pay a special focus on the matter, and I'll present some of the results and some of our findings. Next slide, please. So I have to say that if we were to look at the psychological and the pedagogical, psychological mental health of the kids with special educational needs, the first component is the inability to master academic programs. We surveyed teachers and we came up with these groups of children when they experience emotional distress due to the difficulty in mastering the program. And the second group of problems has to do with the possibilities of preserving their mental health given the peculiarities of the family situation. And again, you see a list of various factors, various families that are raising children with special educational needs. And you see that there's a lot of diversity in the life context. And again, there can be negative family factors. They have a negative effect on their mental health, particularly when they have a status of a child with psychosomatic conditions. So let's please go on. If we have a look at the results of our efforts in this area, we've put together an overall scheme. The first thing that's required is to offer support of positive attitude, a self-perception towards themselves, towards others, towards the external world, because more often than not, children with special educational needs, particularly if they differ significantly from other children, it's very difficult for them to perceive themselves positively, because with their peers, the teachers, the parents of other children display a negative attitude. Number two is helping them learn reflexive skills to control their behaviors and their emotions. This will have a significant impact on their mental health and, of course, developing the need to cope with difficult life situations, particularly when it comes to kids with severe conditions. Let's please go on. If we look at the conclusions that we can be making for schools and preschools, what they need to do is to ensure a system for the prevention of mental distress, and the system has to be based on interaction with the family of the child. On the previous slide, I showed you that there's a lot of variation in the social and the psychological settings. There is a lot of vulnerable families, and there are three components targeting the emotional well-being, the feeling of safety within an educational establishment, and number three is accepting every child by the teaching staff and the and all the parents. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much. Thank you for such an interesting presentation. I think we'll definitely have questions. A question from me, if possible. Svetlana, could you share your experience? You said you were talking about the importance of teaching kids to self-regulate both cognitively and emotionally. And in the context of the pandemic, this is something that even adults are struggling with, adults that are forced to interact remotely. Perhaps, well, you could share some of your findings related to teaching kids with special needs in this respect. Svetlana, I can say that in our educational establishments at the Lenensky district, we work in a whole number of areas. Number one, teaching kids with special needs to self-regulate within the family, and we have a number of good methods in terms of group training, so working jointly. It's not a secret that usually children with weak self-regulation indicate that parents have a similar issue, and that this would be the first dimension of our effort. So the second dimension of our effort is when psychologists work within a group of children, a regular group of children for kids with special needs. More often than not, children with special educational needs, particularly hard, some severe disorders, kids that start to jump in their sleep during the sleep at school, they start to cause a lot of chaos, running around, yelling, waking other kids up, leading to loss of self-regulation in other kids as well. This is the second group. And the third dimension is when kids are grouped by problem and after going through a consultation and getting the consent from their parents, many groups are formed. And then various self-regulation trainings are then performed. And we need to thank the administration of preschool establishments because regardless of the fact that it's really hard and we're all struggling, they have been purchasing equipment, they have been building relaxation rooms. in kindergartens. And I can tell you that this is a very hard thing to do. Over the last 15 months, it's been particularly hard during the pandemic, but we know that we need to keep going, and slowly but surely, together with the pedagogical staff and the parents, we're hoping that we would be able to develop a system at a regional level to effectively prevent and expand the self-regulation potential for our kids. So these are very dispersed methodologies that are currently being used. I know that each nursery has a different methodology used by the psychologists because this is a very challenging area for nurseries. But again, we are trying to roll out the best practices. But so far, it's a challenge. Alexander, thank you so much, Svetlana. And I have another question. What advice could you give to teachers, building on your experience, teachers that are working with all kinds of kids, but kids with special needs do require a special kind of attention? Svetlana, honestly speaking, the main positive outcome on the part of teachers when working with children, including children with special educational needs, would come when they understand that the children will stay in the group. A lot of the effort on the part of teachers, particularly with kids with various disorders, with a low IQ, the key majority of the teaching staff that are not able to cope with the situation are people that want those children not to be a part of these preschool establishments. They talk to the parents, they rebel themselves. As soon as they accept the situation and they will understand that these children are going to stay in their groups and they need to develop a contact with them, this internal conviction that you're a teacher, you've got your professionalism, and you are going to be able to make it, it really helps. And we're working in this respect with the teaching staff. And this really helps people cope with this very challenging situation, working with disabled kids, with kids with special needs when they join regular groups. Alexander, thank you so much, Svetlana. And we have one more final paper, also on mental health of children from birth to 12 years old. And we're going to look into the causes of deviations and how to avoid and eliminate them. And I would like to pass the floor to Tatiana Toich, Director of the Institute of Toich Ideal Method. Tatiana, please, the floor is yours. Good evening. Good evening, dear friends, colleagues. I would like to welcome you at our wonderful International Congress. In line with what's been talked about by the previous speakers, I found it very interesting. The relevance of the topic that I also want to talk about is in the following. According to the Mental Health Foundation, approximately 1 in 4 people experience mental health issues every year. And approximately a quarter of the world's population are children and adolescents under the age of 15. That's the group that we're focused on, and that's the group that we've been talking about as part of this session of the Congress. Wishing success to all the future generations, and not just future generations, but wanting to be as constructive and beneficial for the existing generations, including to the participants of our Congress and our children. Of course, we have to place a special emphasis on the mental health of kids, their psychological and mental health first and foremost. the mental health of a child has a significant impact on their physical health as well. What is usually done? What are the familiar solutions that already exist? Of course, you know about these. First and foremost, it's considered that the parent needs to be responsible for identifying the first symptoms of a child's illness, and the earlier they diagnose them, the better, to choose an expert and to map the subsequent treatment. They try to help this kind of child adapt to the surrounding world. This is what the previous speaker was talking about, to make sure that they are accepted in nurseries, educational establishments, to begin to adjust. And of course, the various social psychological services provide psychological support. But in case of children's illnesses, we do not consider the mental state of one or both of the parents and the impact of the mental state of the parent on the child's well-being and mental health. These factors are often overlooked, at least until now. Perhaps they're starting to pay attention to them. We know some colleagues that are factoring them in, but this is the topic of my presentation. Our young institute is focused on studying consciousness and how consciousness impacts our experience, our behavior, both in adults and children. And we focus on thought education, the foundation of our practical effort and research that I'm talking about are discoveries in the field of thinking and human behavior that were first developed and presented by Joël Marie Teutsch and champion Kurt Teutsch, PhD in the second half of the 19th century. And their 50 years of experience and now 25 years of experience of successful practical work in the field of mental and physical health is constantly confirming the fact that our findings are accurate, right, and confirm the discoveries. It's particularly pleasant that my teacher, Dr. Teutsch, this year, he's 100 years old, and it's a huge honor for me to present his discoveries to you, my dear colleagues. I'm going to talk about the Teutsch D-type complex concept. It was first presented by the authors at the Second International Symposium on Stress Management in Monte Carlo in 1979. Of course, it deserves a more detailed approach. Essentially, what we're talking about is that children are the continuation of their parents, and they experience and emotions and states as a continuation of the consciousness of their parents. Emotions that remain unexpressed in the parents are deeply hidden and not resolved. For instance, destructive emotions such as fear, anger, guilt, resentment, and other stress factors that impact them and they have impacted the previous generations. They then become subconscious and are then indirectly expressed by their offspring in the form of the states and the mental disorders that we're talking about. Of course, colleagues, you will know this, but just a little bit about subconscious behaviors. Because it's a form of behavior, this form of behavior is the result of first conscious, then subconscious reflection. And in our subconsciousness, of course, we have such constructive forms of behavior that we're used to, like speech, for instance, like I'm talking to you now. It can also be driving or any kind of professional mastery or skill. Both constructive and desired skills, but very often it's also severe rejection, interruption, complication, all kinds of difficulties, depressed states, expectations of failure. What's important? There is a lot of evidence to indicate that you can consciously modify and change what you have in your subconsciousness. And this is exactly what we've been successfully working on.
Here is a diagram of the D-type complex, where such states as rejection, grief, fear can be expressed interpersonally. The causes are located in the subconscious. There is a stress suppressor. It's classed as D1. Then it's exposed to stress or stressors. And then this suppressor, let's say one of the family members, even if they appear unbothered and calm, quite agreeable, often mistaken for type B. We have A, B, C as subtypes. But this suppressor is the carrier of stress and disseminator of stress that they carry in concealment. If we didn't have D1, the stress suppressor, then D2 wouldn't have to express it. But D2 complements D1, which means that D2 is the current expressor for the suppressed stress in D1. This can manifest in form of outrageous behavior, socially unaccepted behaviors of various sorts. It can manifest as alcohol abuse, diseases, profanities, all the various things that are condemned socially. And all this time, we do not know that this is actually an expression, a current expression of the suppressed stress from D1. But given the subject matter of our session, we are more interested in the hereditary expressor, or D3. These are usually children who then manifest certain deviations. And these deviations are easily explainable if we look at these D1, D2, and D3 in aggregate. So it's a threefold unit of expression of current and inherited stress. We are now effective in investigating the stress factors and eliminating them on the level of parents. It's fascinating, I have to say. Our practice is long-standing, of 25 years, including the originators of the theory. This would be 50 years in total, and we've been successful in identifying the stressors, making D1 express its suppressed stress, so that then, without any additional intervention or treatment, the child, the offspring, is released or freed of those manifestations that have been a source of concern for the parents and educators. Let me give you an example. We got consent from some parents to reveal certain names and facts. We appreciate this a lot. We appreciate this openness. They've benefited greatly from our interventions, and we have this encyclopedia of successes, a hefty volume, a collection of facts, of named success stories. So while we have the time, I'll just give you a couple. So there was this family in Yekaterinburg. Once they noticed that their little girl, their child, weren't able to sit on her own. She didn't talk at 5 years of age. She leaned or sought isolation, and they were suggested that they needed to seek the status of a person with disability so that the girl could go to an educational facility for kids with special needs. We met the family. The family was just marvelous. The daughter's name was Evgenia. And it so turned out that she was the expressor, the hereditary expressor of father's stress. The mother was D2, the daughter was D3. And as soon as we identified the stressors and released it, parents' side, we were able to help the child. She was able to go to a regular school, graduated with good grades, enrolled as an economy student where she excelled academically. She joined the leadership group and at the university, graduated successfully, had a stint at working in China, and now moved to Moscow. A telling example to show that these ailments can be effectively overcome. Curiously, if you do not remove stress, it is going to grow, passed down from generation to generation. Modern experiences only exacerbate it. This can be stopped only through professional help, only through the approaches that have been developed to deal with it. A more detailed paper is available in the collection of the papers submitted to the Congress on page 316. I give you one example of the Vasilyevs family, and another example, another great example of the Bulayevs family was like this. The outlooks were really poor. The child was diagnosed with cerebral palsy from birth, and then we were able to recover the patient. It's been really interesting to work on this. The development was slow. It was only at 1 year of age when the kid began to crawl. At 18 months, the baby was able to stand up with some difficulty and some support, cross-eyed. But the unique situation here is that the father was subject to stress, and the parents were outstanding. That child was long expected, a desirable pregnancy. And in parallel with that, they had been putting off a certain project because they just didn't believe that it would be a success. So they had a suppressed fear of failure. It's been a dream of many years for them. And then, as the hereditary expressor, the child was putting off its natural development as well. Having identified this stressor, the hereditary stressor through several generations, we removed it, parents' side, resulting in great improvement in the baby. Improvements were observed within the first month after our intervention. The son was able to stand up on his own. Sometime after he began walking, fully walking in 5 months without assistance. The vision got focused. The parents had been not focused either, jumping from project to project, and that's the relation. As of today, it's a proper healthy child, doing swimming, doing cycling, running, into sports. Healthy, agile, and vigorous. So the parents are unconcerned about their future, and we are really glad for their consent for us to use this as an example. In all practical cases that we've studied, and there are thousands of them, you always need to start from this unrecognized stressor on the side of the parents, which needs to be expressed and removed. In closing, using the D-type theory by Deutsch opens new perspective for effective diagnosis and treatment of psychological disorders in children, leading to recovery. And it gives us great pleasure because some of the cases that we treated had lethal outlooks. But our experience shows that this is applicable in education and medicine and psychology, psychiatry. So we believe that our colleagues will be motivated to carry on with the research, and we are ready to render any assistance necessary on our side so that the results are even more wider disseminated. Thank you for that. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Ms. Deutsch. That concludes our symposium. Hopefully it was interesting to the attendees. Thank you to all the presenters. And now we will have the closing ceremony of the Congress in this stream. Do stick with us, we will continue shortly.
Коллеги, техническая служба, скажите, когда мы будем начинать?
Если все на месте и готовы, то можем начинать.
Мы можем, наверное, минуты 2 подождать, чтобы люди из других залов смогли перейти на трансляцию. Хорошо?
Да,
Через 2
хорошо.
минуты тогда
Да, 2
начнем.
минуты. Хорошо, да.
Да, спасибо. У нас, к сожалению, пока не закончили 2 зала. Мы можем еще минуту подождать, да?
Да, подождем тогда, сколько нужно
Да,
будет.
давайте, наверное, в 20 минут, да, сейчас 18:17, через 3 минуты тогда точно запускаемся.
Хорошо.
Спасибо.
Мы в эфире.
Уважаемые коллеги, я всех вас
Dear
приветствую.
colleagues, welcome to this ceremony. Due to different time zones, I'll just say welcome. So we've been through 2 very intensive days, and we've discussed a number of different issues that have to do with mental health in children and adolescents. Thank you very much for your interest and attention to our Congress. I'm hopeful that all the material that you have received during this Congress are going to prove useful to you. The recordings are going to be available on our channel, so you'll be able to review this information at your convenience. As you'll recall, it's been long in the making. We originally planned to meet offline last year, but the circumstance had changed. We've been preparing the collections of papers for a long time. They had been ready last year, also available online for your convenience and benefit. I consider this Congress to be a success. Yesterday, we were joined by over 7,000 attendees, which is a testament to the fact that the matters that we have been addressing, the challenges that we have faced in life and in our professional endeavors are relevant. It means that we all recognize that it is only through joint efforts, only through communication, only through professional exchange and interdisciplinary exchange, only through this we'll be able to address these tall tasks. Thank you for your professionalism. Thank you for your dedication, and thank you for your patience, because these 2 days have been really, really intensive. With that, I would like to personally congratulate the people who were instrumental in staging this Congress. We worked in a number of thematic components or streams where we had indispensable people helping us conceptualize and comprehend the relevant issues in each domain. They also helped us in communicating with the presenters and articulated the themes for our discussions. The first thematic component was promotion of mental health and prevention of mental health disorders in children and adolescents. The flagship contributors are greatly appreciated there. My personal thanks goes out to Professor Zhanna Glosman, MD in psychology, professor, a lead researcher at Lomonosov State University, a chief researcher at the Child Neuropsychology Center, president of the International Applied Neuropsychology Society, Professor Emilia Franch, the president of the Latin American Association of Psychotherapy and VP for the Brazilian Association, Nikolai Beraksa, Professor Beraksa, MD in psychology, rector of the International Academy of Preschool Education, rector of the UNESCO faculty at Rao University, professor of the Lomonosov State University, Professor Martin Musalik, Kinoanthropology professor at the Department of Physical Education in the Charles University in the Czech Republic, Professor Rakesh Chand, MD, Secretary General of the World Association of Social Psychology, Department Chair of Psychiatry and Head of the Addiction Treatment Center under the Indian Medical Sciences Institute, Dr. Alla Golovina, MD, Professor, Head of the Department for Adolescent Psychiatry at the Scientific Center for Mental Health, Sam Tianu, Professor Emeritus in Tel Aviv, Chair of the Standing Committee on Ethics of the World Psychiatry Association from Israel, Professor Borodin, MD, member of the board for clinical and social psychology at the Sepsky Institute under the Ministry of Health, VP for the Russian Union for Mental Health. Boris Polozhy, MD, professor, honorary scientist of the Russian Federation, head of the clinical suicidology in the Moscow Research Center for Psychiatry. Ella Ehrensman, MD, professor, director for the Suicide Research Center, member of the Public Health Department, and president of the International Association for Prevention of Suicide of Ireland. Deputy Director of the RAO Psychology Institute, BP of the Russian Psychology Association, awarded as a young scientist in Russia, published more than 200 papers in developmental psychology. Thank you very much. Prevention is the starting point of all our efforts. The second thematic component was children and adolescents with mental health issues, treatment and rehabilitation. It's been the most intensive component throughout the days, and I would like to personally thank the major contributors. Afzal Jaber, MD, President of the World Psychiatric Association, consultant for psychiatry at the NHS office in Coventry and Yorkshire, honorary clinical professor of the York Medical School at the Warwick University, president of the Pakistani Psychiatric Scientific Research Center of the UK, Dr. Petr Morozov, MD, professor of the Department for Psychiatry at the Pirogov University, Secretary General of the World Psychiatric Association, VP of the Russian Association of Psychiatrists and editor-in-chief for the Competent newspaper, Professor Neznaev, Director of the Russian National Research Center for Psychiatry and Neurology, Department Chair for Psychiatry and Addictions at the First Medical University in St. Petersburg, Chief of Staff Expert for Psychiatry at Roszdravnadzor Surveillance Agency, President of the Russian Psychiatry Association, President of the World Association for Psychiatry, Dynamic Psychiatry, Gardana Milavich, MD, President for the Association of Mental Health in Children and Adolescents, President-elect and a member of the Royal Society Council on Psychiatry, Chief Consultant at Malsi for Psychology and Psychiatry. Tatiana Klushnik, MD, Professor, Director of the National Center for Mental Health, Head of the Neuroimmunology Lab, Raymond Chang, Professor of Applied Neural Cognitive Psychology at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Peking, China. Dr. Svetlana Glazorenko, Professor, corresponding member of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Head of the Center for Educational and Psychiatric Help for the National Ministry of Health Center for Children's Health. Dr. Olga Milushkina, MD, Professor, Chief Expert on Hygiene for Children and Adolescents in the Ministry of Health of Russia, Chair of a Department at the Pirogov International University for Hygiene, Chief Expert on Adolescent Hygiene in the Russian Ministry of Health, member of the Certification Committee for the Russian Ministry of Health, honorary member of the Anthropologist Society. Dr. Mark Herman, Professor, co-founder of the Belgian Professional Union of Psychiatrists and the Flemish Psychiatric Association, Belgium. Dr. Tatiana Salokhina, MD, Head of the Psychiatric Service at the National Center for Mental Health, Chair of the board for the family mental health and advisor to the chief psychiatrist of the Russian Federation. Renat Adjigetov, PhD, Deputy Director for the Solovyov Pedagogical Sector in Moscow. Alla Gek, MD, Professor, Director of the Applied Research Psychoneurological Center under the Department of Health of Moscow, Professor of the Department for Neurosurgery and Genetics at Pirogov University. Marina Gipchuk, PhD, Chief of Staff, Children's Psychiatry Expert for the Moscow Department of Health, Director for the Sukharev Center in Moscow. Yelena Todali, MD, Head of the Consultancy and Research Center at the Medical Genetics Center, named after Bachkov, Professor of the Molecular Genetics Department at the Russian Research University, named after Pirogov.
Juan Medic, Secretary General of Person-Focused Psychology at New York, the head of Person-Focused Medicine of the Medicine School of San Marcos in the US. Tatiana Klimenko, Doctor of Medical Sciences, Deputy General Director of the National Medical Research Center of Psychiatry and Oncology, named after Sersky of the Ministry of Health of the Russian Federation. Doctor of Psychology, Head of Louisiana Psychiatric Center, Co-General Secretary of the World Association of Psychiatrists, member of the National Academy of Neuropsychologists. The third thematic area of our Congress was psychic health of gifted children, and I would like to personally thank the heads of this area. Tracy Raley, General Director of the Executive Committee of Gifted Children, Adjunct Professor of the Massey University in New Zealand, Diana Bogoyevlenska, Doctor of Psychological Sciences, Professor, Head of the Department of Diagnostics of Creativity of the Psychological, and an honorary member of the Academy of Sciences. Larionova Lyudmila Ignatieva, Doctor of Medical Sciences, the Pedagogical University of Education in Ivana Maria Karivanova from the Plovdiv of Bulgaria Republic, Savinkov Alexander, Doctor of Pedagogical Sciences, Doctor of Psychological Sciences, member of the Academy of Sciences, Director of the Moscow Pedagogical University. The fourth semantic area was for struggling teenagers, and I would like to thank the heads of this area. Helen Herman, the president, the ex-president of the World Psychiatric Association, Professor of Psychiatry of the National Center of Advanced Studies in the field of psychic and mental health of youth, Center of Psychic Center of the Youth of the University of Melbourne, Director of the HOSA Center in Melbourne, Australia. Vincenzo De Nicola, MD, Doctor of Philosophy, President of the Canadian Association of Social Psychiatry, and selected President of the World Association of Social Psychiatry, Professor of Psychiatry at the Institute of Mental Health at Montreal University, Canada, and the University of George Washington, the US. Zurab Kikilidze, Doctor of Medical Sciences, a Professor, member of the Academy of Sciences, Deputy Executive Director of the Federal Research Institute of Psychiatry and Oncology, named after Serbsky, Chief of Staff, Psychiatric Specialist of the Ministry of Health of the Russian Federation, Yulia Shoigu, a candidate of Medical Sciences, Director of Emergency Mental Support for the Ministry of Emergency Response of Russia, Vice President of the Moscow Psychic Society, the head of emergency psychiatry at the psychological faculty of Lomonosov Moscow State University, Georgy Karyansky, doctor of psychological sciences, ex-president of the Psychological Coalition of Non-Governmental Organizations, or the UN, and the main representative of the Global Council of Psychotherapy and Applied Psychology with the UN, a professor for the Pedagogical College at the Columbian University, and invited visiting professor at the Center of Medical Sciences at the Beijing University, USA. The fifth thematic area of our work was the impact of physical culture and sport on the health of children, and I would like to thank the heads of this area. Thomas Wenzel, professor, head of the Department of Psychiatry at the Vienna University, Austria. Sergei Yevseyev, Doctor of Pedagogical Sciences, professor, member of the Academy of Sciences, president of the All-Russian Federation of Sports for kids with intellectual disorders, vice president of the Paralympic Committee of the Russian Federation, head of the Department of Theory and the Methodology of Adaptive Sports, Physical Culture, named after Lesgov in St. Petersburg. Marc Truffaut, the head of the International Association of Sportsmen with Intellectual Disorders, France. The sixth thematic area of our work was the impact of culture and art on the psychic health of teenagers and kids. Andrei Gerasimov, writer, teacher, director, candidate of philosophical sciences, a specialist in the style of the English language, Student Booker Award winner, author of the test for the Total Spell Bee 2020. Alexander Kapityn, MD, professor at the Department of Psychology, dean of the Department of Psychiatry and Medical Psychology and Sexology of the Medical University named after Mechnikov in St. Petersburg. Parker Bell Barber, director of the Master Program of Therapeutic Education, the Frolic State University, president of the Accrediting Commission of the American Therapeutic Association, the USA. The seventh thematic area for us was education and mental health and well-being of children and youth. And I would like to thank all of the main participants: Mark Herman, MD, Vice President of the European Union of Medical Experts, the founder of the Belgian Professional Union of Psychiatrists and the Flamand Psychiatric Association from Belgium, Christina Roland-Levy, a doctor of psychological sciences, a professor of the Reims University, Champagne-Ardenne, president of the International Association of Applied Psychology, France, Vitaly Rubtsov, a doctor of psychological sciences, professor, member of the Russian Academy of Sciences and the president of the Psychological Pedagogic University, Russia. Svetlana Alyokhina, a PhD, director in the Inclusion University, director of the Institute of Inclusive Education, member of the Academic Council, Russia. The seventh thematic area for our work, again, was education and mental health and well-being of kids and teenagers. And again, I would like to thank Viktor Makarev, MD, president of the All-Russian Professional Psychotherapy League and the League of Psychologists and Psychiatrists, vice president of the Global Psychotherapeutic Council, Bent Foreman, co-director of the Institute of Psychotherapy at Helsinki, Finland, Rima Chirkin, Psychological Sciences MD, head of a department at the University of Psychology. The eighth area of our efforts were legal basis for the safety of mental health and well-being of children and adolescents. Again, I would like to thank all the participants. Igor Matskevich, the head of the Department of Criminology of the Moscow State Legal University, named after Kutafin, professor of the Moscow State University, named after Lomonosov, presidents of the Union of Criminologists, presidents of the International Foundation of Legal Initiatives, MD, Professor, Member Emeritus of the Academy of Sciences of Russia, Alexander Mokhov, MD, Professor, Head of the Department of Medical Legal Rights at the Kutafin University in Moscow. Abraham Kalvalyai, Doctor of Medical Sciences, ex-General Director of the World Psychiatric Association, ex-President of the Global Association of Social Psychiatry, Professor and Dean of the Department of Psychiatry at the Institute of Medical Sciences, Shpagay, India. Fyodor Ryzhkov, Chief Teacher of the Extreme Psychology at the Department of Psychology at the Lomonosov Moscow State University, head of a work group to prevent deviant behaviors in underage children and preventive abuse and the protection of rights of victims of abuse, protection of rights of kids that are in conflict with the law under the auspices of the President of the Russian Federation, head of public counsel authorized by the President of Russia, honorary worker of the legal system. Marina Gordeeva, MD, head of the board of the Council to support kids in vulnerable situations. I would also like to express gratitude to heads of two sessions that were not included into our thematic areas, but they were interesting, in demand, and incredibly important for us. I would like to thank the heads of the symposium, theater, poison or medicine. Alexander Bousset, Doctor of Pedagogical Sciences at the Faculty of Psychology and Education at Geneva University, Director of the Center of Development Intervention, Professor at the Laval University, retired, specializing in developmental psychology, scientific researcher, researcher at the Center for the Preparation of Teachers, theater director and actor, ex-artistic director of various theatrical schools in Switzerland and Quebec, Canada. Andrea Fonin, artistic director, director of the Integrated Crook 2 Theater and the Enlightenment Center, head of the Council of the Regional Branch of Organization and Support for People with Mental Disabilities and Psychophysiological Disorders in Moscow, member of the Board of Organization for Members of Inclusive Art, Moscow. I would like to express extreme gratitude to all of the participants of the fourth Festival and Rehabilitation Program for people with mental disorders, the others, and a particular thank you goes to the head of today's festival, Dmitry Poloboyarin, our favorite, cherished, irreplaceable colleague, and from the Mental Health Union. As you can see, that was a long list, but I thought it was important to thank everybody personally for the incredible dedication and efforts that went into preparing this Congress over the last 3 years to spend these very constructive 2 days. The ones of you that have already been to our previous Congresses know that our tradition is we never end the Congress without a declaration, a resolution that it took us a long time to discuss it, to put it together, to draft it. We think that we put together a declaration that reflects our joint understanding on the matters that we were discussing. And as per the tradition, to read the declaration of the Third Congress on Mental Health, Meeting the Needs of the 21st Century, it's my great pleasure to pass the floor to Judy Kuryansky. Judy, your microphone is off.
Much, Dr. Natalia. You are so amazing, so elegant, so well spoken. honoring everyone, every single person who participated in this amazing conference, as usual, that has contributed so much to the entire world. So bless you, bless you, bless you. I am very honored to be part of this tradition in presenting the declaration on this amazing meeting of the Third Congress on Mental Health, meeting the needs of the 21st century on children's society and the future, with this preamble and guiding principles. We are all honored, in fact, to have been present at this Congress for these entire 2 days, the 8th and the 9th of October, 2021, online, but headquartered in Moscow. And thanks to the Union on Mental Health that does such an amazing job. This Congress has very impressively been under the patronage of several ministries of the Russian Federation, as per tradition, of education and health and sports and social policy, very well organized and supported by many Russian and international professional organizations. We've been brought here together as representatives of 37 countries and about 8,000 attendees, including leaders from government and nonprofit organizations in the private sector and media and academia, and specialists from so many fields, from government and nonprofit organizations, the private sector, media and academia, and specialists from diverse fields, from healthcare systems, social protection, rehabilitation, science, education, culture, and the arts, sports, economics, and law. This declaration draft was agreed upon by the Russian and international organizing committees and accepted by we attendees at this closing ceremony. The Congress has aimed to preserve and enhance the mental health and well-being of children and adolescents, essential for healthy families, communities, and societies, and the future of our civilization. We have done this through discussions about medical and non-medical content and challenges and methods, with interdisciplinary and multi-stakeholder contributions and exchanges and cooperation. List of whom you've just heard from Dr. Natalia. Our aim is consistent with the major international document, the United Nations Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, that was adopted in 2015 by the 193 member states of the United Nations, which is an historic move, acknowledge the importance of promoting mental health and well-being, as stated in Target 3.4 and in their preamble. Children are referred to 19 times in the various goals, including about ending poverty and hunger, ensuring healthy lives and quality education, reducing inequality, and promoting peace. The Congress aims are further aligned with other very major international instruments, including those by the World Health Organization, namely the Mental Health Action Plan, which was extended, by the way, to the year 2030, as well as the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the Global Strategy for Women's, Children's, and Adolescents' Health, the Global Compact on Migration, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, the Political Declaration on Non-Communicable Diseases, the Resolution on Universal Health Coverage, the Human Rights Council Resolution on Mental Health and Human Rights, the Rules for the Administration of Juvenile Justice, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, calling for the elimination of all forms of discrimination, stigma, violence, and abuses, with the provision of access to people-centered purposes. The panels you just heard Dr. Natalia outline in this Congress addressed critical issues in child and adolescent mental health and well-being with regard to 9 areas. 1, early diagnosis and prevention of mental disorders. You heard her outline them. The treatment and psychosocial rehabilitation, professional training of medical and non-medical child and adolescent specialists. 4, mental health conditions of gifted children. And 5, of the most vulnerable child populations. 6, the impact of physical culture and sports. And 7, the impact of culture and art, very important in this Congress. 8, educational environments affecting child and adolescent mental health. And 9, legal frameworks. All these took into account and respected service providers, service users, and cultural and socioeconomic characteristics of diverse regions and settings. Now, statistics show the dire mental health needs of young people. About a quarter of the world's population are children and adolescents under age 15, and about 40% are under age 25. On top of this, 10 to 20% of this population suffer from mental disorders, half of which develop before age 14 and 3/4 before age 20. That is dire. Therefore, we make the following observations. We recognize that these numbers reflect the critical importance of preventive measures and rehabilitative services at early stages of life to preserve young people's mental health and develop holistic capabilities, including emotional, physical, cognitive, spiritual, social, and economic, which are critical for the well-being and prosperity of any modern society. We acknowledge that all these aspects of child development are determined by biological and social determinants at different stages. This includes early stages of conception and pregnancy and the postnatal period. In fact, healthy formation of the fetal brain during prenatal development in the first 1,000 days in utero is critical for the entire lifespan to ensure health and well-being, academic and professional success, and harmonious relationships. Then, in early childhood, children become independent and they define their relations with peers and adults, with social competence being key in some mental disorders. Further, the school age brings risks emanating from relationships with teachers and peers, and the educational environment, including content and the methods of instruction. And next, the stage of adolescence and puberty that is marked by significant mental, physical, and social changes, which require adaptation and present potential crises and risks. In the context of these developmental stages, then, we recognize that political and socioeconomic conditions can adversely affect child development. These conditions include poverty, discrimination, instability, violence, armed conflicts, environmental, natural, and technological disasters, migration, and lack of access to essential services in education, treatment, and prevention. We also acknowledge the value of physical activity, the overall physical health, but also cognitive and mental growth, including self-esteem and the quality of life, and reducing the risk of depression and stress and conditions like obesity for children. Further, physical activity is proven to be effective in rehabilitation for children and adolescents with mental disorders or disabilities. We affirm that cultural resources and activities from heritage and traditions contribute to all aspects of young people's lives, including social connectedness, cognitive development, self-esteem, and emotional maturity. And we assert that artistic expression that we've heard so much about during this conference contributes to a child's holistic mental, cognitive, and social development. This is evident in the fact that STEM education now spells out STEAM, referring to science, technology, engineering, art, and math. Research proves that art strengthens motor skills, visual learning, creativity, creative thinking, academic performance, and cultural awareness. In fact, art therapy is officially recognized in the treatment and rehabilitation of children and adolescents with special needs, as we have seen here. We affirm that giftedness in children, that we have also talked about in this Congress, in varied special abilities, presents assets in terms of self-esteem and achievement and social interaction, but can also lead to risks in mental balance, misunderstandings from parents and educators and psychologists or health workers, and therefore misguided diagnoses and treatment. We recognize that research in mental health fields, including psychiatry and psychology and psychotherapy and neuroscience and pedagogy and related disciplines, has advanced clinical practice. This is evident in, first, the shift in psychiatry and other disciplines from predominantly a biological approach towards mental and behavioral disorders in an integrated biopsychosocial approach. And secondly, increasing emphasis on psychosocial rehabilitation, even towards possible full recovery and integration into society of persons suffering from mental, behavioral, neurological, and psychosomatic disorders, as well as collaboration among multi-professional teams of specialists. We honor the traditions and contributions of historical experts in the field of child development from various countries, including Russia here, America, and Europe, and everywhere around the world. And we welcome contributions of new theorists and clinicians and researchers to further enhance this important field. Given all the above, we make the following commitments to action as we traditionally make. We commit to perform early diagnosis of child developmental disorders from the moment of birth, to ensure timely intervention of specialists, and to start the process of rehabilitation and socialization of children with special needs. We commit to improve the efficiency of the diagnosis of hereditary diseases and syndromes accompanied by intellectual disabilities. We commit to foster a comprehensive and holistic view of treatment and rehabilitation of children and adolescents with mental health conditions, using that integrated biopsychosocial person-centered approach that we have also heard about in this Congress. We commit to provide appropriate training for parents-to-be, including regular examination of expectant mothers throughout their pregnancy, providing quality obstetric and gynecological care. We commit to provide psychotherapeutic assistance to women in labor to prevent the development of somatic, gynecological, and mental pathology. And we commit to ensure that all personnel have care and competent core competencies on an ongoing basis. This is very important, this concept of core competencies related to mental health strategies and supportive relationships to avoid risks for the development of children's mental health problems. This requires developing and maintaining the highest standard of education and training for service providers, including child and adolescent medical and non-medical specialists in the fields of psychiatry and psychotherapy and clinical psychology and medicine and neurology and social work and nursing and many others in academia, research, and practice. It further requires such training for parents and caregivers, educators, school psychologists, and school personnel at all levels, including preschool, early primary education, and adolescence. That has also been made clear in this Congress. Models of these trainings can include the Train the Trainers programs, shown to be effective, as well as the WHO approach of health promoting schools, which highlights the important influence of schools for every student's health and well-being. Core competence includes skills to facilitate youth to increase their cognitive, social, emotional, and developmental and behavioral capacity, to develop positive identity, to build resilience, and to manage family and interpersonal relations and disruptive behaviors, to prevent bullying, harassment, and interpersonal violence, unacceptable, to prevent depression and suicide, so tragic, and to prevent maladaptive behaviors like eating disorders and chemical and non-chemical addictions, and to maintain age-appropriate sexual and reproductive health. Our commitments extend to children in special populations, and specifically then, with regard to gifted and talented children that has been presented at this Congress, we commit to create responsive educational and social environments for their cognitive and personal development, and to maintain the highest standard of education and training for parents and caregivers, educators, and school psychologists. With regard to children without parental care, we commit to provide favorable conditions like foster and adoptive parents and guardians, healthy living environments in orphanages and boarding schools, and specialized training of teachers and counselors. Now, with regard to children from families who are refugees, IDPs, that's, internally displaced persons, migrants, and children affected by armed and transnational conflicts, of which there are so many, as well as environmental and technological disasters and natural disasters and humanitarian crises, we commit to promote policies and programs providing access to their education, housing, social assistance, mental health care, and legal services, and to consider mental well-being and disability issues in the context of disaster risk reduction and prevention. With regard to juvenile delinquents that we have also addressed at this Congress, we commit to provide programs addressing personal development and improving their environment and social conditions, including education and programs which work with families and which are government supported. And with regard to those left furthest behind, this is a phrase commonly used in the United Nations, meaning those with the least resources and the least access in post-disaster, war, or conflict situations, in prison or other compromised settings. We commit to make efforts to reach them, to provide adequate professional education and approaches that they desperately need. For all children, we commit to promote programs aimed at enhancing physical activity and sport, culture, and art. We commit to giving voice to those with lived experience, to respect and understand their voice, their views, and their needs. We commit for all children to recognize their psychosocial rehabilitation is an essential element of treatment and prevention, to develop and implement innovative approaches for persons with mental disorders and their family members, their caretakers, carers, we call them also, and the entire general population. We also commit to adopt an inclusive approach, which respects the contributions of many disciplines and fosters this interdisciplinary, interdepartmental, multidimensional, multi-stakeholder, and intersectoral interaction, cooperation, and collaboration locally, nationally, and internationally that we have observed here at this Congress. We further commit to maintain the link between practice and research, especially regarding best practices and evidence-based practices, which is so important, to foster development of education appropriate to the child's intellectual talents and development, to uphold international standards and ethical practices and guidelines for practice, research, and education while still being grounded in national priorities and policies and practices, which we respect. We also respect cultural and traditional practices and indigenous spiritual belief systems. We commit to ensure that mental health education and treatment approaches focus on eradicating stigma, discrimination, and marginalization, so painful to all youth. We commit to the integration of mental health care within primary care to maximize prevention and integration of treatment and reduce the economic and social burden of mental disorders, and to achieve the integration, especially at the community level, by ensuring education and curricula about mental health for allied professions and personnel, including medical service and community service providers, and to explore and apply innovative and modern technologies and techniques in professional education about mental health, for example, in e-learning, distance learning, and new technology tools. I'll be back in 1 second because noise is disturbing me here.
Judy.
Thank you. We commit to explore and apply innovative and modern technologies and techniques in professional education about mental health, in e-learning, distance learning, and new technology. And in general, we commit to advocate with policymakers and other stakeholders about the importance and urgencies of mental health education, training, and, by the way, funding, so critical for the achievement of all these goals. So in summary, I would like to share with you all, we, the participants of this third Congress on mental health, on meeting the needs of the 21st century, focused on children, society, and the future, that we call upon all stakeholders to partner together in these guiding principles and commitments to action, to enhance healthy lifestyles, to improve the access of resources for professional treatment and services, to promote public mental health, and to give voice to service users with the ultimate goal here in finishing, to achieve the highest standard of mental health and well-being for the benefit of children and adolescents we have addressed here, who are, after all, the foundation and the hope for our healthy societies throughout the world for all time. Thank you all so much. And thank you to everyone who has participated, and to the Union of Mental Health, and to the ministries of the Russian Federation and all the organizing organizations internationally who have been part of this.
Спасибо огромное, Джуди.
Thank you very much, Judy. Colleagues, I hope that you support the declaration as read out by Judy. It's very important for us. Thank you very much. I wish you great physical and mental health, well-being. I wish well-being and health to your children. Indeed, this is our hope and this is our future. This is how humanity is going to advance, and we need to do our utmost to make them happy and healthy. Thank you very much. Hope to see you at the 4th Congress, Mental Health in the 21st Century. I hope to meet you offline the next time, and stay safe. Thank you for your contributions.
Спасибо, вышли из эфира.
Dear Judy.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Wow. That was something. What an amazing 2 days. You must be exhausted, Olga.
Yeah. So, Judy, I'll call you tomorrow or on Monday because I'm really tired. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Love
And
you.
by the way, you were astounding after my session. That was what you said was absolutely beautiful from your
Thank
heart
you
and your
very
soul,
much.
and so eloquent. Love you, love you, love you. Feel better.
Love you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Mhm.